The voice was menacing, so everyone was taken aback. They judged that the speaker should be an old man who was unlikely to be an expert based on the energy contained in the voice. Nevertheless, it was strong enough to echo throughout the mountain. Cultivators dotting the mountain all looked up in surprise as Wuxia approached on clouds. Legendary mounts were rare, let alone one that came with an auspicious aura. Who was the speaker? Inside Evil Sky Pavilion, the chained Duanmushang was the first to recognize his master's voice, and he cried out loudly, "Welcome back, master." His voice rang out like thunder and frightened all the righteous cultivators, causing them to tremble with fear and run out in panic. Soon, all the empty fields on the mountain were packed with cultivators. Duanmushang straightened up and stepped outside Evil Sky Pavilion. When he saw Wuxia, who was diving down fast from the sky, his excitement reached its peak. At that moment, he felt a rush of pride and a great sense of confidence. Not good. It's the old villain. Don't panic. According to internal intelligence, the old villain is long at the end of his tether. He has relied on the secret drug of primal fiend. Form the array. I want all divine court experts and above to assemble right now. More than a dozen divine court cultivators soon gathered above Evil Sky Pavilion. A short moment later, Fang Jinshan and Zhou Jifeng arrived as well. Everyone looked at the auspicious aura that swirled in the sky over Evil Sky Pavilion incredulously. Lu Zhou stood on Wuxia's back as he glanced at the whole Golden Court Mountain. As Yi Tianxin said, the mountain was invaded by a group of ignorant cultivators. Yi Tianxin's lips twisted into a smile. She wanted to laugh out loud, but she could not. The great pain from the destruction of her dantian had taken away her strength to speak. The reason why she had been able to stay awake until now was that she wanted to see how the old villain would deal with this situation. Lu Zhou was thinking about how he would deal with the situation. He had two options. The first one was to use the last peak form experience card. However, it was his biggest trump card, and he would have no other methods to protect himself after using it. The second option was to flee Golden Court Mountain with Wuxia. After all, Duanmushang and Mingshi were villainous disciples, and their death would not bother him. Should he use the last peak form experience card or flee? He had used one peak form experience card to capture just Yi Tianxin, which he considered to be a loss. The only consolation was that he was rewarded with a lot of merit points after the battle. Yi Tianxin could see that Lu Zhou was thinking, so she said with great difficulty, "Let me go. You have no more trump cards." Little Yuaner tightened her grip on Yi Tianxin and snorted, "In your dreams." The cultivators of the righteous sect had assembled, ready to face the formidable enemy. Cultivators beneath the Brahma Sea realm were clever enough to hide behind those stronger ones. Lu Zhou glanced at the crowd. He saw through the eye of truth that the frenzied cultivators were all hostile toward him. Wait, is that Zhou Jifeng? His loyalty is 15%. It has increased by 5% compared to when he left the Heavenly Sword sect. Lu Zhou did not understand. Fang Jinshan looked up and said in a cold voice, "I thought some formidable foes are here, but it turns out to be the old villain of Golden Court Mountain. Duanmushang has been captured by me, and Mingshi is seriously wounded by us. Golden Court Mountain belongs to the righteous sect now. Come down now to face your death. Come down. Come down. Come down." They were facing a legendary mount after all, who could only be caught up by nascent divinity tribulation experts. Fang Jinshan was trying to goad Lu Zhou down. As long as the old villain came down to the ground, they would have a chance to catch him. This is a tough decision to make. How I wish I could save a peak form experience card. Lu Zhou shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Well, bam." Right then, Zhou Jifeng moved as quickly as lightning and thrust a sword beam toward Fang Jinshan, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The moment the beam stabbed into Fang Jinshan's heart, it was blocked by a strange object. At the same time, a violent force threw Zhou Jifeng back and numbed his arms, rocking his qi and blood. Why is Fang Jinshan so strong? "What are you doing, Zhou Jifeng?" Someone cried out in shock. Fang Jinshan did a backward somersault and dodged the fatal blow as he stared furiously at Zhou Jifeng and said, "Why did you do this to me?" Zhou Jifeng did not expect that the assassination would fail at such a close distance. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou still hovered in the sky as he watched with a great interest and surprised look. "I didn't expect you to be able to block my attack," said Zhou Jifeng. Fang Jinshan laughed. "Didn't anyone tell you that there is a huge gap between a cultivator with a heaven-grade weapon and one without?" "A heaven-grade weapon?" Zhou Jifeng was very confident in the attack he had been brewing for a long time. If he managed to get close enough, even a nascent divinity tribulation expert might not be able to block it. However, he did not expect that his target would have a heaven-grade treasure. What kind of weapon was it? "Why do you think sect leader only sends me, a divine court cultivator, to Golden Court Mountain?" Fang Jinshan sneered. Little Yuaner grew anxious as she watched. "Master, they make me so angry. I can't believe a group of mere divine court cultivators can be so wanton." Lu Zhou shook his head as he looked at Fang Jinshan and said, "The shield of the dragon heart. I don't think it can be considered a heaven-grade treasure." Fang Jinshan was startled. "How do you know it is the shield of the dragon heart?" Lu Zhou's expression remained the same. He did not have to argue with a junior. It would only drag him down in status. Little Yuaner snorted and said, "What's so strange about it? You were still playing with mud when my master held sway over the world." She was telling the truth. When Ji Tiandao became famous all over the world, none of the people present were born. In the face of the old villain, they were all ignorant kids who had not seen the world. "I'm giving you all a chance to live. Put down the weapons in your hands, fix the damage you have done to Golden Court Mountain, and serve me on the mountain for 3 years. If you agree, I can forget everything you have done today." He spoke neither too slow nor fast, and his voice was light and calm. Hearing him, Fang Jinshan suddenly burst into laughter, and then the dozen divine court cultivators in front of him laughed as well. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The old villain finally gave up evil and returned to good. Instead of killing people, he now wanted to let people live, and all they had to do was fix Golden Court Mountain and serve him for 3 years? Wasn't this funny? It was too funny. I had offered you the chance. Since you don't cherish it, you might as well stay here forever. Right then, Yi Tianxin raised her heavy eyelids and saw a shocking scene as the old villain's aura bloomed once again. Her head tilted as she wanted to lift it to have a better look. Unfortunately, she only saw the 9-leaf golden lotus appear next to the old villain before she fainted. It was a 9-leaf 100 tribulations insight avatar. The color of the world seemed to have changed in that moment. In the blink of an eye, the sky over Evil Sky Pavilion was occupied by the colossal avatar, causing the cultivators to gawk at it in shock. Why was his first move an ultimate skill? Shouldn't he attack with a few normal skills before using that? "Master is the mightiest man in the world." There was a look of admiration on Duan Mushang's face. Meanwhile, Zhou Jifeng broke out in a sweat. He hurriedly put down the sword in his hand and dropped to his knees as he shouted, "Old Senior is the mightiest man in the world." Both men's loyalty increased by 5% at the same time. Lu Zhou did not choose to run away. Instead, he crushed the last peak form experience card. The moment his weak, dried-up sea of qi was filled, he knew that he had returned to the peak once again. Lu Zhou did not choose to save the last peak form experience card. On the day he became Ji Tiandao, his decision had been made. He was destined to keep going along this path. There was no safe place in this treacherous cultivation world. Golden Court Mountain was his haven and foundation, and he would not allow anyone to take it away from him. He had 2 more intentions. He wanted to take this opportunity to warn the world, and those who were eyeing Golden Court Mountain, that he did not rely on a secret drug, but his own strength. Only the strength that truly belonged to him could erupt continuously. There was no secret drug, external force, or trick in the world that could do that. The disciples of the Righteous Sect and Heavenly Sword Sect were struck dumb. Under the deterrence of the 9-leaf 100 tribulations insight avatar, they seemed to have forgotten how to move. In addition to amplifying the caster's power, An avatar had a certain deterring effect against enemies. Moreover, the greater the gap between cultivation bases, the stronger the effect would be. As a result, cultivators below the divine court realm all lay face down on the ground, trembling. Even Fong Jinshan, who was the strongest among all, could not help but swallow and take a step back. He was scared and panicked, wanting to flee. He had the shield of Dragonheart, and it could help him escape, but he must first find an opportunity. Lu Zhou floated in the sky and looked down at the crowd before his eyes rested on Duanmu Sheng. Duanmu Sheng! Yes, master. Duanmu Sheng trembled. The final part of the Divine One technique includes a sword technique and a spear technique. I will demonstrate them to you now, but only once. Watch carefully. Duanmu Sheng was overjoyed when he heard that. He joined the sect very early, but his progress was slower than other disciples. Although Ji Tiandao had taught him the complete Divine One technique, he had failed to master the final part even after cultivating it for years. He had been studying it by himself though, which was no different from walking in total darkness, resulting in the slow progress. Lu Zhou used his fingers in place of a sword, and a sword beam condensed from energy appeared on them. Use your fingers to condense energy into a sword. Imperfect divine intervention. A terrifying power exploded out from between his index and middle fingers, accompanied by a blinding light. Then, the sword strike shot straight down toward Fong Jinshan. Nu! Fong Jinshan's eyes grew wide as he screamed at the top of his lungs. A powerful energy exploded out of him, and at the same time, the heaven-grade treasure was instantly triggered, from which came bursting out a beam of golden light. It's the shield of the Dragonheart. The primary function of the shield of the Dragonheart was to serve as a defense, protecting Fong Jinshan from being defeated. It was also the reason why the sect leader of the righteous sect sent him here, because he could fight even a nascent divinity tribulation expert. Even if he could not win, he would still have a chance to escape. Second Elder. Cultivators around watched as the sword strike fell and exploded into a blinding light that forced them to close their eyes. Boom! Before the cultivators could find out about the aftermath of the attack and whether Fong Jinshan was still alive or not, Lu Zhou's old but powerful voice rang out again. Use your palm as the base and condense your energy. 1,000 waves. This was the result when the Divine One technique was used in the form of a spear technique. It was a ranged attack, and as its name implied, it overlapped a stream of energy into 1,000 waves, which were then thrust out like 1,000 spears. It was also a key ultimate move of the Divine One technique. At the sight of the attack, all Divine Court cultivators gaped while their expression changed drastically. Not good. Run. They quickly stopped forming the ridiculous array and turned around to flee. The attack was so monstrous that even a nascent divinity tribulation expert would not dare to face it. However, it was not targeted at the group of cultivators. Instead, it fell at the same spot where Fong Jinshan was. Boom! No one knew if he were still alive after the attack, because their vision was blocked by a cloud of dust. No one knew if he could withstand such a mighty attack even with the shield of the Dragonheart. The collision generated powerful blasts that spread out in all directions, knocking and throwing all the Divine Court cultivators to the ground. For a moment, miserable shrieks and screams filled the air. Even Zhou Jifeng, a genius in cultivation, was hit by the blasts and had to block them with his own energy so that he could stand still. He is stronger than when the top 10 experts besieged Golden Court Mountain. Is it because of his 9-leaf 100 tribulations insight avatar? Thought Zhou Jifeng. He was sure about one thing. Ji Tiandao had become stronger. However, he did not understand why Lu Zhou used such a mighty move to deal with Fong Jinshan, who was merely a Divine Court cultivator. It felt like using a sledgehammer on a net. There was no way the shield of Dragonheart could withstand the attack. He had no doubts that the heaven-grade treasure was already destroyed when it was hit by the first strike. He reckoned that the reason Lu Zhou continued to attack was either to vent his anger or to guide his disciple. After the 2 strikes, the winds subsided, clouds faded, and the dust and energy blasts that blotted the sky gradually dissipated as well. Lu Zhou wore a calm expression as he clasped his hands behind his back. He glanced at the time on the system panel and saw that it had only been 3 minutes. It would be a loss if he only used the last peak form experience card to deal with this group of cultivators. In fact, what he planned to do was more than that. Did you watch them clearly? Duanmushang went down on his knees and said, Yes, thank you, Master. It is better to watch Master demonstrate the techniques than to practice alone for 10 years. Very good. As the dust gradually settled, a huge pit was revealed on the ground below the avatar. But Fang Jinshan was nowhere to be found. He was completely gone. Right then, the cultivators began to flee in all directions in panic. Master! Little Yuaner grew anxious. If he still did not let her attack, they would soon escape. The group of cultivators was trying to replicate the approach they used during the last siege of Golden Court Mountain. Lu Zhou was formidable, but he did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, and he could not clone himself. As long as they fled separately, he would not be able to catch them all. It was the perfect strategy they had thought of when they came, sacrificing a few people to save the lives of the majority. Since they could not defeat him, they would run away. I've said that you all have to stay here, and that means none of you can run away from me. The 9-leaf 100 Tribulations Insight avatar flickered and emerged over the Golden Court Mountain. Then, Lu Zhou drove it into the eyes of the mountain's restrictive array. Master! Duanmushang was stunned. He did not know what the other was going to do. Little Yuaner also looked up with confusion. Meanwhile, the cultivators dared not look back and kept running desperately. Unfortunately, they were not nascent divinity tribulation cultivators, and they could not use great divine abilities to escape. Right then, Lu Zhou poured all the energy in his dantian into the eye of the array. Master is fixing the shield? How's this possible? The shield of Golden Court Mountain was constructed by generations of senior experts. It absorbed a great amount of energy and worked in conjunction with weather and geographical position. Previously, when Lu Zhou punished his 3rd, 4th, and 5th disciples to fix it, it would take them at least 3 years to complete the work. Moreover, it would take at least 10 years for one person to repair the shield. Master is old. Shouldn't he be conserving his strength? Why would he do that? This was Lu Zhou's real intention, also his second intention. Since the peak form experience card could keep filling his dantian, and it did not take him too much time to finish Fang Jinshan, he thought, why couldn't he use the remaining time to fix the shield? How could he waste such a good chance? As the tremendous amount of energy poured into the array's eyes, a glass-like shield immediately appeared around the mountain, blocking the fleeing cultivators. The realization dawned on Duanmushang right then. Master wants to trap them all with the shield and then catch them one by one. The old saying proved to be right. The older, the wiser. Zhou Jifeng was shocked by the terrifying, unlimited energy as well. Previously, when he led other cultivators to destroy the shield, he had used all his strength, and yet it just would not budge. He never thought Ji Tiandao could fix it alone. At that moment, Lu Zhou did not stop but continued to pour the energy. The shield was not truly fixed yet, and he needed to connect the eye with the arrays in different places. Only when they formed a continuous connection could the energy flow through the whole shield without interruption. If truth be told, Lu Zhou himself was also surprised by the bug of the peak form experience card, which provided him unlimited energy. If it were not for the time limit, this card would be truly invincible. With it, he no longer needed to improve his cultivation base. He did not know how many times he had emptied his dantian, and he had lost count, because it would be instantly filled whenever that happened. In total, it took him 25 minutes to fix the shield, which finally stabilized. When he touched it, he could see bright and terrible ripples spreading like waves on the ocean. Lu Zhou took a deep breath as he looked around before glancing at the system panel. He still had 3 minutes. Yuaner, kill the rest of them. He gave the order in a calm voice. Little Yuaner alone was enough to deal with them. There was no need for him to do it himself. I understand, Master. Fang Jinshan had been blown to bits. Among the rest of the Divine Court cultivators, the strongest ones were only at the Dao controlling stage. The divine court realm was divided into 3 stages: Dao shaping, Dao controlling, and Dao transforming. There was a huge gap between each stage, and the gap was greater between one with a precious treasure and one without. However, these cultivators would never be a match of the 9 disciples of Golden Court Mountain, even if their cultivation bases were on the same level. At that moment, little Yuaner could finally vent her pent-up anger. She made full use of the 7 stars cloud-treading steps, killing 1 Brahma sea cultivator with every step while those divine court cultivators had become the target of her pursuit. There was nothing more normal than a villain of Golden Court Mountain killing people. Some frightened cultivators were able to resist her attack, but that was only for a brief moment. They were like sheep waiting to be slaughtered in a cage, while little Yuaner was the hunter with a knife in hand. Despair and fear pervaded the air. Lu Zhou did not join the battle. With a wave of his hand, the huge avatar disappeared as he flew back to Evil Sky Pavilion. Master! A trace of blood trickled down the corner of Duanmu Shang's mouth because he could bear no more. Lu Zhou glanced at him and saw his loyalty reach 80%, which surprised him. He had simply taught him the Divine One technique. Nevertheless, it was a good thing to have one more loyal disciple. His injury should be from his battle with Duda Fong of the Righteous Sect. It was amazing that he could bear it for so long. Of course, it was also because of Ji Tiandao's torture in the past that he had become so tough today. An ordinary cultivator would have collapsed to the ground by now. Where is old Fourth? Lu Zhou asked faintly. Fourth junior brother fought a fierce battle with Fong Jinshan and others, but he was outnumbered and eventually fled after they wounded him. He paused for a moment and added hurriedly, I don't know where he is right now. Lu Zhou waved a hand. At the gesture, Wizard carried Yi Tianxin, who was in a coma, and landed in the courtyard within Evil Sky Pavilion. After placing her on the ground, it flew up in the air again and disappeared into the sky. Sixth junior sister? Duanmu Shang looked surprised. Yi Tianxin owned the amorous hoop, a heaven-grade weapon, and was ranked 9th on the black roll. Even so, she was so badly wounded, which was something he found hard to believe. Right now, the disciples there were all wounded except for little Yuaner, who was killing the cultivators like an unscrupulous wolf, filling Lu Zhou's ears with system prompts that informed him about the merit points he was rewarded. Lu Zhou turned slowly, and Zhou Jifeng trembled before walking quickly toward him from not far away. He dropped to one knee at about 5 meters away and said, I wish to join Golden Court Mountain and serve you. Ding! You have obtained a subordinate Zhou Jifeng, a divine court cultivator. You are rewarded with 100 merit points. Lu Zhou gave him a sideways glance. He did not nod or shake his head, but just said in a faint tone, tidy up the place. He had no time to listen to Zhou Jifeng's explanation, and he did not want to know what happened after he left Heavenly Sword Sect, so he just gave him an order. Yes, senior. Zhou Jifeng was overjoyed, and he unsheathed his sword. With a fierce look in his eyes, he leaped toward those fleeing Brahma sea cultivators. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou turned around and walked into the Evil Sky Pavilion. The interior of the pavilion was a secluded cultivation venue specially built by Ji Tiandao. Even a nascent divinity tribulation cultivator would need to use a very long time to break it with force. Lu Zhou pressed a secret switch, causing a door to buzz and slide open to the left. He stepped through it and closed it again. The world fell silent, and the effect of the peak form experience card ended at the same time. The enormous amount of energy in his dantian receded instantly like tides. Anyhow, Lu Zhou was quite calm. The interior of the pavilion was dimly lit, with only a faint light shining through the ceiling. This place was really suitable for cultivation. Lu Zhou did not need to pay more attention to what was going on outside. He needed to sort out his thoughts and reorganize his trump cards now. Name Lu Zhou. Race human. Cultivation base, the chi refining and soul forming stage of the sense condensing realm. Merit points, 6,674. Avatar, 3 condensing flowers. Remaining life, 5,506 days. Items, critical block cards, passive X7. Cultivation technique, 3 scrolls of heaven writing. Weapons, amorous hoop, Owner, Yi Tianxin. It needs to be refined again before it can be used. The peak form experience cards were indeed gone, and he only had 7 critical block cards left. A powerful enemy could attack 10 or even 100 times in the span of a breath, so 7 blocks did not mean much. Now that he had no more trump cards, what should he do? As the greatest villain of Golden Court Mountain, he was the target of many cultivators out there. Lu Zhou sat cross-legged between the shafts of light, lost in thought. The shield had been fixed, and it could stop any formidable enemies for 10 days to half a month. Moreover, after using 2 peak form experience cards in a row, Lu Zhou had shocked the righteous cultivators. No matter how stupid they would not dare to invade Golden Court Mountain again like this. The trip to Anyang had brought him over 6,000 merit points. Along the way, he had heard many system prompts, and it was expected that he would have accumulated so many merit points. The kidnapping of the Ci family, the submission of Pan Zhong, the capture of Yi Tianxin, all these had provided him merit points. As for those whom he had killed, he did not have the mood to count them. Talking about weapons, Lu Zhou did not expect that the heaven-grade treasure he seized from his disciple could be used again. However, it was not easy to refine a heaven-grade treasure, because it was extremely difficult to change it after it had recognized a master. In fact, it was more difficult than changing a person's mind. Ding! A divine court cultivator is killed. You are rewarded with 100 merit points. Ding! A Brahma Sea cultivator is killed. You are rewarded with 10 merit points. Lu Zhou shook his head. They were only 1 realm apart, and yet the reward was 10 times different. Now that he had plenty of merit points, he needed to think about how he should use them. Should he try lucky draws? To him, it was like gambling. Although he could accumulate luck points through lucky draws, what should he do if he were down on luck and kept losing? He thought he should just wait for a little longer until Little Yuaner and Zhou Jifeng had killed the remaining cultivators. Thinking that, he rose to his feet and glanced around. He seemed to have not come into the secret chamber for a very long time, so there were many things left forgotten in here. Although the chamber was dimly lit, he could still roughly see the things. Many cultivation techniques of the righteous sects were kept here, such as the ancient one-sword technique, the tranquil spell, the Tao Heart Sutra, and many others. From what he knew, they were not practiced by any of his disciples. He could understand the reason because these techniques were nowhere nearly as good as those given by the system. In addition to cultivation techniques, there were also some weapons. Most of them were just mystic grade and yellow grade, which were very inferior weapons in the eyes of nascent divinity tribulation cultivators. It was the same for Lu Zhou, and he lost his interest after briefly glancing at them. They were all covered in a thick layer of dust, meaning that they had not been touched for a long time. Most of them were old, and Lu Zhou could not remember where they came from or how to use them. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Evil Sky Pavilion, Yi Tianxin woke with a start from the excruciating pain in her abdomen. She opened her eyes with great difficulty and looked around her. This is the Evil Sky Pavilion? It was the place where the ceremony of her joining the sect was held many years ago, and she recognized it at a glance. Everything here was familiar to her, every tree, wall, even the lines on the walls. Right then, a somewhat weak voice rang out. Sixth junior sister? Yi Tianxin was taken aback. She hurriedly turned toward the voice and saw Mingshi stagger toward her. His hair were disheveled, face dirty, and chest stained with blood. Fourth senior brother? Mingshi sat down beside her and showed a tired smile as he said, Junior sister, it's right to come back. What? Yi Tianxin frowned slightly. She did not understand what he meant. Just get used to it. It is all tricks. Cough. Cough. Mingshi coughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Yi Tianxin put a hand on the ground and pushed herself up. The look on her face was rather miserable and puzzled. Tricks? None of it mattered anymore. She rested her eyes on Mingshi. In addition to the bloodstain, he had dirt on his body as well. There was also a long, narrow gash on his chest, which looked quite scary. Under the bright sunlight, she saw that the wound had not scabbed. Flies were buzzing around the wound, attracted by the smell of blood and flesh. Was this her fourth senior brother whom the world feared? Was this Mingshi, a Tao-transforming divine court expert? Even flies were bullying him right now. I never thought I would see you like this one day, Yi Tianxin said weakly. The hot sunshine and dry air made her feel a little uncomfortable. Mingshi raised his hand and waved. She did not know whether he was driving the flies away or denying her. I'm just tired. That old thing left you all on the mountain to die. I can't believe that you willingly stayed behind to work yourself to death for him. Are you crazy? Yi Tianxin sneered. Mingshi was so tired that he could hardly keep his eyelids open, but he still replied, You don't understand. I'm not like you. I still respect Master very much. When he had finished, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Right then, a wonderful scene occurred. Tiny seedlings sprouted from the gaps in the ground around Mingshi and began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The branches grew from thin to thick, bursting through the earth and rocks as they wrapped Mingshi in them, blocking the hot sunshine and the flies. Yi Tianxin frowned and looked at the scene with disbelief. This? She instinctively moved back a little bit. The courtyard in front of Evil Sky Pavilion was huge enough to fill over 1,000 people, but she still moved back worriedly. A short moment later, she realized what was happening, and she murmured to herself, Senior brother has mastered the complete Bluewood technique. It was the essence of the Bluewood technique. When it was cultivated to the peak, it could revive and give the cultivator a new life. It also meant that after transcending the tribulation, Mingshi would become an expert of the same realm as Yi Tianxin. He would step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. When did the old villain become so generous? Yi Tianxin stared at the area covered by woods, stupefied. Master! A figure in blue clothes descended from the sky into the courtyard. It was little Yuan. She glanced around and saw Yi Tianxin. Humph! Where is my master, traitor? She put her hands on her waist and looked at Yi Tianxin with some hostility. The latter raised her head and glanced at the cute and innocent little Yuan as she shook her head and said, Little junior sister, come over here. I don't want to, said little Yuan. Can you tell me what the old thing has been doing all these years? Little Yuan crossed her arms and ignored her. That put a frown on Yi Tianxin's brow, and she shook her head helplessly. She knew it would be very difficult to know more about the old villain from her little junior sister. Little junior sister. Duanmushang's voice rang out from behind. Third senior brother. Duanmushang was not in good shape either. He was chained all over and covered in wounds, with a bloody nose and a swollen face. However, he could still walk and fight. Yi Tianxin sneered again, but she stopped immediately when she saw Duanmushang glare at her. Yi Tianxin, you have deserted the sect, betrayed master, and your treachery is hated by both man and heaven. How dare you laugh? Unlike Mingshi and little Yuan, Duanmushang had a calmer character, but he also had a fiercer temper. He knew Yi Tianxin played a major role in the latest disaster of Golden Court Mountain, so he was mad at her. Senior brother, now that we are at this point, you don't have to be hypocritical anymore. Have you forgotten how the old thing used to treat us? Duanmushang paused. He joined the sect very early, and he naturally knew how their master treated his disciples. Had it not been because of that, how would he be betrayed by so many disciples? Yi Tianxin went on. Look at how bedraggled you all appear now. The old thing is about to die. When the time comes, I hope you will be as righteous as you are today. Shut up. Duanmushang's nostrils flared. Yuan, since master is not here, I want you to slap her in the face for me. Ah, do as I say. Oh. Little Yuan walked to her senior sister and closed her eyes as she raised a hand and threw it across Yi Tianxin's face. The slap was loud and clear, and it numbed the latter's cheek. Duanmushang reproached, With this slap, I hope you will remember that this is the Evil Sky Pavilion, the very place where you learned all your skills from master. If you dare to say anything rude again, don't blame me for not showing you mercy. His voice was so loud that it shook Yi Tianxin and rocked her qi and blood. Although Duanmushang was wounded, he had no problem making such a loud sound. Since Yi Tianxin had lost her cultivation base, she could not withstand it, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Senior brother, let me help you remove the chains," said little Yuaner. "No need. The chain is made from cold iron that is over 1,000 years old. I'm afraid only eldest senior brother's Jasper Saber and second senior brother's Longevity Sword can cut through it." Duan Mushang shook his head and sighed. Just then, Zhou Jifeng walked nervously into the courtyard, while carrying his sword on his back. This was the second time he had entered Evil Sky Pavilion, and his heart was in a flutter. Even though the 3 villains here were wounded, he was still very nervous and afraid, not to mention there was another moody little villain. "Stop!" little Yuaner shouted at him. "Greetings, S.A. seniors?" Zhou Jifeng cupped his fists and stammered. "You were a disciple of Heavenly Sword Sect, which is a famous righteous sect. Why do you want to join Golden Court Mountain? Are you not afraid of being laughed at by the world?" asked Duan Mushang. However, Zhou Jifeng was unperturbed. "If I were afraid of being laughed at, I wouldn't be standing here. Now that I'm here, it means I've thought it over. Old senior, where are you? Please give this junior a chance to explain." He dropped to his knees. Yi Tianxin gave Zhou Jifeng a complicated look before laughing. "Crazy? You're crazy. So many people are eager to stay as far away from Golden Court Mountain as possible, and yet you chose to join it. Are you so impatient to get yourself killed?" Zhou Jifeng did not look at Yi Tianxin. "Old senior has bestowed me with an act of kindness." "Kindness? This is so funny. So damn funny." Lu Zhou sighed after he roughly went through all the things in the chamber. They were all old items. Some were pretty good though and might come in handy later. He found that his merit points had not increased for a while, so he walked back under the light, considering how he would use them. 7,540 points. Lu Zhou looked at the merit points on the system panel as he opened the shopping mall. A mighty 4 quadrants avatar costs 5,000 merit points. He shook his head. The avatar could at most improve his cultivation base to the peak of the sense-condensing realm, which was not enough to keep his life safe. A 5 energies universe avatar was out of consideration because it cost 8,000 merit points. Weapons? Lu Zhou glanced at the weapons in the system. They were divided into categories such as sabers, spears, cudgels, halberds, and many others, and there were 4 grades as well, namely Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. It was just that good weapons needed a powerful cultivation base to support them. Cards. A reversal card cost 500 merit points, and a critical block card cost 100 merit points. They were expensive and not worthy enough to be his trump cards. Lu Zhou shook his head and glanced further down. An impeccable card? Impeccable card. Provides 10 seconds of damage immunity. 500 merit points. This card is not bad. It's almost like invincibility, but 10 seconds is too short. I will still be under threat after that. If there are no good counterattacks, I'd rather use a card that can help me flee. Nevertheless, it is still a good card, but it must be used based on the actual situation. Lu Zhou did not rush to buy it, but continued to look at other cards. Deadly Strike card. Provides an unspeakable power to deliver a fatal blow to the target. 500 merit points. Lu Zhou looked at the description of this card carefully. As an online game enthusiast in his previous life, he knew that if an item he got from killing a monster had the Deadly Strike ability, it usually had a very low chance of being triggered. However, this card did not have such a limitation. He looked to the right and then to the left but found no other description or limitation. Unspeakable power. What does it mean? Lu Zhou was lost in thought. No matter what power it is, this card should not be bad based on the description. I might buy it later. Top grade defense card. Reduce damage by 90% for 30 seconds. 500 merit points. Second grade defense card. Reduce damage by 60% for 30 seconds. 300 merit points. The more than a dozen cards after that were all defensive cards. Since Lu Zhou's current cultivation base was only at the sense-condensing realm, they were pretty much useless to him. After all, even after 90% of the damage was reduced, the remaining 10% was still more than enough to kill him. He shook his head. These cards are less useful than the impeccable card. Wait a moment. Why are most of them defensive cards? Is the system trying to make me a coward? Does it want me to let others beat me like a punching bag without fighting back? This is not the fighting style of the villainous Patriarch. He looked further down. There were only a few cards that showed question marks and did not even have descriptions. He guessed that the system must have hidden their descriptions and prices, just like what it did to the avatars of Thousand Realms Whirling and Myriad Supreme. All online game enthusiasts knew that it meant they were superior and powerful. After going through all the cards, Lu Zhou chose 3 impeccable cards and 3 deadly strike cards. The combination gave him both offense and defense. Suddenly, he had a terrible idea. What would happen if he attacked an impeccable card with a deadly strike card? Would it be the same as the tale of the strongest spear and the strongest shield? How could he try it? He felt a little embarrassed just thinking about it. Anyhow, he chose to ignore the rest of the defensive cards because offense was the best defense. In just the blink of an eye, he had spent 3,000 merit points. However, these cards did worth the price, so there was nothing to argue about. How should I use the remaining 4,540 merit points? Should I buy a few reversal cards to restore my lifespan? His body was the key to the recovery of his cultivation base, but the remaining merit points were only enough to buy 9 reversal cards and give him about 2,700 days of life. That was still much shorter than the lifespan he had previously, which was about 1,000 years. It was worth noting that the reversal card focused on reversal, which meant it could reverse growth but not add extra lifespan to his old body. What about lucky draws? He did not know what was wrong with his head, but the word lucky draws suddenly popped up. With the experience of the last round of lucky draws, Lu Zhou knew that the game could swallow all his merit points and give him nothing if he were down on luck. I should use the remaining merit points to improve my cultivation base, because it is the root of everything. Lu Zhou thought of the scene when he last produced the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. He noticed that the 8-leaf golden lotus beneath it had changed to 9-leaf. He had used a few peak form experience cards, and they were all the same, so why were the results different? Is it because of the heaven writing? He wondered what kind of cultivation technique it was. It was different from any of the techniques in his memory. It had no actual moves, no breathing methods, and no scriptures of controlling energy. Well, my cultivation base is indeed the root of everything, but before that, let me just try a few lucky draws. The headquarters of the Nether sect was located on Pingdu Mountain north of you, a province in the western part of Great Yen. Inside the Great Hall of the Nether sect, my lord, I've found out everything. The Patriarch alone captured the palace master of the derived Moon Palace, and none of the Righteous Sect and Heavenly Sword Sect experts who invaded Golden Court Mountain survived. There was a throne in front of the speaker, shrouded in a cloud of black mist that blocked the view. I see. A hoarse voice drifted out of the mist. My lord, the palace master of the derived Moon Palace was your junior sister. Her assault of the Patriarch with the righteous cultivators failed miserably. The Yun sect, Tian sect, and Luo sect are infuriated, and they swear to kill everyone in the derived Moon Palace as a tribute to their dead disciples. Do you think we need to help her? The great hall fell silent. After a moment of quiet, the voice rang out of the mist. She deserves it. We don't have to do anything. Understood, my lord. The man cupped his fist and bowed before continuing. There is one more thing. Tell me. The spy we planted in the imperial household reported that Lady Jade plans to wipe out Golden Court Mountain, and she even tried to convince the emperor to mobilize the imperial army. And the emperor punished her by forbidding her from leaving her chamber for 3 months. The black mist fell silent as if the speaker behind it was considering something. A brief moment later, the voice said, Great Yen is always at war, and the imperial army is the force guarding the capital city. How can it be transferred so easily? Lady Jade has shot herself in the foot this time. But the voice paused and then continued. She comes from the western regions and is not one of us after all. Keep a close eye on her. I will do as you bid, my lord. Also, the voice rang out again. Sword Freak loves to challenge others. Since the Clarity sect has many experts, Send him there. Tell him to avoid the sword devil. I'll do it right now. Duan Mushang, Little Yuaner, and the others waited anxiously in the courtyard. The sun was already setting, but their master had not yet shown himself. It's normal for master to calm down and recuperate after the battle. Little junior sister, stop walking around. You make my head spin, said Duan Mushang while rubbing his temple with a thumb. Meanwhile, Zhou Jifeng said respectfully, Old senior is a mighty expert. He will be fine. Look at how bright this shield is. Little Yuaner glared at him and said, Idiot! Yi Tianxin did not think so, and she said in a faint voice, If I were you, I'd go inside and have a look. He is very old and anything might happen to him. Right then, the mechanical sound of a secret door moving came from inside Evil Sky Pavilion, accompanied by the voice they were all very familiar with. Come in, all of you. Everyone including Yi Tianxin trembled, and their weariness seemed to have disappeared in that instant. Little Yuaner walked over with a smile as she grabbed Yi Tianxin's shoulder and said, Let's see how master will punish you. Lu Zhou had come out of the secret chamber and was standing outside with his hands clasped behind his back. Greetings, master. Greetings, old senior. Yi Tianxin was thrown to the ground. She raised her head, wanting to look at the old man's face, but all she saw was his back. Lu Zhou did not answer them. Instead, he paced from left to right while stroking his beard. Master, Little Yuaner called gingerly. Just then, she heard Lu Zhou murmur under his breath, Why can't I draw even a single prize? Ah, what are you talking about, master? Little Yuaner asked. Nothing. Lu Zhou cleared his thoughts as he slowly turned around and glanced at everyone present. He had a feeling that no matter whom he saw, they were all telling him, Thank you for trying. Little Yuaner could tell that her master was not happy, so she laughed playfully and said, Don't be angry, master. I've killed all the invaders. If you're still not happy, I can go back and stab their bodies a few more times with my knife. Zhou Jifeng? Lu Zhou raised a hand and said lightly, Where's Old Fourth? Old Fourth is badly wounded, but it also brought him a rare opportunity. He is now protected by woods and cannot come to see you, master, answered Duan Mushang while dragging the chain with him. Lu Zhou was surprised before he said, No one shall be near the woods for 7 days. It would take Mingshi in 7 days to break through under the wood's protection, and if the process was interrupted, he would never be able to step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm again. Yi Tianxin looked Lu Zhou in the eyes and said disapprovingly, You don't have to be a hypocrite. I'm pretty sure you'll sneak up on him in the middle of the night and give him a slap. Lu Zhou simply ignored her and said in an indifferent voice, Yuaner. Yes, master. Put her in the back of the mountain and let her face the wall to ponder over her misdeed. Yes, master. Little Yuaner walked up and grabbed Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin shivered at the thought of the cold and lonely environment in the back of the mountain. She wanted to resist, but her dantian was empty, and she could not even muster a trace of energy. After that, Lu Zhou's eyes fell on Zhou Jifeng, who immediately knelt and said respectfully, Old senior, I am willing to join Golden Court Mountain. Please take me as your disciple. Lu Zhou had not thought of taking a disciple since he traveled to this world. From what he learned, the old villain was at the height of his cultivation base when he started taking in disciples. With his current cultivation base, it was difficult for him to be sure that he would not take in some ambitious and treacherous people as disciples. Moreover, the current 9 disciples already gave him a headache, and he did not have extra energy to teach others. The bright moon shines over the sea. From far away we share this moment together. He thought of the poem the old villain used to look for disciples. There was one last place to be filled. He wondered why the old villain did not fill it, but it was no longer important. You have a great talent, but too bad you have cultivated the heavenly sword sex sword Dao. If you change to another cultivation technique now, you will only get half the result with twice the effort, said Lu Zhou. His message was clear. He would not take Zhou Jifeng as a disciple. Old senior. Zhou Jifeng tried to plead with an eager expression. Lu Zhou slowly raised a hand and cut him off. before he picked up a book from the table beside him and lightly threw it in front of him. This is the Heavenly Sword Sect's ancient one-sword technique. With your talent, you should have no difficulty mastering it. Zhou Jifeng's eyes widened as he looked at the book with excitement. He was the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect once, and he certainly understood the meaning of this book. The ancient one-sword technique had always been taught by the master to the disciples. It was taught level by level, and only when the disciples had learned the first level would the master teach the second level. Although Zhou Jifeng had almost completely mastered it, Luo Changfeng never taught him all the sword techniques. This phenomenon not only existed in the Heavenly Sword Sect, but also in the other righteous sects in the world. Everyone thought it was a tradition and disciples thought it was normal, so no one had ever questioned it. He never thought that Lu Zhou would throw him the sword technique, which was regarded as a precious treasure by the Heavenly Sword Sect, as if it were something worthless. How could he not be excited? With the sword technique, he did not have to worry that he would not reach the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Thank you, old senior. Thank you. Zhou Jifeng held the book with both hands and kowtowed, touching his forehead on the floor so that it made a loud sound. Duan Mushang said, "Since you are not a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, you will address my Master Lord Pavilion from now on." "Yes, I understand," Zhou Jifeng said respectfully. "There are many accommodations in Evil Sky Pavilion. Apart from the East Pavilion and the South Pavilion, you can choose anywhere to stay." "I understand. You may leave us now." With the book in his hands, Zhou Jifeng bowed and withdrew from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. It was plain that Duan Mushang was more experienced in managing disciples. When Zhou Jifeng was gone, Duan Mushang bowed and said, "Master, this Zhou Jifeng is a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect after all." It would take too much time for Lu Zhou to explain, and he had to tell Duan Mushang about Zhou Jifeng's parents and the murder of his father. It was too troublesome, so he simply waved a hand and said, "I have my own plans." "I understand, Master." Duan Mushang dared not to say he did not understand. Lu Zhou took one look at the chain around him before turning and walking toward the inside of Evil Sky Pavilion. Duan Mushang was about to say something when he vaguely heard his master murmur, "Luck should have turned." He quickly dropped to his knees and said, "Have a good rest, Master." By the time he looked up, his master was already gone. He wiped away the sweat on his cheek and tugged at the chain around him. He thought of asking Lu Zhou to remove the chain, but it seemed he had to bring it with him for the time being. He realized that his master's indifferent attitude toward the disciples had not changed after all. After locking Yi Tianxin in the back of the mountain, little Yuan returned to Evil Sky Pavilion. She did not see her master, but only saw her third senior brother, who was sighing with a sad face. "What happened to you, senior brother?" she asked. Duan Mushang waved his hand and said, "Nothing. I just feel that Master seems a little absent-minded." "Absent-minded? Did Master ask you to do anything just now?" "No, he didn't. But he did say something." "What is it?" "Master seems dizzy," said Duan Mushang. "Dizzy?" Little Yuan nodded and said, "Master must be dizzied from all the riding and flying with Wizard. After all, he is old already." "That makes sense." "Senior brother, how should we deal with that traitor?" "We'll discuss after Old Fourth transcends the tribulation, since he's the cleverest among us. If such a traitor is not punished, how can we face Master again?" Duan Mushang said sternly. "There's one thing I can't figure out, senior brother. She had already deserted the sect, but why does she still want to kill Master?" Little Yuan felt angry at the thought of it. Duan Mushang sighed. "Junior sister Tianxin is actually an unfortunate girl." "Unfortunate?" Little Yuan lifted both hands and pointed her index fingers against each other as she said, "I'm also very unfortunate." Duan Mushang was speechless. "I'm going to heal my wounds. I'll leave this place to you." "Oh, take care, senior brother." Lu Zhou looked at the remaining merit points on the system interface. He had spent 3,000 points on lucky draws, which left him with 1,540 points. His luck points had accumulated to 60 as well. He wondered if he should try again. He had truly been down on luck. Lucky draw. Ding! This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. He had 61 luck points now. Very good. Lu Zhou was in a calm state of mind. He decided to stop now, thinking that he should wash his hands before he tried again. Suddenly, he thought of the ripples he saw when he read the heaven writing in the Ci family's residence. And he said to himself, I will read the heaven writing to change my luck. Lu Zhou opened the interface of the heaven writing and glanced at the characters he could read. They had not increased in number, and those he could not read had not decreased either. He judged that he had to repeatedly read the contents in the front part of the human scroll and comprehend the meaning in them before the latter part would be slowly revealed to him. He wondered why there were some extra characters the last time he read it when he had not comprehended anything. This showed that the heaven writing was comprehensible, but it was somewhat difficult. The light in the chamber was still dimmed, but Lu Zhou immersed himself in reading and comprehending the heaven writing. Time ticked away, and at some point in time, the magical scene appeared again. Faint specks of light could be seen flickering over the dimmed light source. However, Lu Zhou was not aware of that. He kept his legs crossed as he read, and soon 3 days had passed. On Golden Court Mountain, Zhou Jifeng was absorbed in practicing his sword technique. Duan Mushang was healing his wounds in seclusion, and Mingshi Yin was at the critical juncture of breaking through. Little Yuaner was the only person who had nothing to do. She was bored, but she could not leave the mountain. Fortunately, the mountain was protected by the shield, so she did not have to worry and be on guard against possible enemy invasion. On the 4th day, when she came to the courtyard again, there were movements in the cluster of wood. She thought she heard a creaking sound, and she bolted into the courtyard as fast as lightning while glancing around. 4th senior brother? She noticed that the wood stacked on top of one another was expanding and growing at an incredible rate. Finding it strange, Master said it will take 4th senior brother 7 days to transcend this tribulation. How can he be so fast? Before very long, the wood had grown to almost the same height as the evil sky pavilion. Little Yuaner was forced to keep moving back because half of the courtyard was occupied by it. She could not leave, however, so she simply flew up the air and wheeled around it. Boom! Suddenly, the wood burst apart, strewing the sky with broken branches. Little Yuaner quickly released her energy to keep them from hitting her. In the next moment, a figure flew out of the cluster, his body emanating waves of energy that rippled across the void like water. Little Yuaner retreated some more and managed to block the waves, which shook even the evil sky pavilion. An energy vortex was formed in the courtyard, with Mingshi Yin floating in the middle, his eyes closed and his arms outstretched. Congratulations, 4th senior brother, on stepping into the nascent divinity tribulation realm, Little Yuaner said in a joyous voice. Lu Zhou, who was studying the heaven writing in the secret chamber, was alerted by the shaking as well. He was absorbed in reading when the bookshelves, weapons, and other miscellaneous things around him swayed and jumped, waking him from deep thoughts. No one would feel happy in this kind of a situation. It was like someone suddenly woke him up when he was sleeping soundly. It had only been 3 days that he did not discipline the group of villainous disciples, and now they were making so many noises that it almost brought his roof down. How dare you! Lu Zhou scolded in a faint voice and waved his arm before he continued to read the writings. Mingshi Yin, who was supported by the energy vortex in midair over the courtyard, was enjoying the pleasure of breaking through a new realm. His arms were outreached, his eyes closed, and he wore a satisfying smile. Little junior sister, why did you wake up so soon, senior brother? It feels so good to step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Now that I have an avatar, the world will soon be mine. Senior brother has gained 100 tribulations insight avatar? Little Yuaner asked enviously. Mingshi Yin's eyes were still closed as he said lightly, Before you all came back, I had already stayed in the earth for a long time, so I didn't need 7 days to make the breakthrough. Watch closely, little junior sister. Buzz. At the moment he produced his 100 tribulations insight avatar, He saw a faint speck of light drift over from the top of Evil Sky Pavilion, and he heard a solemn voice at the same time. "How dare you!" A sizzling sound filled the air as the faint light corroded the energy waves, turning them into nothingness in a flash. What would happen when Mingxian was no longer supported by the energy vortex? Plop! He fell straight to the ground. Ouch! He did not dare to continue showing off. Hurriedly, he struggled to his feet and turned to the Evil Sky Pavilion as he dropped to his knees and said, "I'm sorry, Master." He should have gone to another place to show off and not floated over where his master was resting. Mingxian was too panicked to get up, both amazed by his master's skill and thankful that he was not hurt. Fourth senior brother, do you need to kneel to release your avatar? Little Yuaner slowly descended from the sky. Cough! Cough! Mingxian rose to his feet embarrassingly when he noticed no more reactions from Evil Sky Pavilion. He cleared his throat, pretending nothing had just happened, and said, "I've just stepped into the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and I'm still not used to it. Where is Master?" Little Yuaner told him what had happened over the last few days. After listening to her, Mingxian furrowed his brow slightly and said, 6 junior sister's cultivation base is destroyed, and she is now locked up in the back of the mountain? Yes. I'll go and have a look at her. Leave everything on the mountain to me. I need you to gather information at the station in Tongzi. Master will certainly ask about that when he comes out of seclusion, Mingxian said. Fourth senior brother is so thoughtful. I'll go right now. Little Yuaner jumped happily. Stay out of trouble. After saying that, Mingxian scratched his head. It did not sound like him, but why did the words come naturally out of his mouth? Don't worry. I'm a very kind girl. Little Yuaner turned and bolted down the mountain at an astonishing speed. Mingxian turned and looked at Evil Sky Pavilion. He could not help but shiver at the thought of the warning that he heard just now. He thought he could relax a little bit after stepping into the nascent divinity tribulation realm, but it seemed that he still had a long way to go. He stepped out of the courtyard, moving like a phantom. Before this, his every step would take him 100 feet away, but now it took him 300 feet away. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the back of the mountain. You! Mingxian saw Zhou Jifeng, who was practicing with a sword. Zhou Jifeng panicked when he saw the phantom-like Mingxian. He quickly put away his sword and the book before cupping his fist guiltily at Mingxian. Greetings, fourth senior brother? He was not a disciple of Evil Sky Pavilion, so he did not know how he should address the man. Mingxian grinned wickedly and said, I heard little junior sister say that you are a rare genius of the heavenly sword sect. She's flattering me. I don't deserve that. Well, you can be my practice target. Mingxian flexed his muscles. What? Zhou Jifeng did not understand what he meant. Buzz. 100 Tribulations Insight. A 20 feet tall and 5 feet wide avatar emerged behind Mingxian. Zhou Jifeng glanced at it and murmured, Such a small 100 Tribulations Insight. What did you say? Plop. Zhou Jifeng fell to the ground as he tilted his head and said, It's so strong. Mingxian frowned slightly, wondering if the avatar of the nascent divinity tribulation realm was really so strong. So much so that it had made Zhou Jifeng faint before he could attack. A rare genius? You are mediocre at best. He turned and started toward the cave of reflection at the back of the mountain. Zhou Jifeng carefully opened his eyes, patted himself on the chest as he took a deep breath to calm the boiling qi and blood in him. If he did not make it look real, he would not be able to deceive a villain like this. He would rather hurt himself than be beat by others. Inside the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. Right then, the light specks near the light source disappeared. After studying it for a few days, he had a new understanding of the heaven writing. He felt as if he had had a long dream. However, many of the meanings were obscured and hard to understand, and he needed to continue studying them. He opened the system interface. I have 61 luck points. Lucky draw. Ding! This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. My luck has not changed. Is it because I used the wrong posture to draw? He slowly rose to his feet and continued drawing, but he got the same result 4 times in a row. It's a rip-off. It turned out that his posture had nothing to do with the outcome. Although he repeatedly complained in his mind, Lu Zhou kept a straight face, which was already very dark. 66 luck points. Will they bring me better luck? Women had a sixth sense while men had keen intuition. He was certain that he would get something this time. Lucky draw. Ding! This lucky draw costs 50 merit points and 66 luck points. You have received 1 reversal card. Lu Zhou was on the verge of flying into a rage. But he took a deep breath and looked into the dark distance with his deep old eyes. Fuck. Never mind. Swearing is not the style of a villainous patriarch, nor is it consistent with my status. After spending so many merit points and luck points, he only got himself a reversal card. He did not know whether to laugh or weep. He wanted to complain about the system, but whom should he turn to? He had never been so angry before, not even when he had failed 15 times in a row while trying to craft a weapon in an online game in his previous life. Lu Zhou glanced at the remaining merit points. He still had 1,190 points. It seemed that the game of lucky draws was dangerous. Should he stop playing now while he still had some points? Lucky draw. Ding! This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. You have received a weapon. Unnamed. You have received a mount. Buy-in. Lu Zhou? The draw that spent his 66 luck points only gave him a reversal card, but this draw, which spent 0 of his luck points, had given him a weapon and a mount. Lu Zhou did not know what to say. Unnamed. The weapon was carelessly named, but it did not matter. He had spent so many merit points on it. Surely it was better than the pile of scrap metal in the secret chamber, right? As Lu Zhou called its name, an irregular-shaped, faintly glowing object slowly appeared in his palm. It was round in shape at this moment and oval in the next. What is this thing? Lu Zhou frowned. He tried to ask the system for some hints, but the system did not answer him. He waved a hand and the black object disappeared. Then, he saw it appear in the item menu of the system like a black stone. He glanced at it and saw a row of tiny words beneath it. Unnamed can change into any weapon according to your thoughts, and the higher your cultivation base is, the stronger it becomes. It appeared to be an extraordinary item, and Lu Zhou's interest was aroused. He lifted his right hand and a weapon appeared in his palm. This time it was a sword, an exquisite short sword which looked more like a dagger. After that, it transformed into a saber, a spear, a cudgel, a halberd, and many other weapons. I understand now. It was a weapon that could take different forms at will. Although it was only a weapon, it was better than 10 weapons. He had hit a jackpot. Let's try its power next. Meanwhile, Mingshi arrived in the Cave of Reflection. When he saw the sad-looking Yi Tianxin, he said, "Junior sister, do you want to have a look at my 100 tribulations inside Avatar?" Yi Tianxin? She frowned her brow slightly and stared at Mingshi, who appeared all of a sudden. If you are here to kill me at the old villain's order, just do it. You don't have to show off. Mingshi scratched his head and said embarrassingly, "Well, I didn't mean it. I don't care if you want to kill or torture me. Just be quick about it." Yi Tianxin turned her head away. Mingshi shook his head as he sighed and said, "Junior sister, if Master wanted to kill you, he would have done it. Then why did he send you here?" "He did not. I come here on my own will. After all, you are my junior sister, and I can't let you go astray," said Mingshi. Yi Tianxin laughed. "Go astray? You are the ones who have gone astray. Are you still holding a grudge against Master for that incident?" Yi Tianxin turned away from him again, her face and eyes growing cold. She did not want to mention the past. Mingshi walked over and sat down beside her. He waved a hand and the cave lit up instantly. "I joined the sect earlier than you and suffered more than you. Did I ever complain about anything?" Mingshi said. "Bah! I seem to remember that you are the one who cursed the most behind his back." Cough! Cough! Mingxirin glanced hastily out of the cave and said embarrassingly, "Times have changed. Master is very kind now." "Kind? Fourth senior brother. This joke is not funny at all," Tianxin said while shaking her head before looking down at her bedraggled appearance. What she was trying to tell him was obvious. "I'm not joking." Mingxirin stood up and clasped his hands behind his back as he said with a serious tone, "After living for a long time, Master's thoughts have become clear. His attitude today is quite different from what it used to be." "So what? Why can't you understand me?" Mingxirin said angrily. "Master didn't even take what we did to heart. But I did. As long as that old thing still lives, my heart will not be at ease." Pack. Mingxirin suddenly raised his hand and slapped Yi Tianxin. He did not use energy, of course, and just slapped her face like an ordinary person. The slap struck Yi Tianxin dumb, but she looked up stubbornly into his eyes. Mingxirin raised his hand once again. Swoosh! Yi Tianxin closed her eyes. However, the palm stopped a foot from her cheek and did not hit her. Mingxirin shook his head as he sighed and patted her shoulder instead. "You should ask in front of Master. That's all I have to say. You're on your own now." He felt that there was no need for him to persuade her further. He turned and was about to leave when Yi Tianxin called out, "Wait a moment. What else do you want to say? My sisters in the derived Moon Palace will definitely come to rescue me. If possible, I hope senior brother can show them mercy." Yi Tianxin's voice grew lower and sounded like she was pleading with him. When he heard that, Mingxirin laughed and said, "You really flatter yourself. How would they come to rescue you when they are mired in their own problems now?" "What do you mean? The Yun sect, Tian sect, and Luo sect have lost so many divine court experts. Do you think they will blame it on Master? No. Their first target will be your derived Moon Palace." After saying that, his body flickered, and he was gone in the next instant. A hush fell over the cave of reflection while Yi Tianxin looked stunned and at a loss. At the moment Lu Zhou produced unnamed, he heard a system prompt. "Ding! You have disciplined Yi Tianxin and are rewarded with 100 merit points." He did not expect that. Well, no matter which disciple disciplined her, at least it shows that Yi Tianxin still has some value. He controlled the unnamed sword and made it spin rapidly in his palm before stopping and grabbing its hilt. "With my cultivation base in the sense-condensing realm, I still can't control it at will." The sword cut at a saber placed on the weapon rack beside him. Bam! Sparks flew everywhere. The saber was intact and so was the unnamed sword. This was the item he got from the lucky draw when he had 0 luck points. It is indeed a piece of junk. The unnamed sword flew back into Lu Zhou's palm as a faint, pale blue light flashed across its edges. Just when he was about to test it further, he heard a calling from outside the chamber. "Master, Pan Zhong from the Clarity sect begs for an audience with you." He clenched his palm, and the sword disappeared. Although his few attempts at the lucky draw were not that smooth, he somehow managed to get something. At present, he was still not familiar with the unnamed, and he would have to take some time to understand it. Moreover, due to his weak cultivation base, he could not fully unleash its power. As for Bayan, he could only study it when he was free. After Lu Zhou left the chamber, the edge of the saber placed on the weapon rack flashed with a pale blue light and cracked with a small line. When he stood outside, Lu Zhou realized that he had not come out for a long time. The outside world was so bright that he felt uncomfortable for a moment. A few people were waiting for him in the Great Hall. "Old Senior. Old Mr." 2 men hastily knelt upon seeing Lu Zhou. Little Yuaner trotted over to help him as she smiled and said, "Master, when I went to the station to gather information, I saw both of them kneeling outside the shield, so I brought them up. Master won't blame me, right?" As he knelt on the ground, Pan Zhong glanced at the old man in front of him from the corner of his eye from time to time. He found it hard to imagine that this ordinary-looking old man was the villainous patriarch of Golden Court Mountain the world feared. The man beside him was Murong Hai, who was shaking and dared not to raise his head. "You're not causing any trouble in the station, are you?" Lu Zhou lightly knocked her head. "No, I didn't." And I got a lot of information, little Yuaner said. Lu Zhou nodded and turned his eyes to the two men. Stand up and talk. Pan Zhong got up without a problem, but Morong Hai staggered when he rose and nearly fell back down. When he finally stood up straight, his eyes met with Lu Zhou's, and he trembled and dropped to his knees again. Old mister, please spare my life. I was blind to have not recognized a mighty figure like you. What have I done to you? I've treated you kindly along the way, but why do you sound as if I've murdered your whole family? Lu Zhou thought to himself. However, he remained calm and expressionless. Yuaner, he called in an indifferent voice. Yes, master. Send him away. I understand, master. Morong Hai paused, but before he could say anything, little Yuaner had lifted him like a chick and bolted down the mountain. Pan Zhong was speechless and swallowed at the sight of that, thinking that his plan of joining Golden Court Mountain would not end well. Pan Zhong, Lu Zhou's eyes fell on him. The other shuddered as he cupped his fist and said, Old senior. Lu Zhou did not speak but turned to a chair and sat down slowly. Do you really want to join my Golden Court Mountain? Lu Zhou's eyes were deep, his voice old but powerful. Plop. Pan Zhong knelt and cupped his fist. Yes, I wish to join the Golden Court Mountain. Please accept me, old senior. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and glanced at Pan Zhong's eyes. Although he only cultivates the 3 Yin styles and has brought himself a body filled with a bitter chill, he is actually a talented man. After considering for a brief moment, he said faintly, People all over the world are afraid of me. Righteous sects and cultivators all over the world want to get rid of me. Even my disciples want to kill me. Pan Zhong's heart fluttered when he heard that. He did not know what Lu Zhou was going to do and what his purpose of saying that was. After you join Golden Court Mountain, I'll naturally protect you. However, if one day... Lu Zhou paused. Pan Zhong finally understood, and he quickly kowtowed while saying, If I harbor ill intentions against Master one day, I will be cut into 1,000 pieces alive. His loyalty had increased by 10%. Very good. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, I always honor my words. You may rise. Thank you, old senior. Pan Zhong stood up nervously. Right then, Mingshi walked into the great hall. His face was all smiles, and he was in high spirits. He nodded at Pan Zhong before dropping to his knees in front of Lu Zhou. Master, I've broken through into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Pan Zhong was shocked when he heard that. Any cultivator who could reach this realm was an expert, and Golden Court Mountain had produced a few of them. So, how could he not be shocked? Lu Zhou nodded and said, When you enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm, you will gain the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. Your cultivation base will be different with each leaf your avatar opens. Remember, you must not be arrogant and look down on others. I will remember Master's teaching. Mingshi kowtowed honestly. Ding! You have disciplined Mingshi and are rewarded with 100 merit points. Pan Zhong was puzzled as he watched that. He heard others say that the old villain of Golden Court Mountain was a short-tempered man, who killed people without batting an eye and was cruel and merciless in the way he treated his disciples. However, what he witnessed now was completely different from what he had heard. Instead, he felt that the old senior was a good teacher, and he was so much better than those old bigots of the Clarity sect. Instead, he felt that the old senior was a good teacher and so much better than those old bigots of the Clarity sect. Master, I had gone to teach Tianxin a lesson when I heard she was being locked up in the Cave of Reflection, Mingshi said. Lu Zhou's face was calm. So, it is old Fourth who did that. However, he thought that it was inappropriate to deal with Yi Tianxin in a rush, so he said, Let her reflect on herself in the cave. Also, Old Eighth and Old Fifth are involved in the kidnapping of the Ci family as well. Mingshi rolled his eyes and said, Master, since I've just stepped into the nascent divinity tribulation realm, I need to practice my skills with someone. Why don't I go capture Old Eighth and bring him back, so that Master can punish him? He did not mention his 5th junior sister Xiaoyu, because no one knew where she had gone. Although Old Eighth is weak, he is backed by Old Seventh. Even if Ming-Sher brings him back, it won't do much good and will also alert Old Seventh. After considering for a moment, Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "Leave him alone for now." Ming-Sher was puzzled, but he bowed and said, "I understand, Master. I'm tired. Leave me." "Yes, Master." Ming-Sher winked at Pan Zhong, who looked somewhat absent-minded. "Say Senior." However, Ming-Sher dragged him out of Evil Sky Pavilion. When they got outside, he grinned wickedly and said, "You are the newcomer? Greetings, Fourth, Mr. Fourth." "Haha, I like that. Hey, do you want to look at my 100 Tribulations Insight avatar? Pan Zhong?" Right then, little Yuaner bolted up the mountain, leaving numerous afterimages behind her. "Fourth senior brother. Little junior sister? You're here just in time. Come and have a look at my 100 Tribulations Insight avatar." Ming-Sher stretched out his arms as if he were going to hit someone. Little Yuaner hurriedly said, "I'll look at it next time, senior brother. There is a group of cultivators at the foot of the mountain. I suspect someone is trying to invade Golden Court Mountain again." Ming-Sher was overjoyed when he heard that. "Excellent. I'll go and have a look now. You don't have to trouble Master with this kind of trifle matter. I can kill them all alone. Senior brother, they are all female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace." Before she could say that, however, Ming-Sher had already disappeared. Pan Zhong looked confused and did not know whether he should follow or not. Little Yuaner stamped her feet helplessly. When she turned around and saw his stupid look, she said angrily, "What are you looking at? I'll cut your eyes out if you look again." Pan Zhong. When did I look at her?" Ming-Sher could not wait to show his new prowess. He unleashed his energy as he made his way down the mountain, eager to reach the foot as soon as possible. When he arrived and saw the cultivators outside the shield, he grinned wickedly and said, "100 Tribulations Insight." He was a nascent divinity tribulation expert after all. Although his avatar was only 20 feet tall, its prowess was not something that any divine court cultivators could compare with. So, as soon as the group of female cultivators outside the shield saw the avatar, their expressions changed. "An avatar? 100 Tribulations Insight." The leading female cultivator frowned. "Run!" Someone wanted to flee. "Wait. This 100 Tribulations Insight avatar is smaller. He should be an early-stage nascent divinity tribulation cultivator. The villainous Patriarch's avatar is over 100 feet tall. This is not him. Besides, where can we run to?" Even as the female cultivators were discussing worriedly, the 20 feet tall avatar had arrived over them. Ming-Sher glanced at them and said coldly, "Who are you? How dare you trespass Golden Court Mountain?" All the female cultivators dropped to their knees. Ming-Sher furrowed his brow slightly, as this was not what he had expected. The scene he had imagined was that he would force them to surrender, but they would refuse and he eventually kill them all with an ultimate skill. He did not understand why they were on their knees begging for mercy as soon as he appeared. The leading female cultivator summoned her courage and looked up at Ming-Sher who floated midair over them. She found that she did not know this man. However, she was sure that he was not the villainous Patriarch of Golden Court Mountain. "We are the disciples of the derived Moon Palace. Please help us, Senior. Please save us, Senior." All female cultivators bowed and cried out in unison. Ming-Sher was taken aback and felt embarrassed. It turned out that these female cultivators were not here to attack Golden Court Mountain, but for his 6th junior sister. Their master had destroyed Yi Tianxin's cultivation base and locked her up in the Cave of Reflection. So the disciples of the derived Moon Palace had lost their leader. Meanwhile, as the 3 sects in the southern part of Great Yen did not want to clash with Golden Court Mountain, they would vent their anger on the derived Moon Palace. The problem was, even if they needed help, they should not have come to Golden Court Mountain. Ming-Sher was puzzled and he carefully studied them. There were about 100 bedraggled-looking female cultivators. Some with messy hair, some badly wounded, and some who could not even stand by themselves. He sighed and retracted his avatar as he descended from the air. For her crime of deserting the sect and betraying Master, sixth junior sister is being locked up in the back of the mountain. Supposedly, all of you from the derived moon palace should be punished as well. I don't understand why you are here. Are you tired of living? Mingshi glanced at them with his wicked eyes, striking fear into their hearts. The notoriety of the villains of Golden Court Mountain was not without foundation. Senior, please save us for our palace master's sake, the female cultivator pleaded. This was beyond Mingshi Yin's expectations. He wondered if the derived moon palace were really so desperate and had nowhere else to turn to. No, he turned away from them. Are you kidding me? Your survival has nothing to do with me. You should count yourself lucky that I chose not to kill you. He was about to leave when he heard a bizarre bell drift over from a distance. Oh! Mingshi frowned slightly and turned around to look at the sky in the distance. The sky seemed to be enveloped in a dark cloud, from which came the bell ringing. Hearing that, the female cultivators of the derived moon palace turned pale with fear and quickly got up to run toward the shield. Unfortunately, only the people of Golden Court Mountain could travel freely through the shield. No matter how they tried, the shield stood in front of them like a solid brick wall, blocking them outside the mountain. Mingshi ignored the group of female cultivators and focused all his attention on the dark cloud. His intuition told him that it came with an ill intention. Moreover, someone who could travel in this way should be a mighty figure. The people of the Fiend Temple are here. It's the Fiend Temple. Please, Senior, let us through. We are willing to serve you. Are they really the female cultivators of the derived moon palace under Yi Tianxin's leadership who took the world by storm? Thought Mingshi as he gave them a sideways glance and felt slightly disappointed. When a power lost their nascent divinity tribulation expert, the remaining divine court cultivators were just underlings incapable of accomplishing anything, no matter how strong they were. The Fiend Temple? Mingshi felt strange. He thought the derived moon palace should be attacked by the three sects from the southern part of Great Yin. What was up with the Fiend Temple then? He glanced at the female cultivators again and felt unhappy when he saw them trembling in fear. This is ridiculous. How can there be another power that is scarier than Golden Court Mountain? Why are they afraid of Fiend Temple but not Golden Court Mountain? It was not until the dark cloud got close enough that Mingshi managed to see what it was exactly. It was not a dark cloud, but a square array with many cultivators forming up a ring around it, all of whom wore black robes. In the middle of the array was a huge ink-colored dragon chariot. Interesting. Mingshi clasped his hands behind his back and waited quietly. The three men ranked on the top of the black roll were Ji Tiandao, Yu Zhenghai, and Zhu Xinchan. The ranking of the black roll was determined by the evil deeds done by cultivators and not the level of their cultivation bases. However, in general, those who ranked in the black roll were either extremely strong or very cunning. The person in the chariot was Zhu Xinchan, who was ranked third on the black roll and was also the #1 expert of Fiend Temple, second only to their sect leader. What made Mingshi feel strange was the question as to why they suddenly attacked the derived moon palace. Fiend Temple and Golden Court Mountain had always been minding their own business. Ding! The bell from the ink-colored dragon chariot was unpleasant to the ear. Finally, the chariot stopped about 100 meters from the shield, hovering in the air while the bell stopped ringing as well. Mingshi did not move as he observed the chariot and the cultivators around it, which he found quite intimidating. After a moment of silence, a divine court cultivator flew out of the chariot. He stopped halfway between the chariot and the shield and bowed, cupping his fist as he said politely, "Fiend Temple has no intention of offending the Golden Court Mountain. Mr. Fourth, can you let us have this group of female cultivators?" Mingshi glanced back at the trembling female cultivators and thought, "I think I will look scarier if I dress like this guy." "Suit yourself," he said as he turned around and stepped through the shield. "Thank you, Mr. Fourth. We will certainly come back one day to express our gratitude." The black-clad cultivator beckoned. At the gesture, the cultivators around the chariot swarmed toward the group of female cultivators like locusts. "Hold on." Right then, Mingshi walked out again. "Is there anything else, Mr. Fourth? I almost forgot about Master's new routine. He likes to treat people kindly these days. Right as he said that, he lifted a hand. The shield beside him wobbled, and then the female cultivators staggered and fell through it. From the mouth of the black-clad cultivator, the group of female cultivators found out that this man was the fourth disciple of Golden Court Mountain. So, after they all passed through the shield, they knelt and cried out, "Thank you for saving us, Mr. Fourth." Meanwhile, the black-clad cultivator frowned slightly. "Don't you think it is bad to go back on your word, Mr. Fourth?" he demanded in an unhappy and hoarse voice. Meanwhile, in Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou leaned back in a chair as he was taking a small break when he heard a system prompt. "Ding! You have received devout worship and are rewarded with 1,450 merit points." The sudden merit points stupefied Lu Zhou. Devout worship? Are all those villainous disciples going out to do kind deeds now? He was thinking about it when little Yuaner ran in from outside. "Master, fourth senior brother killed someone." Lu Zhou straightened up and said lightly, "What happened?" Little Yuaner told him what she heard and saw at the foot of the mountain. After listening to her, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. The female cultivators of derived Moon Palace were Yi Tianxin's subordinates. They were leaderless now with her locked up in the back of the mountain, and yet they still dared to come to Golden Court Mountain. It seemed that they were bolder than some men out there. However, they were just a group of female cultivators, with the strongest ones being divine court cultivators. Lu Zhou thought that it would be very tiring for someone as old as him if he had to handle everything himself. "It is only a minor thing you can handle yourself," he said softly. "Oh, have a good rest, Master. I'll keep an eye on senior brother," little Yuaner said. Lu Zhou leaned back in the chair and rested his forehead on a hand as he continued resting. "My head is already reeling from all the lucky draws these days, and I need to take a break. If I have the time to handle such a minor thing, I might as well use it to figure out the pattern of the lucky draws." At the foot of Golden Court Mountain, Mingshi grinned wickedly and said, "Why? Are you not happy with me?" That took the black-clad cultivator aback. He was about to say something when a clear bell rang out of the ink-colored dragon chariot behind him. He choked back his displeasure and flew back toward the chariot while the other black-clad cultivators formed up in orderly ranks and waited quietly for orders. Then, a voice echoed out of the chariot. "Mr. Fourth, may I see your master?" The voice was not loud, but the energy that came with it could make an 8 Meridians Brahma Sea expert suffer. Mingshi replied disapprovingly, "My master will not entertain a nobody like you." The chariot fell silent. Although the other black-clad cultivators did not move, he could feel that they were all fuming. "Since I'm in a good mood today, you're all allowed to go back to where you come from now." Mingshi was truly in a good mood today, and he was telling the truth. Yet, the remark sounded like an insult in their ears. Just when he was about to turn around and pass through the shield, he heard a resonating sound of energy. Buzz! The female cultivators of derived Moon Palace slumped to the ground as they stared at the black avatar over the dragon chariot in horror. Mingshi looked up and saw an ink-colored 100 Tribulations Insight avatar, which stood about 50 feet tall with a 4-leaf lotus beneath it. Under the avatar's power, a magical resonance occurred with the black-clad cultivators around the chariot, causing their auras to grow a few times stronger. "Mr. Fourth, am I qualified to meet your master now?" Mingshi frowned slightly. The man was very strong, and he knew that apart from his master, only his eldest and second senior brothers were strong enough to deal with him. However, Golden Court Mountain had long since lost its glory. "Ah, a nascent divinity tribulation expert. If you are here to show off your prowess, I'm afraid you have come to the wrong place," he said coldly. "I'll never dare to do that." The voice grew louder. "I'm Xianxia of Fiend Temple, and I'm here to beg an audience with old Senior G. I hope Mr. Fourth can bring me to your master." When the voice faded, the surrounding black-clad cultivators began to descend, and then the ink-colored dragon chariot followed to land on the ground. Soon, Xianxia walked slowly out of the chariot. He had a black and haggard face, as well as a pair of deep eyes, which made him look like a malnourished little old man. "I hope this will show you my sincerity," he said as he waved a hand. At the gesture, dozens of black-clad cultivators around him stepped back, leaving only 4 of them standing to his left and right. After that, he stared fixedly at Mingxirin. Mingxirin shook his head and thought, "Is he trying to threaten and scare me?" Just when he was about to reject, however, he heard little Yuaner's voice. "Fourth senior brother." Little Yuaner appeared outside the shield and said, "Master asks you to bring them up the mountain." Xuexinchan looked up slowly. When he saw little Yuaner floating in midair, he nodded and said admiringly, "Ah, Mr. Ninth, I've heard a lot about you." "Oh? Am I so famous?" Little Yuaner laughed. "Mr. Ninth is more than famous," Xuexinchan said unhurriedly. After joining Golden Court Mountain at the age of 10, Mr. Ninth had used only 10 days to step into the Mystic Enlightening Realm, 3 months to step into the Sense Condensing Realm, 2 years to open all 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea Realm, and 3 years to enter the Divine Court Realm. I'm certain that there is no one else in this world who can be a greater genius than Mr. Ninth. Mingxirin was speechless as he thought, "Is he really an expert who has an avatar with a 4-leaf golden lotus? Why is he so good at flattering others?" Little Yuaner was very happy when she heard that, so she said while smiling, "You have a glib tongue. Master says he will meet you in the Great Hall." Xuexinchan nodded slightly and glanced back over his shoulder. With that, the dozen cultivators moved back 1 more step. After that, led by Mingxirin, he brought 4 of his men and walked into the shield. When he was stepping through it, he stopped for a brief moment, causing the female cultivators of Derived Moon Palace to tremble with fear. He snorted at them before ascending the mountain. In the great hall of Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou sat on the throne that overlooked the audience. It had been a long time since he last sat on the seat, and he found it rather cold and uncomfortable. Duanmushang, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Zhong stood to his left and right. Before long, Mingxirin led Xuexinchan into the great hall. "Xuexinchan of the Fiend Temple offers greetings, old Senior Ji." He cupped his fist as he said that. Lu Zhou glanced at him and did not say a word. The great hall was silent. Since the villainous Patriarch did not speak, no one dared to make a sound or even move. After a while, he finally said, "Have a seat." "Thank you." Xuexinchan sat down in a chair, and he finally had a chance to look up at the villainous Patriarch who shook the world. He dared not to actively sense the mighty expert's cultivation level, so he just briefly judged it with his intuition. It seemed to him that the villainous Patriarch's aura was somewhat ordinary. However, it was a common practice to hide one's cultivation base in the cultivation world, so he was not surprised. Then he glanced at his surroundings. The great hall was not luxurious or majestic. In fact, it looked just like an ordinary sect without anything unusual. This was the Evil Sky Pavilion, the lair of villains that frightened countless people. "What do you want from me?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked. Xuexinchan cupped his fist and said, "I've long heard of Golden Court Mountain's great reputation. There are 3 things I wish to discuss with Old Senior today. In the past, Derived Moon Palace had attacked Fiend Temple many times. I'm glad to learn that Old Senior has captured their palace master. She deserves all the punishment from her master. However, I hope Old Senior can let me have the other female cultivators." He paused, but before he could continue with the second thing, Duanmushang shook the chain that bound him and said, "Derived Moon Palace is founded by a traitor of the Golden Court Mountain. You have no right to punish them." "Mr. Third has a point." Xuexinchan did not refute that. Instead, he went on, "The second thing is a task entrusted to me by Clarity Sect. Pan Zhong is a traitor of Clarity Sect, and they have given Fiend Temple the right to deal with him. Perhaps you don't know, but Pan Zhong was showing interest in joining the Fiend Temple not long ago. A man who changes his mind constantly is not qualified to stand inside the Evil Sky Pavilion." Duanmushang wanted to refute Xuexinchan again, but Lu Zhou slowly raised a hand and stopped him. "Continue." Xuexinchan bowed slightly and said, "If we can both agree on the third thing, we can forget about the first 2 things." As he said, he rose to his feet and his voice grew louder. We, the Fiend Temple and the Golden Court Mountain, are on the same boat, hated by those so-called righteous sects. Their top 10 experts have fought many battles with Old Senior, and their powers are increasing instead of decreasing. If Evil Sky Pavilion is willing to join hands with Fiend Temple, no one in this world will be a match for us. Bullshit. Duanmu Shang suddenly cursed. The swearing came way too suddenly. Duanmu Shang was a prudent man, and yet even he could stand it no more. After all, no one had ever challenged Golden Court Mountain like this before. Xianxia had mentioned 3 things, from which everyone could tell that he had little to no respect for Golden Court Mountain. A lowly sect like your Fiend Temple is not qualified to talk to Evil Sky Pavilion. Duanmu Shang glared at him with angry eyes. All the people present looked at Duanmu Shang, stunned, while Lu Zhou remained calm and hid his thoughts well. Instead of getting angry, Xianxia said, "Mr. Third, please pardon me if my words have offended you." Duanmu Shang was not good at talking, and he was always annoyed by cheeky people who talked vaguely. He was about to explode when Mingxirin rose and said, "Let me tell you something, Xianxia. Please enlighten me, Mr. Fourth. First, derived Moon Palace belongs to Yi Tianxin. Do you agree that when one beats a dog, one must answer to its master?" asked Mingxirin. "It makes sense. Second, since Panzhong has joined Golden Court Mountain, he is one of us, and Evil Sky Pavilion will not question his past. If you give him trouble, you are giving Evil Sky Pavilion trouble. It makes sense. Last but not the least, you are not qualified to join hands with Evil Sky Pavilion." "I'm sorry." The Great Hall fell silent again while Lu Zhou remained calm. He did not nod or shake his head. He just listened quietly. All of a sudden, Xianxia laughed as he shook his head and said, "I don't agree with your last point." "Why?" "Fiend Temple was not qualified to join hands with Evil Sky Pavilion, but that was when you were at your peak. Times have changed. Evil Sky Pavilion is growing weaker, and Old Senior G cannot reverse its fall even with his profound cultivation base. On the other hand, Fiend Temple is getting stronger every day, which has been witnessed by the cultivation world. Besides, making a friend is better than making an enemy." Once he had finished, Xianxia looked up and rested his eyes on Lu Zhou, as if he were waiting for his answer. He made it plain that he would ignore the opinions of others and would not be bothered by them, as he only cared about Lu Zhou's attitude. Lu Zhou still wore the same calm expression, revealing not even a hint of emotion. Then he raised a hand and lightly stroked his beard. A few moments later he finally said, "You are right." That gave little Yuaner a pause. She wondered if her master had become confused because of his old age. Shouldn't he be angry when a lowly sect like this made such a bold remark in Evil Sky Pavilion? Xianxia nodded and said in a cheerful voice, "Thank you for being so understanding, Old Senior." Lu Zhou suddenly said again, "Do you know why I asked you to come up here?" Xianxia said doubtfully, "Is it because Old Senior has guessed my purpose of visiting Golden Court Mountain?" Shaking his head, Lu Zhou asked, "You are cultivating the Fiend Zen, are you not?" "Yes, I am. There is no wisdom tree, nor a stand of a mirror bright. A Fiend Zen is rarely cultivated in this world. I heard you are the only one who has cultivated 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. Is that correct?" Lu Zhou continued asking. "Old Senior is flattering me." "That is correct." Xianxia could not help but feel proud when someone mentioned his best achievement. "I've cultivated the Fiend Zen for over 100 years, and it is because of this Fiend Zen hand seal that I can rank 3rd on the black roll." "Good, very good." Lu Zhou nodded and praised, which confused his disciples. Xianxia's words were prickly, insinuating that Evil Sky Pavilion was waning. How could their master not understand? Why was he praising this guy? What kind of a new routine was this? Right then, Duanmu Shang jumped forward and threw his palms out a few times in a row. "Show me what you can do." The sudden change surprised everyone, and they all watched the scene in shock. Meanwhile, Xianxia's eyes lit up as he said, "That's what I intend to do." This was his opportunity to show the strength of Fiend Temple. Waves of energy clashed as both men began to fight in the Great Hall. Master, Little Yuaner was worried that they would destroy the building. It doesn't matter. Let them fight. Lu Zhou watched calmly. Both men had precise control over their energies. Whenever a wave of energy was about to hit the building, it would disappear automatically. This was how experts fought each other. Despite the injury, Mr. Third is still so strong. I really admire your strength, praised Xianxia as he moved backward. However, Duanmusheng had not stepped into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Over the years, he had failed to make the breakthrough because Ji Tiandao had been suppressing him. As a result, when he truly fought Xianxia, his weakness began to show. Xianxia, on the other hand, looked very relaxed. Hand seals. Little Yuaner pointed at the hand seals thrown out by Xianxia and exclaimed worriedly. With the appearance of the hand seals, the strength of Duanmusheng's energy reduced significantly, as if it had been weakened. At the sight of that, Zhou Jifeng shook his head and said, "After all, he is one realm weaker." In fact, it was more than just that. Duanmusheng was already wounded before they began fighting, and he was chained as well. Third senior brother. Beat him. Beat him hard. Little Yuaner shouted. Bam! A hand seal hit the chain made of cold iron, sending sparks all over the place and pushing Duanmusheng back. Then, more hand seals flew toward him, each glowing faintly and looking like a real palm. Lu Zhou shook his head. Duanmusheng could be considered as invincible below the nascent divinity tribulation realm. He was not only tough but also fierce. It was a pity that he was one realm weaker than his opponent. It did not matter, however, because Lu Zhou had no reason to continue suppressing his disciples' cultivation bases like Ji Tiandao. The road of cultivation was long. All his disciples were amazingly gifted, and he knew that it was only a matter of time before they became mighty experts. Let me try. Mingshi leaped, moving as fast as lightning, while the endless energy emanated from his body devoured the hand seals in the blink of an eye. Oh! I didn't expect that Mr. Fourth has stepped into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Xianxia seemed to grow stronger as the battle progressed. The 4 men he brought with him stood straight like spears. They had absolute confidence in the strength of their sect's deputy chief. Bam! 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 The joining of Mingshi slightly stabilized the situation. After all, he was also a nascent divinity tribulation expert. As the battle grew intense, it became impossible for the energy waves to not touch the building's structure, no matter how precisely they could control them. Eventually, some pillars were hit and cracked. Pan Zhong and the others looked at Lu Zhou, but he just watched quietly as if what was happening had nothing to do with him. Mingshi Yin's bluewood technique showed its wonderful power at this moment. With it, he managed to reverse the situation and gain the upper hand. For a moment, energy waves and hand seals filled the whole great hall and dazzled all eyes. Suddenly, Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Watch out! I am not going to hold back my power anymore." Buzz! Right then, an avatar appeared. The source of a nascent divinity tribulation expert's prowess was in his avatar. Measuring 50 feet high, the ink-colored avatar was tall enough to destroy Evil Sky Pavilion. But strangely, it stood inside the building like a shadow without damaging anything. At the sight of it, Pan Zhong was speechless with fear, and he suddenly realized where Xianxia's confidence came from. This man is unusually strong. As soon as the avatar appeared, the situation reversed, and the terrible strength of a nascent divinity tribulation expert was perfectly demonstrated. In the blink of an eye, hand seals a few times larger than before shot toward Duanmusheng and Mingshi. Mingshi hurriedly produced his 20-foot-tall avatar and blocked the hand seals, but the impact knocked him back a few steps. When he finally managed to stabilize himself, he felt his chi and blood rock and his arms turn numb. After gaining the upper hand, Xianxia said indifferently, "Is Fiend Temple qualified to talk to the Evil Sky Pavilion now?" "Qualified my ass." It surprised everyone when they saw Duanmusheng flare up. Even Lu Zhou did not expect that his third disciple, who was calm, steady, and behaved as a kind senior brother in front of him, would turn into a boorish man. After shouting once, Duanmu Shang simply injected his energy into the chain that bound him and swung it fast and hard. Fortunately, the great hall was spacious enough, or else it would have been destroyed by him. Bam! 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 He jumped forward and dragged Xianxia into another fierce battle, filling the air with waves of energy again. Despite the fierce attack, however, everyone could tell that there was a gap between their cultivation bases, and that's Xianxia was purposely using Duanmu Shang to show his prowess. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou watched them fight in silence. He did not say anything, nor did he intend to stop them. By watching them fight, he could learn more about his disciples' strength and cultivation base while taking a good look at the strength of Xianxia, who was the deputy chief of Fiend Temple. Although Ji Tiandao had defeated the experts of the righteous sects many times and shown the world his mighty prowess, every righteous cultivator knew that he would grow old and weak one day. So far, no one in the cultivation world could break through this limitation. Fiend Temple, on the other hand, was the most ambitious sect in today's cultivation world. It had been building up its strength by gobbling up other sections. In the past, it had even clashed with the Nether sect, but there was never a large-scale conflict as they both feared each other's strength. Its attack of the female cultivators of derived Moon Palace was just an excuse, and its true purpose was to visit Golden Court Mountain, form an alliance, and show off its strength. However, did Lu Zhou really need an ally? And what made Fiend Temple think that they were qualified to be his ally? There were many powers in this huge world. Fiend Temple was not the only one who wanted to join hands with Golden Court Mountain, and it was nowhere near as good as others in terms of status, qualification, and strength. It was a little ridiculous when it proposed an alliance with just a deputy chief who ranked third on the black roll. Therefore, Lu Zhou did not stop his disciples from getting angry. As the battle progressed, the difference between their cultivation bases became more and more apparent. Then, Xianxia knocked Duanmu Shang back with a powerful blow and threw him into Pan Zhong's arms. Bam! The force of the impact sent Pan Zhong several steps backward, numbing his arms. "Mr. Third, you shouldn't fight him again," he urged. At this point, Duanmu Shang finally realized that the gap between their cultivation bases could not be made up by his incredible resistance. Mingshi jumped into the middle of the Great Hall again. The battle between two nascent divinity tribulation experts proved to be livelier because they needed to find ways to defeat their opponent while controlling their attacks, so that they did not cause major damage to the building. Just like Duanmu Shang, years of suffering from Ji Tiandao had made Mingshi stronger than any opponent of the same cultivation level as him. However, his opponent this time was a nascent divine tribulation expert with a four-leaf avatar. The battle had made Xianxia grow so conceited that he simply forgot himself. Under the enhancement of his four-leaf avatar, he cried out in a deep voice, "Understand the mind and see the disposition." Then, he placed one palm on top of the other over his dantian and kept his mind blank. The move was called Dhyana Mudra, which was one of the strongest moves of the Zen teaching. As soon as the seal appeared, it suppressed all the energy waves in the surroundings and knocked Mingshi flying backward. "Senior brother." Little Yuaner looked worried. The result horrified Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong as well. They could not believe that the deputy chief of Fiend Temple, Xianxia, was so strong. At the same time, they finally understood why Fiend Temple could become a terrifying power among the evil sects in just 3 short years. The battle was over, but Xianxia did not retract his ink-colored avatar, nor did he put away the Dhyana Mudra. He was very satisfied with the result as he looked up and said, "Are the 3 misters satisfied with the outcome of the battle?" The Great Hall was silent, and no one answered his question. "How could you have the cheek to show off? You are a nascent divinity tribulation cultivator, and you have a 4-leaf avatar," Little Yuaner said, unconvinced. "Mr. Third and Mr. Fourth are no ordinary cultivators. I was forced to use the Dhyana Mudra. Yes, I admit that I was bullying them by using this skill, and I beg your pardon." Little Yuaner had never seen such a shameless person before. If eldest senior brother and second senior brother were here, they would definitely beat the shit out of you even if you have a 6-leaf avatar, Little Yuaner said angrily. Xianxia knew that it was just a face-saving remark, so he did not take it to heart. It was then that Lu Zhou spoke again, in an old but powerful voice, Xianxia, that immediately attracted everyone's attention. You have used your Diana Madra cleverly. I thank old Senior Ji for the compliment. If possible, I wish to have a practice fight with old Senior Ji. That startled Duanmushang, Mingxiyin, Little Yuaner, Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong. The four men behind Xianxia also appeared to be slightly taken aback. It was not part of the plan. Even peak nascent divinity tribulation experts who owned 7 or 8 leaf avatars would not dare to make such a request. They wondered what their deputy chief's purpose was in doing this. He had already achieved the goal after defeating Duanmushang and Mingxiyin, so why did he have to make an unnecessary move? Lu Zhou's eyes were indifferent and his expression was calm. He was not surprised by the request. In the center of the great hall, the Diana Madra glowed like ink, while the avatar kept its illusory form, showing everyone its mighty power. They seemed to be waiting for Lu Zhou to fight them. Xianxia raised his voice and said, Old Senior Ji doesn't have to worry. My Diana Madra can block ultimate skills. If Old Senior can defeat me in less than 10 moves, I'll be at your disposal. His tone was proud and somewhat arrogant. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet and rested his eyes on Xianxia. Evil Sky Pavilion is no longer as powerful as it used to be. His strong voice grew louder as he said, but it is still not a place where mean creatures like you can act wantonly. When he had finished, he stretched out a hand and spread his fingers, facing the palm outward. Meanwhile, a deadly strike card formed a tiny vortex in his palm. Spinning counterclockwise, the vortex suddenly expanded and burst into a blinding light. When the light reached its brightest level, Lu Zhou gently gave a flick of his sleeve. A supersized hand seal flew towards Xianxia, looking like the Buddha's palm. The Great Seal of the Fearless? Xianxia cried out. His Diana Madra was tiny when compared to it. Deputy Chief! The four men shouted at the same time. The indescribable power had frightened everyone present. How did the Buddha's palm hold down the monkey? It was exactly like the Great Seal of the Fearless. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the Great Seal of the Fearless devoured the Diana Madra. Xianxia widened his eyes as he raised both his arms and produced thousands of Diana Madras, while the power of his 4-leaf avatar exploded out. Despite all his effort, the Great Seal of Fearless pressed on, unhindered, and swallowed all the tiny Madras. Then, with a loud boom, the supersized seal crashed onto Xianxia's chest and knocked him flying backward, throwing him into the courtyard outside Evil Sky Pavilion. Bam! The crowd was surprised to see how strong he was, for he managed to survive the attack from the villainous Patriarch. When Xianxia was thrown into the courtyard, he did a backflip and brought himself down on both feet, cracking the stone slab that paved the ground as he landed. He managed to stand firm and straight, but his eyes were full of fear. The great hall was so quiet that one could even hear a needle drop on the floor. Lu Zhou's expression was as calm as ever. So, this is the indescribable power? He thought to himself. He never expected that the deadly strike card would come in the form of a Great Seal of Fearless, because he had never cultivated the Zen teaching before. In his memory, he only knew some of its basic seals and ultimate moves, and he had not tried to cultivate them. He did not understand why the card would produce that. He had barely thought of them when he used it. Deputy Chief! Deputy Chief! Xianxia's men rushed out into the courtyard with a frightened look on their faces. Their intuition told them that their leader could not withstand this attack. Duanmushang, Mingxiyin, Little Yuaner, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Zhong walked out of Evil Sky Pavilion behind them as well. Lu Zhou was the only person left in the Great Hall, and he slowly sat down. He did not need to follow them. The moment he attacked, he already felt the strength of the power. He was the only one who had experienced the power of Ji Tiandao's peak form experience card, so he knew how strong the card was. How strong was it exactly? Judging from what he felt just now, it seemed to be stronger than the peak form experience card, since it could knock Xianxia away. However, the latter managed to resist it, which seemed to prove that it was only slightly stronger than him. Is it a card that will adjust its power according to the opponent's strength? Lu Zhou wondered. It was a pity that he only used it once, so he did not have enough data to refer to. Nevertheless, it was indeed an indescribable power. The 4 black-clad cultivators approached Xianxia first, stopping about 10 meters from him and not going any further. From the broken stones scattered around him and the damaged ground, they could tell how great was the force he had used to stabilize himself when he landed. Deputy Chief. They found that Xianxia stood to the spot unmoving, as if he had turned into stone, staring at the evil sky pavilion in horror. Without going through what he had gone through, they could never understand his present mood and feelings. However, they were sure about one thing. He was defeated by just one move. The 4 men looked at Xianxia in horror. They had never seen him look like this. One of them went gingerly before him and raised a hand to wave it in front of his face. Yet he still stared straight ahead at the evil sky pavilion, unblinking. Right then, a gust of wind blew across the courtyard. Xianxia's ink-colored energy drifted out of him, and in the next instant, his whole body broke down into a cloud of dust, which was then carried away by the wind. In the span of a few breaths, he had disappeared from the world, leaving only the ground he had damaged and the 2 holes created by his feet. The expert who was ranked 3rd on the black roll had fallen. Duanmushang, Mingxiyin, and the others swallowed as they watched the scene incredulously. They were shocked, but at the same time, they felt that their anger had been vented. The unbridled fellow had brought this upon himself by acting wantonly in the evil sky pavilion. However, they felt that it was a little bit too savage to wipe him out with a palm strike. They could not help but wonder how profound was their master's cultivation base, and how many tricks he hid up his sleeves. As the disciples who had followed him for so many years, they had never seen him use a hand seal of the Zen teaching before. So, how could they not be shocked when he suddenly used one to kill Xianxia? After a long silence, Mingxiyin said, "Master's temper. He deserved to die." Duanmushang poked Mingxiyin. Mingxiyin nodded and said, "Yes, they all deserve to die." The 4 black-clad cultivators were in an awkward situation now. With Xianxia dead, they had lost their leader, so they shivered with fear and no longer wore the same proud expression. They were peak divine court experts, but so what? Every person in Evil Sky Pavilion was at least a divine court expert. Mingxiyin flexed his muscles as he grinned wickedly and said, "Do you want to see my 100 tribulations insight avatar? For, Mr. Fourth? You?" The 4 men were so scared that they could hardly talk, and they kept stepping backward when they saw Duanmushang and Mingxiyin about to leap toward them like they were some prey. Right then, Lu Zhou's voice rang out of the Evil Sky Pavilion. "Go back and tell your sect leader to restrain his men." Now that their master had spoken, Mingxiyin naturally dared not to attack the men again. "Get out of my sight." He glared at the black-clad cultivators. Inside Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou heard a system prompt that he was rewarded with 1,000 merit points. He had spent 500 merit points to purchase the card, and he had received 1,000 points after killing a nascent divinity tribulation expert with it. In other words, his earnings were double the cost. Although the card was amazing, he had to use it with care in the future. With its power so indescribable, he could not use it on someone he did not wish to kill. Previously, Lu Zhou asked Xianxia if he knew why he asked him to come up the mountain. He had 2 purposes. The first one was to learn about Fiend Temple's motive, and the second one was to try the card. If truth be told, he did not intend to kill Xianxia. Nevertheless, the man was already dead, and he might as well use it as a warning for the Fiend Temple. Duanmushang, Mingxiyin, and the others returned to the Great Hall. "Master is indeed the mightiest man in the world. The hand seal reduced that guy to ashes." Mingxiyin flattered. "Master, I want to learn that skill." Little Yuana ran beside Lu Zhou and massaged his shoulders like a filial granddaughter. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Don't be silly. You are cultivating the Supreme Purity Jade Slip, which focuses mainly on movement techniques and fist styles, and they contradict the Zen teaching. Are you not afraid that you will go on an evil path? People out there already call us evil. Little Yuaner murmured. Pipe down. Lu Zhou raised his voice. Little Yuaner pursed her lips and stopped talking. Duanmu Sheng felt a little puzzled, and he asked, Master, why did you let them leave? Before Lu Zhou could answer, Ming Shirin already said, Master just wants to make an example of Xuexinchan to scare the rest, and not really wants Fiend Temple to fall. Fiend Temple is ambitious and wants to expand its power, but eldest senior brother. The Nether Sect is its hindrance. If the Fiend Temple is gone, who will contain the Nether Sect? Duanmu Shang did not seem to quite understand. Xuexinchan is Fiend Temple's deputy chief after all. Now that he is dead, Fiend Temple will surely avenge him, right? You think too much. What can they do even if they are angry? Are they going to bring all their disciples and attack Golden Court Mountain? He left some words unsaid, but what he tried to say was obvious. Would Fiend Temple dare to attack Golden Court Mountain when even Yu Zhenghai dared not? Besides, Golden Court Mountain had repelled the top 10 experts not too long ago, and even the sect leader of Heavenly Sword Sect Luo Changfeng, who owned a 7-leaf avatar, was defeated by their master. Who would dare to attack them now? When he had finished, Ming Shirin looked proud of himself. Mr. Fourth has a point. It enlightens me, Pan Zhong said while bowing. He was puzzled as well, but the explanation cleared his doubts. Mr. Fourth is indeed a genius. That answered my doubts too, Zhou Jifeng said seriously. Ming Shirin was confused. Aren't these two fools flattering the wrong person? He thought and carefully glanced at Lu Zhou from the corner of his eye. Lu Zhou was not angry, as he was just thinking, this guy is really good at analysis and his points are clear and logical. There seems to be some truth in what he said. Meanwhile, the 4 black-clad cultivators returned to the ink-colored dragon chariot. All the other cultivators found it hard to believe when they learned that their deputy chief was dead, and they dared not to stay at the foot of the mountain any longer. However, it became extremely tough for them to control the chariot without Xuexinchan. In the end, they managed to take it to the air, but it flew very slowly. The dragon chariot flew back the same way it came. It was flying very slowly and had not even flown more than 100 miles after 1 hour. Cultivators in black robes surrounded it and kept pouring their energy into the vehicle. Suddenly, they saw a figure hovering in midair ahead of them. He wore a blue robe and had a head of disheveled black hair. His arms were crossed over his chest, with a sword carried on his back. The swordsman floated in midair with a relaxed look on his face, seeming to have been waiting for a long time. Faint wisps of energy swirled around him, and he was wreathed in an unspeakable, bizarre aura. Meanwhile, the sword behind his back glowed with a faint red light. Even if this group of black-clad cultivators had not seen much of the world, they could still recognize the aura of an expert. As a result, the ink-colored dragon chariot was forced to stop. One of the cultivators flew out of the ranks and asked politely, "May I know my lord's name and the reason for blocking our way?" The swordsman slowly turned around. His sharp-featured face was smiling, but there was a strange feeling in that smile, vague and hard to explain. With his arms crossed, he spoke like a gentleman. "I'm sorry. Oh, so it is a misunderstanding. All right then." The cultivator cupped his fist and said, "Farewell." Unfortunately, the swordsman did not get out of the way. He still wore the same smile while looking at the chariot and the group of cultivators. "I'm sorry," he said the second time, and the atmosphere grew bizarre. Then, the black-clad cultivators saw the sword on his back float up as streams of energy flowed out of his body to surround the blade. At the sight of it, the cultivator who flew out to speak widened his eyes and cried out, "Sword Devil? Abandon the chariot and run for your life." The black-clad cultivators moved as fast as lightning in all directions. However, the sword glowing with a faint red light split into 2, 4, and then 8, each shooting toward one cultivator. A rain of swords pierced the group of cultivators as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The swordsman still wore the same smile and crossed his arms over his chest. After his sword left him, he had stopped looking at those cultivators. "I'm sorry," he said the third time, After that, his figure swayed and disappeared. Meanwhile, in the great hall of Evil Sky Pavilion, when he saw that his master seemed to be thinking about something, Ming-Shi bowed and said, "Master, the cultivators of Fiend Temple have retreated. What should we do with the group of female cultivators from derived Moon Palace?" He was unsure of his master's thinking now. If it were in the past, the punishment would be death because their leader, Yi Tianxin, had deserted the sect and betrayed the master. Anyhow, Lu Zhou did not answer his question immediately but turned to look at little Yuaner. The little girl was innocent and simple, but she would come out with dangerous thoughts at times. So he wanted to test her. "What do you think we should do to them, Yuaner?" "Ah!" For a moment, little Yuaner was at a loss, and then she said in a low voice, "Why don't we just kill them all?" Cough, cough. Ming-Shi coughed and glanced guiltily at his little junior sister. Lu Zhou shook his head and tapped her on the head with his hand. "I know, master." "I'll set them free now," said little Yuaner while smiling. "When did I say I would let them go?" "Ugh!" At this point, Ming-Shi cupped his fist and said, "Master, recently I have found that many parts in Evil Sky Pavilion have broken down, and many places need to be cleaned up and fixed as well. Why don't we make them slaves and work for us?" Lu Zhou glanced at him and considered the idea. What's on this guy's mind? He makes it sound as if I am the black-hearted supervisor in an illegal factory instead of his master. However, it is actually a good idea. Fine. Make them repair the Evil Sky Pavilion. When they are done, put them in the Cave of Reflection so they will suffer together with Yi Tianxin, Lu Zhou said. This disciple will obey master's order. As if he had thought of something, Ming-Shi summoned his courage and asked, "Master, now that we have decided the punishment for the whole derived Moon Palace, do you think that we should?" "Well, Yi Tianxin's cultivation base is destroyed, and the Cave of Reflection is cold. I'm worried that she might die after being locked up in there for too long." Lu Zhou raised a hand and interrupted him. "Do you sympathize with her?" "No, I dare not." Ming-Shi got scared. Yi Tianxin must be sternly punished for deserting the sect and betraying master. She deserves it. I have my plans. I understand, master. Ming-Shi dared not to mention anything about Yi Tianxin again as he turned and left the Great Hall. After walking out of Evil Sky Pavilion, he took a deep breath and thought. Luckily, it was little junior sister who answered the question. Master's thinking is getting harder to predict now. When he thought of Zhou Xinchan's miserable ending, he shook his head and decided that he would not be so aggressive in the future. "Master, I'll take my leave now to heal my injury," said Duanmushang, after he saw Ming-Shi walk out the Great Hall. "Hold on." Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet and came in front of Duanmushang as he rested his eyes on the chain. Made of 1,000-years-old cold iron, the chain was impossible to be destroyed by ordinary weapons. It could only be broken with heaven-grade weapons. However, Lu Zhou did not have a heaven-grade weapon he could use now, and he only had 2 deadly strike cards. The question was, could the cards be used on the chain? Would it pulverize Duanmushang together? Duanmushang was overjoyed when he saw his master focus on the chain. He bowed and said, "Master, under your mighty power, this chain is like a pile of scrap metal or a sheet of paper." Little Yuaner hopped over and touched the cold chain with her hand. She saw a row of tiny characters, and she read, "Heavenly Sword Sect." Upon hearing that, Zhou Jifeng hurriedly fell on one knee and said, This has nothing to do with me." Duanmushang glanced at him and said, "Don't worry, Master can effortlessly destroy 10 or even 100 chains like this, let alone just one." When he was done looking at the chain, Lu Zhou wore the same calm expression that hid all his thoughts. Then, he clasped his hands behind his back as he turned around and said, "Yuaner, help me back to my chamber." "Oh, Duanmushang." Even after Lu Zhou and little Yuaner were long gone, Duanmushang still could not figure out what he had said wrong. Zhou Jifeng got up to his feet and said somewhat embarrassingly, "Mr. Third, this chain, I really can't break it." "Me neither," Pan Zhong said. "Get out of my sight." Both men scurried out of Evil Sky Pavilion. Duanmu Shang scratched his head. He wondered if his master was trying to give him some hints after watching him block many of Zhuoxinchan's blows with the chain just now. Or was he trying to tell him that wearing the chain was beneficial for his cultivation base? Master is a man of great wisdom, I'd better stop guessing his thoughts. He thought. Yes, that must be it. Well, I'll just wear the chain for the time being. In the great hall of the Fiend Temple, my Lord Deputy Chief was killed during his visit to Golden Court Mountain. Our men found his ink-colored dragon chariot some 80 miles north from the mountain, together with 150 bodies, who were his men. The man thought the chief would fly into a rage after hearing the report, but the latter did not. Deputy Chief had struck a deal with Clarity Sect for this operation of suppressing Golden Court Mountain, and he was even backed by His Majesty. And yet, that old villain— Shut up! The chief's deep voice exploded in the man's ear like thunder, making him slump to the ground with fear and turning his face pale. Please calm down, my lord. Inform those old men in the Clarity Sect that I will not get angry because of this and will not take it to heart. The cooperation between Fiend Temple and Clarity Sect will remain the same. However, I hope they can show us some sincerity. Yes, my lord. There's one more report. Tell me. 2 experts of the Clarity Sect were badly wounded in a practice fight with Sword Freak yesterday. I'm afraid that they can't meet my lord today. Get out of here. His thunderous voice sent the man running out of the great hall in panic and fear while cracking the chairs placed to his left and right. When I have completed my cultivation of the divine technique, I'll kill that old villain myself. Lu Zhou did not care what the Fiend Temple thought, nor did he need to care. According to the situation at that time, no one in Evil Sky Pavilion could resist Zhuoxinchan. It would be fine if he had only wanted to show off his prowess with the female cultivators of Derived Moon Palace as an excuse, but he had gone too far by challenging the villainous Patriarch. If he did not seek death, he would not have died. It was only a matter of time before Lu Zhou struck, and he did not have the time or need to think if Zhuoxinchan were backed by some powers or if there were any schemes. Lu Zhou glanced at the 2,690 merit points on the system panel. He knew that he was down on luck, so after using the reversal card he got from the last lucky draw and adding 300 days to his remaining life, he threw the thought of drawing another prize out of his mind. He needed to focus on his cultivation base because it was the foundation. After that, he purchased another Deadly Strike card and saved the rest of the points so that he could buy a higher level avatar later. Completing tasks is still the best way to get merit points, and the disciples are the main force to do that for me. Lu Zhou thought of his 6th disciple, Yi Tianxin, the disciple who hated him. If he were still Ji Tiandao, he would have killed the treacherous disciple. However, he was not the other and he did not choose to do that. What is her problem? He was lost in thought. The answer lay within the missing memory. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He had thought that it was just a temporary symptom caused by the dimension travel, and that he would recall all the memories soon. However, in recent days, he had basically gained full control over the body, and yet those missing memories did not come back to him. After recalling for a very long time and getting himself nothing but dizziness, he simply gave up searching the memory. Well, if I can't recall anything, that means this is her fate. Lu Zhou put a stop to all distracting thoughts and began to study the heaven writing again. Mingshi paced back and forth in the cave of reflection, shaking his head and sighing from time to time when he saw Yi Tianxin's face, which was growing paler and paler. I've told you that Derived Moon Palace would be struck by this calamity. Had it not been because of Master, your subordinates would have died by now, Mingshi said. Leaning her back against the cold stone wall, Yi Tianxin said unconvincingly, "They are merely mean creatures who take advantage of others in a helpless situation. If I were with them, Zhuoxinchan would not have the chance to hurt them. Be that as it may, what about the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects? You may be stronger than Zhuoxinchan, but can you resist their wrath?" Mingshi asked. Yi Tianxin was speechless. There were many experts in the 3 sects in the southern region of Great Yen, which made them much stronger than many sects, including hers. Tianxin, I can't help you much, Mingshi sighed. I thought Master would fear Fiend Temple and give them the whole derived Moon Palace, but... He paused and chuckled before continuing. Master turns Xianxia into ashes with just one move. One move. Yes, you heard me right. Moreover, the move was the Zen teaching's great seal of fearless. Is he not afraid of offending the Fiend Temple? Those hiding behind it are not just a few evil cultivators. I've thought about that too. Junior Sister Tianxin. You are still too young, Mingshi said nonchalantly. What do you mean? Everything is under Master's control, Mingshi said while nodding. For a moment, Yi Tianxin was silent, and then she said, no matter what, I'll remember senior brother's kindness. No sooner had she finished that than she began to cough violently. Mingshi frowned and bent over her, gathering some energy in his finger and pointing it at her acupoints. That alleviated her coughing, but her face grew paler. Your hair. Mingshi noticed the silver in her black hair. Leave me alone. With my cultivation base destroyed, I can no longer replenish the energy in my dantian. It is only a matter of time before I start decaying, Yi Tianxin said indifferently. Listen to me, you should ask Master for forgiveness. Maybe he will save your life after considering the connection that ties you as master and disciple. Mingshi exhorted. Yi Tianxin shook her head. Fighting back the pain in her body, she looked up at Mingshi and said, Senior brother, have you ever wondered why eldest and second senior brothers left? I don't know and I don't want to know, Mingshi said while shaking his head. When he saw that Yi Tianxin was about to say some more, he waved his hand and said, I'll leave you here to reflect on yourself. Tell me when you have thought it over, and I will intercede with Master to let you out. When he had finished, he blinked and disappeared from the cave, not giving Yi Tianxin the chance to talk to him again. Outside the cave of reflection, he took a deep breath and murmured in a low voice, I'm not like you all. I still respect Master very much. With his hands clasped behind his back, he started toward the back of the mountain. To return to Evil Sky Pavilion from the Cave of Reflection, one must pass through the back of the mountain. The place was clean, quiet, and empty, very suitable for training. Mingshi saw Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng training there as he passed. He had thought of giving them some advice, but when he recalled what happened between them in the past, he gave up the idea. Please wait a moment, Mr. Fourth. Pan Zhong suddenly called out. What do you want? Mingshi asked suspiciously. While bowing, Pan Zhong said, I wonder if Mr. Fourth can help me with one thing? No. Mingshi turned to leave. Pan Zhong. At any other time, Pan Zhong would not dare to stop Mingshi from leaving, but he had a very important thing that needed help with, so he summoned his courage and said, Please listen to me, Mr. Fourth. The chill in my body is at its peak recently, and it is killing me. If this were to continue, I'm afraid I can't last for 3 months. Lord Pavilion promised me that he will give me the 6-yang technique. I hope Mr. Fourth can help me. His confidence grew weaker as he said, That's all. Mingshi glared at him. Yes. Since Master had promised you, he will not go back on his word. 3 months is a long way to go. There are many people out there who fall asleep without knowing if they can see the next day's sun. After leaving the rather emotional remark, Mingshi blinked and disappeared. Pan Zhong looked puzzled. Meanwhile, Zhou Jifeng put away his sword as he shook his head and said, I've told you that although Mr. Fourth looks kind, there are always hidden barbs in his words. I suggest you talk to Mr. Ninth. She is innocent, simple and kind, and Lord Pavilion dotes on her. I'm sure she will help you if you talk nicely to her. That makes sense. Pan Zhong nodded. After reading the heaven writing 3 more times, Lu Zhou found that it had not changed except for the 2 additional lines of characters. Comprehending them was a very boring and tedious job, so he closed the interface after a while. Master! Little Yuaner's voice came from outside. Come in. The little girl hopped in from outside and said happily, Master, I got information about Senior Sister Xiaoyue. Tell me about it. Zhao Yu had not come back since she finished the task Lu Zhou gave her last time, and he had not been able to figure out why. The reason for her desertion should be different from that of Yi Tianxin, Yu Zhenghai, and Yu Shangrong, and it should not be too complicated either. Senior sister could be in Yu province, said little Yuaner as she sat down on a chair. She poured herself a cup of water and took a sip, breathing a sigh of relief before continuing. I guessed it when someone in the station mentioned the brilliant jade technique. Lu Zhou did not understand it. Orthodox sects and evil sects had always been at daggers drawn. Why would they mix now? Were they going to have a war against each other? He had used all his peak form experience cards. If he fell into another trap, he would be finished for sure. Reflexively, he opened the system panel and glanced at the task field. Sure enough, there was a new task. Bring Xiaoyu back. What else have you heard? Some said senior sister is about to get married, and she will be a holy daughter. That gave Lu Zhou a pause. Xiaoyu's cultivation base largely came from the brilliant jade technique. The jade in its name referred to the essence of heaven and earth, the product of Mother Nature. If she were to cultivate it to the peak, she could not have disturbing thoughts or indulge in a love affair. What's the reason? Lu Zhou asked. Little Yuaner shook her head and said with a puzzled look, I only heard that a grand ceremony will be held at the Holy Altar in Yu Province. A grand ceremony? By the way, it seems that Fiend Temple will also send someone to the ceremony, Little Yuaner added. When she mentioned the name, she carefully looked at Lu Zhou's expression. Master, why don't I go by myself? I will bring senior sister back, and when I see anyone from Fiend Temple, I'll kill them all for you. Lu Zhou knocked her head with a hand and said, Don't cause trouble. Although I couldn't care less about Fiend Temple, its chief is a nascent divinity tribulation expert with a 7-leaf avatar after all. You are just a divine court cultivator. How are you going to fight when you see them? Oh, Little Yuaner nodded. Lu Zhou searched his memory and pondered for a brief moment before asking, Besides Fiend Temple, what other powers will attend? The Righteous Sect and the Clarity Sect seem to be going too. Bring Pan Zhong to me. I have something to ask him. Master, you can just ask me, Little Yuaner said confidently. Go now. Lu Zhou raised his voice a little. Oh! With her lips pursed, the little girl ran away. Before very long, she came back with Pan Zhong, who looked listless and with bruises on his face. Greetings, my lord. Pan Zhong cupped his fist and bowed. Lu Zhou glanced at him and asked, What happened to your face? There are too many steep places on Golden Court Mountain, and I accidentally fell off one. Pan Zhong hurriedly explained. Lu Zhou did not care about how he got himself hurt. You are from Clarity Sect. Do you know anything about the grand ceremony at the Holy Altar? Pan Zhong nodded and said, Yes, it's a long story to tell. Then make it a short one and tell it quickly, Little Yuaner urged. Pan Zhong shivered at the thought of the violent beating he had just received, and he quickly said, Since the human race drove the alien races to Rongbei and Rongxi, the righteous sects and the evil sects in the cultivation world are at daggers drawn. Every year there are numerous disputes between sects, resulting in countless casualties. To ease the conflicts, some small sects have come up with the idea of holding grand ceremonies. On the one hand, it is to ease the conflicts between sects, and on the other, it is also to give them a chance to show kindness to each other, so as to not aggravate the dispute. Lu Zhou nodded and said, Do you know that Clarity Sect is going to the grand ceremony in Yu Province? That surprised Pan Zhong. I don't know anything about it as I left the sect 3 years ago. The Clarity Sect is considered a major righteous sect, and I don't think its conflict with the evil sects can be resolved with such a lesser ceremony. Lu Zhou got a rough idea of everything now. It is said that a holy daughter will serve as a bridge to reconcile the conflict between both sides. Is there such a thing? Yes, that is true. And the holy daughter will strengthen the bridge with marriage. No matter how slow-witted Little Yuaner was, she understood now. Her eyes went wide, and she said angrily, Traitor! How could she do this? There was no need to ask any further questions. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, You may leave us now, old senior. Pan Zhong wanted to say something, but he hesitated. What do you want? Please teach me the 6 Yang technique. Pan Zhong dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Before Lu Zhou could answer him, little Yuan already said impatiently, "How dare you trouble my master with such a trifle matter? Ah! Find that lousy technique by yourself in the library within the West Pavilion," little Yuan said. Pan Zhong looked embarrassed. He wondered if they truly treated such an important cultivation technique so casually. Lu Zhou did not deny it and just waved his hand. Ji Tiandao had seized too many cultivation techniques from the orthodox sects in this world. There was no way he could keep them all with him. After Pan Zhong left, he pondered over how to bring Zhao Yu back. From what he had learned so far, he guessed that she was most likely forced to become a holy daughter, and that she would become a victim of the grand ceremony. So what should he do next? Right then, Mingxirin walked into Evil Sky Pavilion and saw Lu Zhou wearing an indifferent face, as if he were deep in thoughts. "Master, I have something to report." "What is it?" "The traitor Wuxia sends Master a letter." Mingxirin respectfully held out a letter with both hands. Old Seventh? Since he deserted Golden Court Mountain, he never interacted with Evil Sky Pavilion. Why is he so bold now? He's a traitor after all. Lu Zhou thought to himself as he took the letter and briefly glanced at it. What a coincidence! It happened that the letter was about Zhao Yu as well. "Master, what does the letter say?" little Yuaner asked impatiently. After reading it, Lu Zhou raised his hand and let the letter fall onto the table. Then he furrowed his brow. Mingxirin carefully picked up the letter and looked at it. As he read, he looked surprised and then he frowned as well. "Old Seventh has no motive to send us false news," he analyzed. "Master, if the news is true, I fear that junior sister Zhao Yu will not be able to escape her fate." Lu Zhou glanced at Mingxirin indifferently and said, "What do you think we should do?" Although Mingxir's thought process was outlandish, he would occasionally come out with some good ideas. He thought for a moment and said, "When shepherds quarrel, the wolf has a winning game. Since they want to reconcile, we will sow discord among them. This is an easy job because they are always at dagger drawn." When he had finished, Mingxirin bowed and said, "Master, you don't have to do this yourself. It is only a trifle matter. I'm willing to do the hard work, and I promise I'll bring junior sister Zhao Yu back. I'm sure Master will let me go out this time," he thought as he bowed his head, waiting for his master's approval. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "You will be reflecting on yourself for 3 days in the Cave of Reflection. Ding! You have disciplined Mingxirin and are rewarded with 100 merit points." Mingxirin was a little confused. He did not understand why he was punished. He had done everything he was told to do in recent days, and he did it dedicatedly. He had defended the mountain, fought the enemies, and even flattered his master. He thought he had performed excellently. However, he did not dare to disobey his master's order, so he bowed and said, "I deserve to be punished." After that, he turned and started toward the Cave of Reflection like an obedient child. Why did Lu Zhou punish him? It was because he saw Mingxir's loyalty fluctuate. The fluctuation was not great, and his loyalty still maintained at around 70. However, as long as it was not above 80, there was a chance that he would betray him. Little Yuaner looked puzzled, so she picked up the letter and read it. After reading it, she scratched her head as if she did not understand the contents and said, "This is not a trap?" Fifth senior sister was forced because some people want to vent their anger. Lu Zhou did not answer her but said coolly, "Come with me to the holy altar." When she heard that they were going out, little Yuaner blinked her big eyes excitedly and said, Master, are we really going out? What's there to be excited about?" Lu Zhou walked outside and looked at the sky. It was already midday, and the weather was good. They should be able to reach Yu province before sunset. He needed to arrive in the city of Runan in advance to make some preparations. Without a peak form experience card, he would have to use his brains if he wished to bring back Zhao Yu. He glanced at little Yuaner's clothes, which was an attire she wore to gather information at the station. Thankfully, it was not too attractive. "Master, do we need to tell senior brothers?" little Yuaner asked. "No need. It was pointless to tell them. Golden Court Mountain would be safe under the protection of the shield, and the few disciples he left behind were clever enough to protect themselves. Suddenly, he thought of his new mount Bayan and decided that it was time to see it. He had gotten to know Witzard pretty well, but he had not tried Bayan yet. So he waved his hand. Soon, a strange power appeared in the bright blue sky. Witzard. Little Yuaner looked suspiciously at the sky. As soon as she sensed the power, she knew it was a legendary mount. In this wide world, there were many unknown places that humans could not explore. These places were infested with terrible creatures, but very few of them could be captured and used as mounts. Before very long, a mighty-looking figure flew over. It appeared like a tiger and was emanating a menacing aura. Roar! Little Yuaner took a step back in fear. Standing beside Lu Zhou, she muttered, Why does Witzard look different now? Witzard was somewhat similar to an antelope, while Bayan looked more like a tiger. One was gentle and the other fierce. She was not wrong. The mount landed and crouched, putting away its fierce look. It was showing its loyalty to its master. Lu Zhou was a little surprised as well. This Bayan was clearly an aggressive creature. He wondered how strong it was and what level of cultivators it could rival. Let's go, he gestured. Little Yuaner approached with tiny and slow steps as she said, Master, can I not ride it? It looks scary. Not as scary as you. Don't be afraid. Lu Zhou walked over. Sure enough, the mount lowered its body so much that its stomach touched the ground. At the sight of that, little Yuaner summoned her courage and approached it while giving it a good look. Roar! Suddenly, Bayan let out a deep, powerful roar. However, instead of stepping back with fear, little Yuaner jumped on its back. Master! It scares me. Lu Zhou casually waved his hand. At the gesture, Bayan leaped into the sky and disappeared into the distant horizon in the blink of an eye. To Lu Zhou's surprise, Bayan was as fast as Witzard. However, the difference between them was stark. Bayan was fierce and aggressive but not as clever as humans. As for how strong it was, it remained to be tested. Witzard, on the other hand, was calm and peaceful, and it was comfortable to fly with it. It was unknown at the moment what other abilities the antelope-like mount had. Half a day later, Bayan slowly descended somewhere near the city of Runan. When she saw no one around them, little Yuaner chuckled and said, I know what Master wants. We need to avoid drawing attention. Lu Zhou nodded and said, Runan is not far away from Divine Capital, where cultivators in the world gather, including almighty experts. We need to stay low. I understand, Master. Little Yuaner blinked her big eyes and said, Master, are we going to Divine Capital after this? Lu Zhou knocked her head and stroked his beard. No. Oh. After entering the city, little Yuaner could hardly contain her excited mood. Fortunately, Lu Zhou had repeatedly told her to not resort to force, so nothing bad happened along the way. Grandpa, there's an inn up ahead. Shall we find a room to stay? All right. Just as they came to the inn's door, a group of cultivators flew past in the sky. Common people in the streets all looked up and let out shocked cries. Lu Zhou looked up as well and saw cultivators clad all in black surrounding a huge flying chariot. That's the flying chariot of an evil sect. Look, the banner belongs to Fiend Temple. Don't worry. Disputes of the cultivation world will not affect common people. When can I become a mighty cultivator and own a flying chariot like this? Little Yuaner listened to the chatter around them disapprovingly and muttered, What's the big deal? My grandpa has a goat as his mount. A middle-aged man next to them heard that and said amusingly, Little girl, is your goat strong enough to carry you? Humph. It can not only carry me, but also fly out of Great Yen in just half a day, little Yuaner said. You go on with your boasting. You don't believe me? Little Yuaner frowned. The man said casually, Do you think I will believe you, little girl? I think you will. As she said that, she flexed her wrists and cracked her fingers. The streets calmed down after the chariot flew past in the sky. Right now, Lu Zhou was a little puzzled. He did not expect that a mighty figure like this would come to Runan as well. Could Fiend Temple be holding a grudge against him because of what happened to Xianxia? Judging from the number of cultivators and the size of the chariot, the person inside should be at least a nascent divinity tribulation expert. Who would that be, if not the chief of Fiend Temple? Well, it's pointless to think about that now, Lu Zhou thought to himself. Then, he turned around and called out, Yuaner! Coming, Grandpa! Little Yuaner ran over while flexing her fists. Hee, Grandpa, let me help you. She ran directly into the inn and said to the innkeeper, Hey! Give me the best room you have. The innkeeper said politely, I'm sorry, my respected guest. The inn is full. As the grand ceremony of the holy altar is about to be held, we have had too many guests recently. I hope you can forgive me. You have no more room? Little Yuaner scratched her head doubtfully. I'm sorry. You may want to find accommodation elsewhere. Fine. Little Yuaner was about to turn and leave when a faint gust of energy blew into the inn, spreading out into all directions before retreating. It all happened in a flash. The innkeeper, Little Yuaner, and Lu Zhou, who just came into the inn, looked toward the source. A man with 2 exquisite swords in his arms walked inside with a solemn look on his face. At the sight of him, the innkeeper said excitedly, A divine court cultivator, my lord? The man's eyes were slightly closed, and there was a noble pride on his calm face. In a soft voice he said, Innkeeper, I will stay here. Welcome, my lord. It's my honor to serve you. I have only 2 heaven-grade rooms now. I hope my lord doesn't mind. The innkeeper's voice was so loud that it could be heard even outside the inn. The man said faintly, I want 2 of your best rooms. No problem, the innkeeper said excitedly. Only, right then, 2 servants ran over with a fawning look on their faces. Little Yuaner's nostrils flared when she heard that. Old thing, didn't you just say your inn is full? Why are there still rooms for him? Don't be rude. This is a cultivator who has opened 8 meridians and stepped into the divine court realm. Naturally, other guests have to give way to him. If it were another time, little Yuaner would have had a fit. However, they were at Runan now, and her master had repeatedly told her to not cause trouble. Why do you need 2 rooms? You're alone. She pointed at the man. Little girl, you? The man raised a hand and stopped the innkeeper. Then, he said in a voice that was not fast or slow, calm and soft, Let me answer your question. I have the ashes of my deceased companion in my baggage. Although he died in battle, I'm deeply inspired by his unyielding spirit. He still lives in my heart, so he should be treated as a living person. My sword has fought with me for many years and killed countless foes. It should have its own room. However, as I never part with my sword, 2 rooms are enough for now. Lu Zhou looked calm, but he did not know in his heart whether to cry or laugh. He could not believe there was such a neurotic person in this world. However, to his surprise, he saw little Yuaner touch her chin thoughtfully. Then, she nodded approvingly and said, I agree that you do need 2 rooms. Please forgive me, my respected guest. When the innkeeper saw that the divine court expert was not angry, his manner became much friendlier and more polite. Hold on, Lu Zhou said suddenly. That gave the man and the innkeeper a pause, and they both turned to look at him, who appeared to be just a weak old man they could easily push to the ground. What is it, old mister? The innkeeper asked. I want a heaven-grade room. But Lu Zhou waved a hand and said, Yuaner. As soon as his voice rang out, little Yuaner understood his gesture. A wave of energy exploded out of her in the next instant and wheeled about them. Then the energy, which was supposed to return to her, suddenly spread out in all directions like a ripple. Everything in the inn, the tables, chairs, and even those at the upper floors, shook at the same time. If the energy wave were slightly stronger, the inn might have been brought down to the ground. Divine court? The innkeeper trembled, and his heart raced. There seemed to be a little too many mighty figures visiting his inn today, the innkeeper thought. For a moment, he did not know what to say, and he only felt like crying for offending an expert. The man's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. My brother respected experts when he was alive, and he aspired to become a nascent divinity tribulation cultivator, he said in a calm voice. I respect what he respects. I will share one room with my brother. Innkeeper, give the other room to this old mister. The innkeeper was overjoyed when he heard that. Very good. Very good. Then, he hurriedly ordered the servants to tidy up the rooms on the upper floor. However, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, It is not enough. What? I want 2 rooms. This is not a problem at all. The innkeeper almost burst out in tears. The reason Lu Zhou wanted 2 rooms was very simple. Although little Yuaner was a simple and innocent girl, she was almost 16 and no longer a child. It was not convenient for them to stay in the same room. Lu Zhou slowly went up the stairs while little Yuaner followed with a triumphant look. When he walked past the man, he glanced at the 2 swords in his arms. The couple swords? The man was a little surprised and puzzled. You have a pair of keen eyes, old mister. One of them is long and carved with dragons, and the other is short and carved with phoenixes. They both are peak Earth-grade weapons, barely touching the heaven-grade. Lu Zhou said while stroking his beard. Since you know them, you should be careful about the way you talk to me. If it were at other times, I would certainly use them to teach those who insult them a lesson. While keeping a straight face and a watchful eye on little Yuaner, he shook his head and said, The swords have killed countless foes and been tempered for dozens of years, which made them heaven-grade weapons a long time ago. They are not Earth-grade weapons like you just said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and did not refute, and the man continued, In my opinion, there is no weapon in this world sharper than the couple swords. Just then, little Yuaner said curiously from the side, Are you using both swords yourself? The man shook his head. I use the long sword and my brother uses the short sword. Oh, so you and your brother are a pair of… Well, how did a neurotic man like you reach the divine court realm? Lu Zhou thought as he stroked his beard. Of course, he kept a calm face, so that no one could tell his emotions. The swords are sharp? Lu Zhou asked doubtfully. The man did not say anything. Instead, he drew the short sword, the edge of which reflected a cold gleam as soon as it left the sheath. Then, while holding it horizontally with his right hand, he plucked a hair from his head with his left hand and lightly blew at it. The hair fell weightlessly onto the edge and was sliced in half. The sword proved to be extremely sharp. The man looked proud as he said, As I said, there is no weapon in this world sharper than the couple swords. Do you have any other questions, old mister? Lu Zhou suddenly recalled his unnamed weapon and thought he might as well give it a try. It was rare to have a heaven-grade weapon ready for him to try his weapon. If it were destroyed, it meant that the unnamed was just a piece of rubbish, and he would not feel pity throwing it away. At the thought of that, Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand. In the blink of an eye, he was already holding an exquisite and tiny sword. He did not say a word, and just as he was bringing it down toward the short sword, the man hurriedly said, Don't do it, old mister. Why? I can tell that you have a good sword, and I'll feel bad if it is destroyed, the man said. It doesn't matter. As he said that, Lu Zhou hacked the man's short sword with unnamed. A crisp metal-on-metal sound rang and sparks flew out in all directions. Lu Zhou looked at unnamed. It was not damaged, nor was there a scratch. Then, he looked at the short sword of the couple swords and found that it was intact as well. That confused him. The result meant that the unnamed was at least the same grade as the couple swords. The problem was why it could not damage the piece of scrap metal in the secret chamber. Could it be that it was more suitable to take the shape of a shield, since it could transform into all kinds of weapons? Meanwhile, the man gave unnamed a surprised look and said, I can't believe there is a weapon in this world that can resist the couple sword's sharpness. Little Yuaner muttered, That's because you are ignorant. Do you believe that my grandpa can break your crude weapons in half with just bare hands? For some reason, a scene that Lu Zhou had seen in his previous life came to his mind. It was a video clip of 2 girls showing off their older brothers to each other, comparing whose brother was better at eating shit. He found that little Yuaner was showing signs of going down on the same route, so he quickly reproached her, "Be quiet!" After saying that, he turned and walked toward the heaven-grade rooms on the other side. Looking at his back, the man said lightly, "My name is Shuaping. I hope I can see you again, old mister." That sounded quite strange, but Lu Zhou ignored it and went into his room. With the couple swords in his arms, Shuaping went into his own room. Once inside, he placed down the swords, and it was then that he heard a clear cracking sound. Puzzled, he pulled the short sword from its sheath. To his horror, he saw a clean cut in the middle of the blade, which split the sword in half like a piece of tofu. How is this possible? He was shocked, and his heart ached. He had regarded the sword as his life, and yet it was destroyed now. Is this the work of that old man? A swordsman valued his sword above all. When his beloved sword was destroyed, he would do anything to avenge it. Shuaping stood up furiously as he took the longer sword and pulled open the door, walking out in a towering rage. He had just reached the first corner when a man in blue robes blocked his way. The man was smiling with his arms crossed over his chest, and his aura was ordinary. There was nothing unusual about him at all. "Please let me through," Shuaping said while frowning. The man in blue robes kept his smile as he said, "I'm sorry. Make way." No sooner had Shuaping said that than the man raised his right hand, drew a sword from his back, swung it as quickly as lightning, and put it back into its sheath. His movements were natural, smooth, and completed in the blink of an eye. It was as if he had practiced it over tens of thousands of times. After that, he walked toward the heaven-grade room without even looking back. Shuaping was holding his long sword with a shocked look on his face. He stood there unmoving, as if he had turned into stone. A few moments later, the long sword cracked and broke, falling onto the ground. Plop! Then, Shuaping fell to the ground as well, with blood gushing out of his neck. Inside the room, the swordsman in blue robes sat expressionlessly beside the table. With a smile on his face, he said to himself, "Where are you, master?" The swordsman in blue robes stopped smiling just as a figure suddenly appeared outside the window of his room. "What's the matter?" he said faintly without looking at the window. "Sect Master has ordered me to tell Senior that the sword freak, Xianxia, has arrived in Runan 2 days ago, and he asks you to be careful of the experts from the Clarity Sect and the Righteous Sect." The swordsman glanced at the figure and said politely, "Thank you. There's one more thing. Old Senior G of the Evil Sky Pavilion is likely to have arrived in Runan as well. Sect Master wants to know what your plans are." The figure spoke in a hesitant tone, as if he were a little afraid. "It has nothing to do with him." The swordsman's voice grew lower as he said. The figure instinctively took a step back. The swordsman smiled again as he took the kettle from the table and poured a glass of water. "You don't have to be afraid, my friend. The wind is strong out there. If you have nothing else to do, please come in and have a glass of water. This junior needs to report back to Sect Master. Farewell." The figure blinked and disappeared into the night. The swordsman shook his head helplessly, but he did not stay in the room for long. After a short rest, he turned and jumped into the darkness, disappearing as well. The next morning, as soon as Lu Zhou opened his eyes, he heard noise coming from outside his room. Then, he heard a knock on his door, which made him get up. Old mister." It was the innkeeper. Lu Zhou got out of bed and opened the door suspiciously, only to be greeted by the innkeeper and several officers. The innkeeper's face was covered in sweat, but before he could speak, the leading officer already cupped his fist and said, "Did you see who killed Shuaping, old mister?" Lu Zhou had a puzzled look on his face. Shuaping was dead? He turned to look at the door of the room where the man stayed. 2 soldiers were dealing with a puddle of blood on the ground there, beside which was a broken sword. Meanwhile, 2 other officers searched the room. The room was empty, however, so they could not find anything. Shuaping was a divine court expert, but he was killed quietly without putting out a fight. This proved that the murderer was most likely a nascent divinity tribulation expert. Lu Zhou shook his head to show that he did not see anything. The officer sighed and said, Zhuoping was an expert of swords. Whoever could kill him must also be an expert. It is normal for you not to see it. Zhuoping had enmity with someone? Lu Zhou asked. The officer frowned and studied Lu Zhou for a moment before speaking in an unfriendly tone. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Although Zhuoping's death had nothing to do with Lu Zhou, the fact that the murderer was an expert brought him a bad feeling. If Runan were a huge trap and he knew it too late, then it would be very difficult for him to get away. When I ask you a question, you just have to answer it. Lu Zhou showed him the imperial token. The officer glared at him and was about to lose his temper when he saw the token, and he wilted instantly. He's someone from the imperial clan. He trembled and dropped to his knees as he cried out, my lord! The innkeeper was struck dumb. Meanwhile, the other soldiers knelt without saying anything. When they saw the token, their faces froze and their heart raced as they immediately went down on their knees with the official in charge. It was then that little Yuaner came out of her room while yawning and rubbing her eyes. When she saw the people kneeling in front of Lu Zhou's room, she said, Grandpa, do you want me to beat them? As soon as the innkeeper heard her say that, he collapsed and sat down. Lu Zhou waved his hand, signaling her not to interrupt. Then, he continued asking, who is Zhuoping exactly? He is an expert of swords, and he had taken the couple swords by killing his own brother. Due to his profound cultivation base, the local authorities could hardly touch him. Then, why was he in Runan? I don't know. These people were just some low-level officers and soldiers, and they had little access to cases involving divine court experts. It was normal for them not to know such information. Little Yuaner ran to the crime scene and glanced around before running back. As if she had made a major discovery, she said excitedly, he was killed with just one sword strike, which cut him from here to here. She pointed at her own body. Oh, the murderer killed him from the front. Lu Zhou nodded. The murderer should be an expert of swords who owned a heaven-grade weapon. In his memory, a number of people met these criteria. The person who killed Zhuoping could be the sword freak Chen Wenjie, the sword genius Zhang Aijian, Luo Chongqing from the Luo sect, or his treacherous disciple Yu Shangrong. Just as Lu Zhou was pondering, a loud noise was heard from outside. He and the kneeling officers and soldiers all showed a puzzled expression and looked outside the inn at the same time. Yuaner, go and have a look. Yes. Little Yuaner jumped directly from the upper floor to the ground floor before running out of the inn and coming back a short moment later. There's a flying chariot outside which belongs to the Temple of Great Emptiness, the little girl said. The Temple of Great Emptiness? Puzzled, Lu Zhou turned and walked downstairs. Little Yuaner followed, leaving the group of people kneeling and looking at each other, wondering whether they should get up or not. When he came outside, Lu Zhou looked up at the sky. The huge flying chariot had flown to the edge of the city, but the bald monks flying around it were still faintly visible. Judging from the symbols on the chariot, it indeed belonged to the Temple of Great Emptiness. Let's go. Lu Zhou retracted his glance. Oh! Soon, they headed north of Runan. As soon as they were out of the city, little Yuaner whispered, Master, we are being followed. Lu Zhou said nothing but nodded. This was why he had been taking little Yuaner with him. She cultivated the supreme purity jade slip, which made her perception far exceed that of cultivators at the same realm. Moreover, she was witty, and she could protect herself even if they met a strong enemy, saving Lu Zhou's energy. Lu Zhou had planned to ride his mount to the holy altar, but now that they were being followed, he had to deal with it first. Please wait a moment, old mister. The stalker finally lost his patience. Lu Zhou and little Yuaner turned slowly and saw a young man who looked less than 30 years old. What do you want? I want to buy something from you, old mister. Little Yuaner said angrily. We're not selling anything. Go away. The young man paid no attention to little Yuaner and just stared at Lu Zhou. The fact that your short sword could destroy the couple swords proves that it is an excellent sword. I am willing to buy it at a high price, he said. Lu Zhou asked calmly, You were there yesterday? The young man nodded. That's right. I had intended to discuss this with old Mr. yesterday, but an expert was present, and I had to avoid him. Lu Zhou nodded and said, You like swords? I regard swords as my life, and I love them to the bone. The man said slowly. I was going to kill Zhuoping and take the couple swords, but I didn't expect that someone killed him before I could do anything. It's a pity that the expert destroyed the sword too. What a pity. His words were filled with regret for the sword. Who is that expert? I didn't see him. However, his true identity is not difficult to guess. In this world, there are only 3 people who can use swords to such an extreme level. For a moment, the young man seemed to have forgotten his objective as he went on. One of them is the villainous patriarch of Evil Sky Pavilion, Ji Tiandao, who is also the one I fear the most. Little Yuaner covered her smile with a hand and said, Then you should be running right now. The young man said with a smile, Why are you running away? Little Yuaner was about to reply, but when she suddenly remembered that she could not expose herself, she swallowed the words that were hanging on the tip of her tongue. When the young man saw little Yuaner hesitating, he continued to say with a smile, I've observed you for the entire night. You can't fool me. Little girl, you're from the divine court realm. The old man's body is healthy. His cultivation base is at the middle stage of the sense condensation realm. He gestured with his hand as he said, But that's not the point. Back to our topic, the second person who cultivated the sword to the penultimate stage is Yu Shangrong, the second head devil of Evil Sky Pavilion. Who's the third one? The third person seems far away but is actually very close. You're the sword freak, Chen Wenjie? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. No. Chen Wenjie is obsessed with swordplay, but he doesn't love the sword. I'm different. I like the sword and I like swordplay as well. A person like Chen Wenjie is ambiguous with his stance. Someone like him will die a gruesome death sooner or later, the young man said. As soon as Lu Zhou heard this, he knew who the young man was. He stroked his beard as he said, The one who loves swords to the bones, Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian had changed his name to reflect his deep love for the sword. He must be the only person in the cultivation world to do so. His pursuit of the sword was almost an obsession. He was also a genuine rogue cultivator. He was adapted to survive on the treacherous path of the cultivation world. His skills were clearly high based on how he managed to escape from the elite who killed Zhuoping. He had 2 obsessions. One was his love for the sword, and second was to stay out of trouble. His second obsession played a huge role in keeping him, someone who stayed neutral, alive for so many years. You're exaggerating, Jiang Aijian said with a smile. Lu Zhou lifted his head slightly as unnamed materialized in his hand. It was short and exquisite. Jiang Aijian was visibly stunned. His eyes were widened as he stared at it. It was truly beautiful. The length and the design of the blade were just what he liked. His voice contained hints of excitement as he said, Oh, old mister. Lu Zhou waved his hand. An unnamed disappeared. He said emotionlessly, If you wish to live, you do well not to covet this blade. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, the tolling of the bell could be heard from the holy altar. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. The holy altar was where the grand ceremony of the righteous and fiendish paths was celebrated. Why would there be a Buddhist bell there? Jiang Aijian exclaimed in surprise, Old mister, the holy altar is filled with strange people. The cultivators from the noble and fiendish paths are gathered there, so it's an awfully dangerous place to be. I suggest you refrain from going there. I heard the holy daughter they had selected this time is the 5th villain of Golden Court Mountain's Evil Sky Pavilion. He laughed as he continued to say, How ironic! A fiend is chosen as the holy daughter. Lu Zhou ignored him. Jiang Aijian spoke again. However, if you really plan on going and getting yourself killed, I'll be able to obtain your sword, old mister. At that time, I'll collect your corpse and bury you in a treasured land where the elements are in harmony. As soon as Jiang Aijian finished speaking, little Yuaner lost her temper. Let me deal with him. Her body was as light as a swallow, and her majesty could rival the heavens. Her ferocious primal chi rippled out immediately. Jiang Aijin parried the incoming energy waves as he retreated. He was rendered speechless for a moment. What a feisty young girl! You don't seem like an ordinary divine court realm cultivator. Little Yuaner scoffed. I'll hit you so hard that you'll be picking up your teeth from the ground. Little girl, don't make me use my sword. Jiang Aijin retreated again. Dong! Dong! The bell tolled again from the holy altar. It was tolling with increasing urgency. Lu Zhou glanced at Jiang Aijin dismissively. He's only a rogue cultivator who loves swords. There's no need to waste an item card on him. He motioned to little Yuaner as he said, Yuaner, we're leaving. Suddenly, a roar sounded from the nearby forest. The colossal mount, Bayan, dashed toward them. Its roar frightened the beasts in the forest into scampering. The king of the beasts' aura sent chills running up one's spine. Jiang Aijin was startled by the sight of the legendary mount. He quickly pulled his arms back and did a flip before he landed on the tips of his toes. He moved backward at lightning speed, evading little Yuaner's attack. So, you're an elite. Those who possessed legendary mounts were undoubtedly elites whose names alone would shock the masses. The old Mr. might have a weak cultivation base, but it was clear his background was not as simple as it seemed. Although Jiang Aijin loved swords, he loved his life more. He cupped his fists as he hovered in the air. Old Mister, the holy altar is a dangerous place. Why don't you go somewhere else instead? I can take care of myself. Lu Zhou leaped onto Bayan with light movements. Bayan bared its fangs. Little Yuaner glanced at Jiang Aijin and scoffed before she leaped onto Bayan as well. Jiang Aijin could only look as the duo sped toward the holy altar. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Should I give chase? What if I run into that old villain? He was in a dilemma. He mulled over the matter for some time before he finally made a decision. I'm not going to involve myself in their quarrel. Right? That's what I'll do. I'll just collect his corpse when he dies. Then he followed the duo from afar. Dong! 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 On the holy altar, the huge flying chariot of the Temple of Great Emptiness hovered in the air as dozens of monks chanted sutras with their palms joined together. The sound of their chantings resounded in the air. Lu Zhou and little Yuaner were still a distance away, and the chantings sounded like the buzzing of mosquitoes to their ears. They did not make their way to the monks. Instead, they landed someone near the holy altar. The buildings on the holy altar took up a vast space. The patio at the base formed a ring around the area with 48 doors. The plaza extended for several miles in all directions. Ordinary people were not allowed to be in the vicinity without a valid reason. When Lu Zhou stepped foot on the holy altar, the tolling of the bells became agitated. It was annoying. Lu Zhou raised his hand slightly. The Buddhists' great meditation therny. What's a bunch of monks doing here? Little Yuaner muttered under her breath. The great meditation therny had a powerful and intimidating effect on enemies. This was achieved by the communal chanting of sutras. Only the bald donkeys of the Temple of Great Emptiness could pull this off. Stay calm and wait. The great meditation therny can only be recited 5 times in a row. Lu Zhou stood still as he looked at the flying chariot in the air. This might prove to be a good thing. The great meditation therny could intimidate most cultivators. This solved Lu Zhou's worry about his deadly strike card being unable to hit multiple targets at once. However, he was truly curious why the Temple of Great Emptiness would appear here when they usually did not concern themselves with the secular world's affairs. The bell tolled once more. The great meditation therny sounded as though a colony of flies was having a party. Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. He wondered if there was anyone who would enjoy listening to the great meditation therny. After a few moments, the buzzing of the great meditation therny finally faded. The holy altar was plunged into deadly silence. Let's go, Lu Zhou said as he and little Yuaner made their way to the center of the holy altar. Even when they approached the plaza, nobody seemed to take notice of them. They successfully blended in with the crowd. Little Yuaner pointed at a nearby flying chariot and said, "There's the flying chariot from the Fiend Temple. Only, apart from the Fiend Temple, There were also the flags from the Righteous Sect and the Clarity Sect around the Holy Altar's plaza. Just as expected, the cultivators from the Noble Path and Fiendish Path around the duo had a sour expression on their faces. They were practically huffing and puffing as they looked up. Lu Zhou swept his eyes across the Holy Altar. With the eye of truth, everyone seemed like an enemy. He did not dare to think about what would happen to him if his identity was exposed. 3 impeccable cards and 3 deadly strike cards were more than enough for him to escape with his life intact. But it would be difficult for him to take Xiaoyu away. At this moment, a monk emerged from the flying chariot above the holy altar and descended slowly. His palms were joined together, and his kasaya glittered with gold. Someone cried out in surprise, "Kong Xian from the Temple of Great Emptiness?" As Kong Xian slowly descended, he projected his voice. "The abbot has decreed that the holy daughter of the current grand ceremony, Xiaoyu, will be taken away by the Temple of Great Emptiness. I ask for your understanding and forgiveness, my dear benefactors." A man in long robes pointed at Kong Xian as he said indignantly, "Bald donkey, how can we let you take the holy daughter away just because you want to? What do you take our righteous sect for?" It was clear that the grand ceremony had reached an important stage before the Temple of Great Emptiness came. Lu Zhou looked around his surroundings but could not see Xiaoyu. However, he was certain Xiaoyu was on the holy altar since the monks of the Temple of Great Emptiness, the Righteous Sect, Clarity Sect, and the Fiend Temple were here. A hint of excitement could be seen on little Yuaner's face at this moment. She liked the clamor. She looked around fearlessly. When Lu Zhou was still surveying his surroundings, a person walked up to him. "Old mister, you should take a few steps back." Zhang Aijian. Lu Zhou was rendered speechless. It seemed like the rumor about this person's pathological obsession with swords was true. However, for some who loved his life equally as much, it was unexpected that he would come to the holy altar. Zhang Aijin glanced at the cultivators on the holy altar plaza who had a sour expression on their faces before he said, "Old mister, if it weren't for your sword, I wouldn't come to this nonsensical place." Lu Zhou's expression was calm, and he did not deign to reply to Zhang Aijin. He looked at Kong Xian, the monk, who had descended on the center of the plaza. Zhang Aijin said in a hushed tone, "You should leave now while you still have a chance to do so." Lu Zhou felt suspicious about Zhang Aijin's warning. He felt that Zhang Aijin was not telling him everything he knew. Zhang Aijin looked around before he said softly, "In a few moments, these monks will seal the holy altar. Old mister, the holy altar is only a pretense, and the holy daughter is a bait." Lu Zhou felt skeptical. He asked with a straight face, "How do you know this is a trap? If you sell me your sword, I'll tell you, you're only at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm. Nobody will be able to save you if you don't leave now." He looked at the setting sun as he continued to say, "This is your last chance to survive." Lu Zhou found Zhang Aijin's words amusing. He stroked his beard and asked, "I thought you wanted me dead?" No, no, no. I value life above all else. I would love to get my hands on that sword, but a righteous man should obtain the sword in a righteous way. Look around you." Zhang Aijin motioned to the left and right. He clicked his tongue as he shook his head and said, "All of them look like they have a short lifespan. You're a good person, old mister. Good people should live long lives." "I'm a good person?" Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback by this compliment. Zhang Aijin said with a smile, "That sword is a treasure. As its owner, I'm sure you won't have a bad character." What kind of logic was this? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "There are so many elites here. Can the Temple of Great Emptiness deal with them?" Zhang Aijin shook his head. He pointed toward the Righteous Sect and Clarity Sect. He said, "Old mister, look closely. The elders from the Righteous and Clarity Sects aren't here. Only the third seat of the Fiend Temple is here. They won't be able to do anything." When Lu Zhou looked at the 2 flags, he discovered, indeed, that many of the seats were empty. Zhang Aijin said with a frown, "They're being held back by the elites. They'll be lucky to keep their heads, let alone coming to the holy altar." Lu Zhou looked at Zhang Aijin drily. This fellow seems to have a knack for getting information. No wonder he's able to make a name for himself in the cultivation world. Meanwhile, in the center of the holy altar, Kong Xian bowed at the disciples from the righteous sect who were rioting before he raised his hand and said, "Zhao Yu is a villain from the evil sky pavilion. She bears many sins. Several years ago, Master Kong Ming had lost his life in her hands. The temple of great emptiness shall take her to let Buddha purge her of her sins so that she'll be able to reincarnate as a human." The righteous sect's disciple rose to his feet and retorted angrily, "The she-fiend is the public enemy of the noble path. The temple of great emptiness has never bothered about these things. And yet, you suddenly show up and fill our ears with your intended acts of mercy? Here's what I think of all this." He spat on the ground as soon as he finished speaking. Seeing this, the cultivators from the righteous sect laughed uproariously. However, the people from the fiend temple remained silent. Lu Zhuo looked around. The fiend temple's second seat, Xuexinchan, was killed by him. For this reason, they hated the evil sky pavilion. It was logical for them to shift the blame to Zhao Yu. He was surprised the fiend temple had sent their third seat here this time. He did not know this person and had never seen this person in his memories as well. Perhaps this person was too insignificant for Ji Tiandao to take note of. Meanwhile, Kong Xian, the monk, did not seem angry. He only looked around his surroundings before he said indifferently, "This old monk didn't come here to ask for your approval, dear benefactors. I'm only here to inform you of this decision. The temple of great emptiness must take the villain of evil sky pavilion, Zhao Yu, away." A figure suddenly leaped forward from the ranks of the noble path. "Well, you'll have to take her by force then." A long sword gleamed in his hand as he unleashed his sword chi in his surroundings. The crowd gasped in surprise at this sudden attack. Jiang Aijin glanced at the figure and shook his head before he said, "Just a cannon fodder throwing his life away. The great meditation therny weakens and intimidates its targets. With the chaotic blood chi of these people, I'd applaud them if they're able to even unleash 30% of their strength." Lu Zhou watched the proceedings calmly. If this did not involve Zhao Yu, it would have nothing to do with him. On the other hand, little Yuaner was further excited by this new development. She clapped along with the righteous sect's disciples. It seemed as though she was a cultivator from the noble path as well. At this moment, the cultivator who leaped forward sent a wave of sword chi toward Shen Kong. There was a buzz in the air as Shen Kong's kasaya glittered with gold. He seemed to have grown taller by 10 feet. Arhat golden body? Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as the cultivator was swatted away by the Arhat golden body. The cultivator flipped in the air and nearly lost his footing when he landed. The sword in his hand was still buzzing from the impact, and his arm was numb. Kong Xian extended one hand, standing still, as he said emotionlessly, "Dear benefactor, why's there a need for anger? The villain is from the evil sky pavilion. You have all fought and lost against the old villain along with 10 great nascent divinity tribulation realms elites. Even the heavenly sword sect master Luo Changfeng died a gruesome death. Only by handing this she-fiend over to the temple of great emptiness will everyone remain safe." In other words, Kong Xian meant that if Ji Tiandao were to come, how many of them were capable of stopping Ji Tiandao? "You have a nasty mouth, you bald donkey. If the noble path can't hold him back, what makes you think the temple of great emptiness can?" Kong Xian's expression remained calm as he said slowly, "The abbot has been cultivating in seclusion for a century and has raised his cultivation base tremendously. We can deal with that old villain." Kong Xian's words were akin to a rock being thrown into a still lake, causing everyone present on the Holy Altar's plaza to break into an uproar. Many of them even had a frightened expression on their faces. They knew that the temple of great emptiness Kong Yuan was a 6-leaf golden body divine monk a century ago. They did not expect him to be cultivating in seclusion all this time. Someone from the Clarity sect stood up and bowed as he cupped his hands together at Kong Xian. "If Master Kong Yuan can deal with the old villain from the evil sky pavilion, the Clarity sect agrees to hand over the she-fiend, Zhao Yu, to the temple of great emptiness." The people from the noble path were stunned. The Clarity sect and the Righteous sect were of the same lineage. However, the people in charge were not present currently. If they agreed to this, how would they explain themselves to the dead disciples? They could not call the shots. Kong Xian nodded. This old monk thanks the benefactors from Clarity sect. The Temple of Great Emptiness definitely won't let you down. We'll certainly reform the villain. At this moment, a deep voice sounded from behind Kong Xian. You'll have to ask for my permission if you want to take Zhao Yu away. Kong Xian turned around to face the Fiend Temple. This old monk has said this visit isn't intended as a negotiation. I'm merely here to notify you of this decision. He spoke gently, but it grated on the nerves of the listeners. The third seat of the Fiend Temple raised an eyebrow as he said coldly, "What a sanctimonious bald donkey!" The Temple of Great Emptiness clearly planned this and cast the great meditation therny around the holy altar. You dare act as if you're worthy of administering justice when you play tricks like these. He paused before continuing. The Temple of Grand Emptiness has always claimed that it views all life equally without differentiating the righteous from the wicked. It has also never meddled in worldly affairs. Don't you have anything better to do today? Kong Xian straightened his right arm. Benefactor Duan, are you going to stop this old monk? Wretched monk. You're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The third seat of the Fiend Temple waved his arms, and several black-robed cultivators leaped out from behind him onto the plaza. Kong Xian stood calmly with his right hand outstretched when faced with the hostile newcomers. He did not seem anxious, and his manner was neither servile nor overbearing. Arhat golden body. His 20 feet golden body emitted a vast energy as his kasaya fluttered in the air. Jiang Aijin was shocked when he saw this. Arhat golden body is on par with a nascent divinity tribulation realm's two-leaf avatar. This bald donkey isn't your average monk. Old Mister, quickly move to the back. The Fiend Temple has clearly come prepared. If that bald donkey uses a Zen mark, you'll certainly be affected since you're only at the sense-condensing realm. As he spoke, he tugged on Lu Zhou's arm to pull Lu Zhou to the back. Jiang Aijin did not even have the time to turn around when he saw the few black-robed cultivators being repelled by the golden light. They did not even have the chance to land a blow. The expressions of the Righteous Path's cultivators changed slightly. The people from the Fiend Temple looked up. The 5 people they sent had cultivation bases at the Divine Court realm. They were also the Fiend Temple's main force on this occasion. They did not expect Kong Xian to repel all of them with a single move. The Fiend Temple's third seat, Duan Xing, was the only one who remained unfazed. He sat on his seat calmly as he stared at Kong Xian in the plaza. A flash of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. A cultivator from the Clarity sect said, "To think that Kong Xian possesses such a high cultivation base, I can't even imagine what would happen if Abbot Kong Yuan were here." Based on Lu Zhou's memories, it was true that the Temple of Great Emptiness stayed away from the affairs of the world. During the past happenings in the cultivation world, the Temple of Great Emptiness had almost always kept themselves out of it. Rumor had it that the abbot of the Temple of Great Emptiness was a cultivation genius of the Buddhist Zen sect. He was so passionate about the Zen sect that it was said that he became a Buddhist monk immediately. However, rumors were just rumors after all. Back then, Zhao Yu had encountered the Temple of Great Emptiness Kong Ming. They had a fight and Zhao Yu had killed Kong Ming. If he truly had been a cultivator of the mysterious Heaven Saint realm, Zhao Yu would not have bested him. Since the Temple of Great Emptiness had chosen to interrupt the grand ceremony this time, they were clearly declaring the Evil Sky Pavilion as their enemy. Meanwhile, the Fiend Temple's third seat, Duan Xing, glanced at his defeated subordinates before he said indifferently, "Kong Xian, an honest person doesn't have to resort to schemes. You're the one who kept the elders of Clarity sect and Righteous sect away, right?" Kong Xian shook his head. "The Great Temple of Emptiness is an open and upright institution. Why would we need to resort to such methods? Open and upright? Weren't you the one who stationed the stick monks outside the holy altar?" Duan Xing said with a sneer. "It seems like you greatly misunderstand the Temple of Great Emptiness, dear benefactor. If you insist on stopping me, Benefactor Duan, I'll play the game with you. Both sides were waiting with swords drawn and bows knocked. At the same time, Jiang Aijian chuckled softly as he said, Old mister, didn't I tell you? That sword freak, Chun Wenjie, has always held an ambiguous stance. He has killed many elites from the clarity and righteous sects. If he steps forward now, the two sects would definitely love to turn him into ashes. Lu Zhou was puzzled. Chun Wenjie is ambiguous with his stance? Old mister, think about it. If you sell the sword to me, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Jiang Aijin used his hand to cover his mouth as he said in a hushed tone. I even know who the righteous sect's Master Zhang Yunshan's wife is seeing. He winked at Lu Zhou as he spoke. His expression seemed to say there was nothing under the heavens that he did not know about. Lu Zhou was once again rendered speechless by Jiang Aijian, but he kept a straight face. That ignorant man, Zhang Yuanshan, has cursed me so many times. Is his wife having an affair a punishment? He coughed before he dismissed this preposterous thought and focused his attention on the plaza. At this moment, the Fiend Temple's third seat, Duanxing, rose to his feet slowly. He raised both arms and a subordinate standing behind him caught his black robes respectfully. The onlookers had a clear look at Duanxing's appearance at this time. He was a sour-faced young man with thin lips and cold eyes. Bald monkey, I will not agree to you taking Zhao Yu away, Duanxing said before he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he stood in front of Kong Xian. Nascent divinity tribulation realm. It only took the onlookers one glance to see that Duanxing was an elite. Their expressions changed drastically. They did not expect to see a nascent divinity tribulation realm's expert in this small-time grand ceremony on the holy altar. It was clear that the Fiend Temple placed a lot of weight on Zhao Yu since Zuoxinchan was dead. It was no wonder that Duanxing refused to give in. Zuoxinchan was the only nascent divinity tribulation realm's expert who managed to cultivate the Fiend Zen to the four-leaf golden lotus stage. However, he died inside the Evil Sky Pavilion. How could they not be furious about this? Arhat Golden Body. Kong Xian activated his golden body again. His kasaya fluttered in the wind caused by his surging energy. In the next moment, Duanxing's body seemed to have split into 10, 100, 1,000. They surrounded Kong Xian and attacked at the same time. The onlookers were stunned. What technique was this? Why had they never seen this before? Even the subordinates from the Fiend Temple shook their heads and exclaimed in wonder. They had never seen such a dazzling technique before. Cultivators from the righteous or fiend paths rarely cultivated agility techniques. These afterimages were created by moving at an incredibly fast speed. Taoist technique, Tao invisibility, Lu Zhou said as he stroked his beard. Jiang Aijin was slightly surprised. Old mister, you know this technique? This technique originated from the Taoist societies. It was spread to Fuyu before it eventually became a lost art. Lu Zhou said. Fuyu? The other tribes? Jiang Aijin's eyes widened. He looked at the Fiend Temple's third seat and the dazzling silhouettes he left all across the plaza. In a world where Great Yen held dominance, there was no place for the other tribes. Thousands upon thousands of silhouettes landed blows on the Arhat golden body. Kong Xian felt immensely pressured, causing him to frown. As expected of the Fiend Temple's third seat, this old monk has indeed underestimated the nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivation base. Bang! 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 Shadow punches hit the golden body with blasts of air as energy formed crisscross networks in the air above the plaza. Those who were nearer took a few steps backward to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Kong Xian moved his hands as he said, In that case, this old monk won't hold back. Primal chi surrounded him as he joined his palms together. Seeing one's nature, his heart was clear and bright. He was as steady as Mount Tai. Zen sect's Dhyana Mudra. The thousands upon thousands of silhouettes were immediately dispersed by the Dhyana Mudra. Duanxing paused in midair as if he had been frozen in place. During this short moment, Kong Xian moved his arms again. The Dhyana Mudra disappeared as he aimed a hand seal toward Duanxing. Great Vajra will hand sign? BZZT. Duanxing frowned slightly. He raised his arms, blocking the powerful attack. Four-leaf golden lotus avatar. It was as if the Vajra had hit a tough wall as it bounced back. The cultivators scattered to dodge the attack. The hand sign hit the holy altar's portico, and the 48 doors shook violently. The shock wave from the energy blasted the doors open like a raging wind. The main door in the middle was the most sacred. It was also the tallest and biggest door. With a loud bang, Zhao Yu was exposed. The cultivators from the righteous and fiend paths looked over. Holy daughter! A small round dais could be seen inside the door. Zhao Yu was tied to a pole on the dais. She had a furious expression on her face, but she did not struggle. A bright red lotus could be seen between her brows. Zhao Yu, the she-villain! The crowd cried out in shock. Lu Zhou looked up and saw Zhao Yu. He could not sense any aura around Zhao Yu. Just as he had expected, her cultivation base had been sealed. Kong Xian maintained his arhat golden body and said haughtily, "Benefactor, why must you go out of your way to make things difficult for me? Wretched monk! If this is all you got, I advise you to bring your band of bald donkeys away with you before you run for your life." Duanxing bellowed angrily. Under the effects of his four-leaf golden lotus avatar, his aura was much more domineering compared to before. Kong Xian joined his palms together. "Since you insist on standing in my way, this old monk won't hold back anymore." Boom! The arhat golden body disappeared, and Kong Xian supported his chin with one hand as he sat on the ground. An arhat golden body's projection could be seen at this moment. Bzzzt. The monks around the holy altar discarded their rods and joined their palms together. Apart from that, the monks around the flying chariot in the air had also moved into a new formation. Once again, the buzzing chants resounded in the holy altar. Although Lu Zhou's expression was calm, he was inwardly surprised. Brahmin lullaby? This is bad. How am I supposed to withstand this with my cultivation base at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm? The Brahmin lullaby. It was a type of Buddhist sound technique that was similar to the meditation therny. When the Brahmin lullaby was recited, their own party would benefit from it while the enemies would suffer losses by having their minds rattled. Those with weaker cultivation bases would be intimidated by the sound technique and bleed from their 7 orifices until they die. However, Buddha was merciful to all. They would never use the word die, hence it was called a lullaby, as though those who were afflicted were only going to sleep. Those with stronger cultivation bases would be confused into a stupor by the lullaby, rendering them powerless to react against any incoming attacks. Currently, this sound technique was chanted by so many monks. Its power was beyond one's imagination. Lu Zhou was only at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm. It was impossible for him to withstand this. Bzzzt. 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 It sounded as though flies were having a party around the holy altar. Lu Zhou lifted an arm. A technique had instinctively come to him, and he quickly tried to activate it. At the same time, he turned to look at little Yuaner and Jiang Aijin. Where did Jiang Aijin go? Lu Zhou's instincts told him that Jiang Aijin was skilled. Alas, he had been focusing on the plaza and did not pay attention to Jiang Aijin. Little Yuaner was frowning slightly. She pouted and stomped her foot in anger. However, she did not seem to be affected in any other way. Her pure heart and character that was devoid of distracting thoughts were an advantage in a situation like this. Moreover, her cultivation base was at the divine court realm. The beginning of the Brahmin lullaby almost did not affect her at all. Bzzzt. 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 The Brahmin lullaby became louder and louder as though waves were crashing on the people on the holy altar. Lu Zhou raised a wizened hand. He knew this was as far as his cultivation base at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm could take him. He flipped his hand and took an item card out. If he could kill the Temple of Great Emptiness Kong Xian with a single strike, the monks would lose their leader, and the chant would automatically stop. However, there was a problem. By doing that, he would certainly draw everyone's attention. This would be disadvantageous to him if he planned to bring Zhao Yu away under everyone's noses. After mulling over it for a while, he flipped his hand again, and the item card disappeared. He decided to dodge the worst of the attack by using the impeccable card at the right moment. His old face remained calm. The loud buzzing continued to disturb the minds of the people. Ouch! Ouch! These bald donkeys are giving me a headache. A young cultivator standing next to Lu Zhou cursed as he held his head in his hands before dropping and rolling on the ground. Eh? Old man. Why are you not affected? That's right. Why am I unaffected? Lu Zhou looked around him. Everyone's faces seemed to contort in pain and shine with sweat. The buzzing sound intensified. It was several times louder than before. Lu Zhou suddenly felt a wave of impact surging toward him. This was Brahmin Lullaby's greatest effect. He saw many people with a weak cultivation base spit out blood. Needless to say, they were also bleeding from their 7 orifices. A burning sensation spread from Lu Zhou's sea of qi in his dantian. BZZT. BZZT. To get the mental intelligence of others, we should know that there is no difference in the hearts of the people in the 3,000 worlds. They are like one world. To gain the power to hear everything so that we can hear voices in all realms at will. To gain enlightenment and the power of speech that can change the world with words and free the common people from sufferings. Lu Zhong was stunned. He was not hearing the droning chants of the Brahmin lullaby, but the contents of the scrolls of heavenly writing. It was the human scroll of heavenly writing. When the burning sensation from his dantian subsided, it was replaced by a faint coolness. It spread from his dantian to his belly, chest, heart, and brain. He became wary at this moment. Meanwhile, the sound of the Brahmin lullaby reached his ears again. He looked around him. Most of the cultivators were already sprawled on the ground. It was clear that they were in so much pain that death seemed to be the better option. The remaining cultivators who managed to stay on their feet could not move at all. On the other hand, the monks around the holy altar joined their palms together and their eyes were closed. They were chanting with increasing fervor and urgency. At this moment, only the 4-leaf golden lotus avatar was arrogantly hovering in the center of the plaza. Little Yuaner was sitting on the ground now. She was not terribly affected. She only seemed annoyed. On the contrary, Zhao Yu was unconscious. Meanwhile, the Fiend Temple's 3rd seat, an elite of the 4-leaf golden lotus nascent divinity tribulation realm, was looking at the kasaya worn by the monk, Kong Xian. The kasaya was shining with radiant golden light. When Kong Xian saw that Duanxing was still standing, he increased the strength of his golden body. Arhat golden body. Double Arhat golden body. Bald donkey. Is this what you mean by showing mercy to the masses? What a colossal joke. Duanxing laughed as he extended his 4-leaf avatar and charged toward the Arhat golden body. Boom! 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 When they collided, the violent vibration shook the holy altar's plaza as well. It felt as though space itself had warped. Duanxing activated his Dao invisibility. His avatars left afterimages around him. The cultivators who were still conscious looked at the 4-leaf avatars with a frightened expression on their faces. Moreover, they also saw 4 Arhat golden bodies. Under the enhancement of the 4 sources of golden light, the Brahmin lullaby sound technique was enhanced to the limit. The lullaby sounded thunderous from the monks' rehearsed chantings. Boom! An explosion sounded in the air as Duanxing's 4-leaf avatars disappeared. He was sent flying and landed among the Fiend Temple's ranks. Tap, tap, tap. Duanxing tapped his meridian points to stop his wounds caused by the sound technique from worsening. He looked at Kong Xian, who was unleashing his mighty power in the plaza with a cold glint in his eyes. The bald donkey is so powerful? Duanxian pushed himself off the ground with one hand. A fierce expression appeared on his face. He wanted to move but discovered that he had been rendered immobile. The Brahmin lullaby's intimidating effect covered every inch of the holy altar. Kong Xian's eyes were clear and bright. He had risen into the air as he shone with a radiant golden light. What's he doing? Why isn't he stopping? He has already won. Lu Zhou thought to himself. That's enough. A deep voice, clearly unaffected by the Brahmin lullaby, sounded from behind the monk, Kong Xian. Kong Xian was stunned. Who was it? He turned his golden body around slowly and saw an old man walking toward the holy altar with ease. The old man's speed was neither rushed nor slow, and his manner was neither servile nor domineering. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said drily, "The Buddhist sect has always prided itself in not taking any lives, and yet, you've broken that rule today. Is this the will of the great temple of emptiness abbot, Kong Yuan? Or is it your will? Benefactor, why are you unaffected?" Although the monk, Kong Xian, was filled with confidence and knowledge, he was still taken aback by the old man's leisurely manner. The Brahmin lullaby was chanted by dozens of monks and himself, a nascent divinity tribulation realm monk. The old man should have been affected in some way at the very least. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Answer my question. Old benefactor, are you trying to stop this old monk?" Kong Xian widened his eyes. His instinct told him this old man would not be easy to deal with. Lu Zhou shook his head. That was not the reply he wanted to hear. He sighed softly. "You pig-headed monk." He raised an arm slowly. At the same time, Kong Xian's arhat golden body burst with a blinding golden light again, and it increased from 4 to 8 bodies. The arhat golden bodies instantly attacked. Boom! 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 A Buddha golden body that was 100 feet tall and 10 feet wide appeared by Lu Zhou's side, keeping the 8 arhat golden bodies at bay. It looked like a grandfather stopping his grandchildren. At this moment, those who still managed to retain their consciousness were filled with disbelief. The arhat golden bodies that they thought were so powerful had suddenly become so weak. This golden body was too fucking big. They had to strain their necks to just look at it. Most of them cried out in surprise at the sight of this. A senior Buddhist monk. He's a senior Buddhist monk. Lu Zhou swung his sleeve lightly before a small hand seal shot out from the golden body toward Kong Xian. Kong Xian stared with his mouth agape at the incoming hand seal before he quickly abandoned his arhat golden bodies and retreated. He descended on the ground immediately. Boom! 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 A series of explosions reverberated in the air as rubble flew everywhere when Kong Xian retreated at lightning speed. Deadly strike card is a sure kill move. Can you really run from it? Lu Zhou thought to himself that the monk, Kong Xian, was no pushover. As Kong Xian retreated, he launched countless palm strikes that hit Lu Zhou's massive golden body before they disappeared. He was not harmed nor was he affected. This was all the doing of the impeccable card. However, why did it manifest with a Buddhist sex technique? The monk, Kong Xian, was in disbelief over what was happening. The small palm strike seemed to possess eyes as it pursued him. He had no choice but to move backward and retreat. His instincts told him that this small palm strike was dangerous. The holy altar was wide. It spanned dozens of miles. Just when Kong Xian thought he had succeeded in evading the palm strike suddenly grew in size in just a blink of an eye. As he retreated further, he could not shake off the feeling that something was amiss. As time went on, he noticed the palm strike grew bigger and bigger. At this time, the size of the palm was taller than a man. A hint of desperation grew in his heart as he continued to retreat, his survival instinct kicking in. When the palm strike was just a hairbreadth away from Kong Xian's face, it enlarged by several times again. Due to this, he had difficulty dodging the attack. The palm strike closed in on him as though it knew he was going to unleash some technique. Currently, the size of the palm strike was extremely huge. The size was indescribable. It was like an extra-large version of the Great Vajra will hand sign. Meanwhile, back at the holy altar's portico, Zhao Yu finally managed to open her eyes now that the Brahmin lullaby had somewhat died down. When she saw the shocking scene before her eyes, she mumbled before fainting again. Master! Boom! The extra-large Great Vajra will hand sign landed on Kong Xian, as though he was a fly that was being swatted. Soon after, the hand seal vanished, and Kong Xian had been reduced to dust. As soon as the monk, Kong Xian, disappeared, the chanting of the Brahmin lullaby ended abruptly, and the monks around the holy altar fell. At the same time, the temple of great emptiness flying chariot that was hovering in the air tottered perilously. The monks strained themselves to support it and slow its descent. Silence descended on the holy altar. Lu Zhou's Buddha golden body that was 100 feet tall disappeared at this moment. Everything happened in 10 seconds. It was neither too long nor too short. However, for the cultivators of the noble and fiend paths, every single second seemed as long as a year. Currently, every cultivator's attention was focused on Lu Zhou. This old man managed to defeat Kong Xian with just a single strike. The old man stroked his beard in a leisurely manner as though it was a lovely day to be taking a walk. A question appeared in everyone's minds at this moment. Who's this cultivator who unleashed such a powerful great Vajra wheel hand sign? Is he another enlightened senior monk from some Buddhist sect? Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was lost in thought, calculating the results. He decided to pursue the matter of merit points and rewards later. After that, he surveyed his surroundings. Most of the cultivators were currently unable to fight. The plans of the heavens superseded that of man. Nobody expected Kong Xian would use the Brahmin lullaby on everyone. However, this was inconsequential to Lu Zhou now. The deadly strike card and impeccable card he had used had a powerful intimidating effect. At this moment, nobody would risk attacking him. He did not expect this as well. He continued to survey his surroundings as he stroked his beard. His eyes took in the expressions of shock and reverence on everyone's faces. In the end, he settled his gaze on the Fiend Temple's third seat, Duanxing. He paid more attention to Duanxing since if there were anyone who was still capable of fighting, it would be Duanxing. He wondered if Duanxing would take the risk and attack him. A hint of reverence and respect for the strong could be seen in Duanxing's eyes at this moment. After a long silence, he slowly rose to his feet before cupping his hands together at Lu Zhou. This junior from Fiend Temple, Duanxing, thanks the master for his aid. The expression on Lu Zhou's old face was calm. He had expected this reaction. The two techniques he had unleashed were a Buddhist sect's techniques. Individuals who did not cultivate in the Zen sect would find it difficult to attain such a cultivation base. Even the elite cultivators, Xianxia, cultivated the Fiend Zen for a long time and endured countless hardships before attaining the four-leaf avatar. Xianxia was also the only person to have achieved that in a century. Even he did not expect that he would be able to unleash that Zen mark. The cultivators from the righteous sect cupped their fists together and said in unison, "Thank you, Master." The people of the Clarity sect followed suit. "Thank you, Master." In their eyes, Lu Shang was an enlightened senior monk who had withdrawn from the secular world and did not interfere with worldly affairs. Lu Zhou decided to play along with everyone's misunderstanding of his identity. He raised his hand and said loudly, "The Buddhist sects value mercy above all else. I'm greatly distressed to have killed one of my own kin today, but I had no choice." Upon hearing this, the cultivators from the noble path gave him a thumbs up. In their opinion, Lu Zhou's behavior was befitting of a senior monk. "There's no need to concern yourself about this, Master. Kong Xian was despicable and shameless. He intended to kill all of us with the Brahmin lullaby and take the holy daughter away. This outcome is to everyone's satisfaction. A person like Kong Xian doesn't deserve to be a disciple of a Buddhist sect. Master, you're doing all Buddhist sects justice by killing that man. You're truly an enlightened senior monk. Compared to those sanctimonious bald, well, you're 10,000 times better than them." A righteous sect's cultivator who had spoken up suddenly made a sharp turn halfway through his speech. It did not seem appropriate to refer to monks as bald donkeys in front of this master. His heart raced in his chest when he thought about his transgression. However, Lu Zhou remained indifferent. It seemed he did not mind the others referring to monks as bald monkeys. At this moment, a Clarity sect's cultivator cupped his hands together and said, "If it weren't for you, Master, all of us would have died. Master, you have such a profound cultivation base. I wonder what brings you to the holy altar today." Lu Zhou gave that person a glance and replied, "I was just passing by." "I see. I heard that senior monks who cultivated with their hair like to travel the world and regard the four corners of the world as their home. I'm truly blessed for 3 lifetimes to have met you today, Master." Each cultivator was better at flattery than the last one. Many of the cultivators slowly got on their feet with labored movements. On the other hand, the monks had been under immense pressure before this. The sudden disruption of the incantation did not do them any good as well. They were panting heavily as they sat on the ground. With a nascent divinity tribulation realms cultivator such as Duanxing here, there was no need to fear the remaining monks. These monks did not even dare to take a single step toward him. Lu Zhou knew that he could not stay any longer. He cast a glance in little Yuaner's direction. It seemed like little Yuaner was sound asleep. This little girl, how carefree is she? How can she fall asleep with all the commotion around her? This won't do. I'll have to re-educate her. However, this was not the time to be disciplining little Yuaner, so he had no choice but to let it slide for now. He called out softly, "Yuaner." Little Yuaner's body trembled for a moment before she finally woke up. She rose to her feet immediately. Master. Impudent. Lu Zhou glared at her. Little Yuaner quickly moved to Lu Zhou's side. An aggrieved expression appeared on her face after she was reproached. Upon seeing this, someone asked, "Master, I see you have a female disciple. Is your Buddhist sect so liberal that it's even accepting female disciples now?" Lu Zhou was worried more and more questions. He had no answers to would come if he stayed any longer. Who knew if he had to use another item card at that time? It would be a great loss to him if that were to happen. The others were still in a daze as he looked at the unconscious Zhao Yu. He said clearly, "Go get her." MHM. Little Yuaner leaped toward Zhao Yu immediately. Upon seeing this, a shocked expression appeared on the cultivators' faces. "Master, what are you doing? Master, you can't take her away. Are they trying to stop me?" Lu Zhou's eyes swept across the cultivators, and they fell silent immediately. Did you think Kong Xian was acting alone when he boldly attacked this venue? Everyone was stunned when they heard Lu Zhou's words. That was right. Although the monk Kong Xian had a profound cultivation base, he would not have acted this way on his own. The Temple of Great Emptiness's abbot, Kong Yuan, must have approved of Kong Xian's actions. Such scum is an embarrassment to Buddhist sects. Abbot Kong Yuan has cultivated for a century, and yet he has ventured down the wrong path, Cultivator said. After a while, he added, "If Kong Yuan comes, we ask you to defend us, Master." Everyone quickly bowed at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou shook his head and stroked his beard, remaining silent. His expression was indifferent as well. However, he thought to himself, "What does it have to do with me if Kong Yuan comes looking for trouble with all of you? What a joke. If I weren't here today, all of you would have died." Lu Zhou's impression of the Clarity sect and Righteous sect was not good to begin with. He was already showing them great mercy by not holding them accountable for bringing Zhao Yu here. How dare they ask him to defend them? He thought these people deserved it if Kong Yuan came looking for them. At this moment, little Yuaner who was carrying Zhao Yu returned to Lu Zhou's side. Upon seeing this, the cultivators began to speak up one after another. "Master, please don't do this. Zhao Yu is the 5th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion's old villain. She has committed many crimes. If she's not dealt with, she'll bring calamity to the world. Please reconsider your decision, Master." Lu Zhou sneered inwardly. A few moments ago they were asking him to defend them, and now they were asking him to reconsider his action. They should weigh their own worth on the scale. It's indeed true that the noble path is filled with sanctimonious pricks. After a while, he said coldly, "Is there anyone who has a problem with me taking her away?" The cultivators seemed to have been put between a rock and a hard place. Air. Lu Zhou turned around after he said, "Let's go." Duanxing, the Fiend Temple's 3rd seat, appeared before Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was not surprised. Duanxing was the only one among this band of cultivators who was skilled. He did not have to trouble himself with the others. It was within his expectation for Duanxing to stop him. Just as well. Dealing with Duanxing will serve as another warning for these noble paths cultivators. However, something unexpected happened. Duanxing bowed slightly and said with a smile, "It's most appropriate for Master to bring the she-villain, Xiaoyu, away." The Fiend Temple fully agrees with this. As soon as Duanxing finished speaking, the cultivators from Clarity Sect and Righteous Sect exchanged a look among themselves. Although the noble and fiend paths are at odds with each other, today's grand ceremony was held to use Xiaoyu in a marriage alliance to soften the tension between the two sides. Your second seat was also killed by the Evil Sky Pavilion's old villain. Why would you let Xiaoyu go now? Duanxing, have you forgotten how Xianxia lost his life? Duanxing replied with a smile. The second seat went up the mountain to challenge the Evil Sky Pavilion. He was outmatched and lost his life. That's all there is to it. Can you speak for the entire Fiend Temple? Duanxing looked at everyone, his eyes flashing coldly. Fa! Duanxing moved quickly and raised a palm. The Clarity Sect's cultivator who was hit reeled back and spat out a mouthful of blood before he crashed onto the portico. He was dead. Upon seeing this, a shocked expression could be seen on everyone's faces as they took a step backward. The noble and fiend paths are at odds. I'm not that bald donkey, Kong Xian. If you're here to preach, you'd do well to go home and preach to your own mother. I'm sick of hearing all this. The holy altar was deathly silent. Who would dare to oppose Duanxing at this moment? They were daring enough to argue about reason with an enlightened senior monk, but they did not dare to do the same to someone from the Fiend Path. Those from the Fiend Path were unreasonable after all. It was no wonder those who were on the Fiend Path in Great Yen were despised by those on the Noble Path. Duanxing walked up to Lu Zhou. He bowed again and cupped his hands together again before he said, "You are merciful, Master, to be willing to reform this she-villain. This is a blessing for everyone under the heavens." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. This person was much more tactful than the people from the Clarity Sect and Righteous Sect. However, he still remained wary. If there were a need, he would use another item card. Duanxing said, "Since you're taking the she-villain away, the Fiend Temple will consider the second seat, Xianxia, avenged." Lu Zhou nodded and said indifferently, "You did a good job cultivating your Dao invisibility." Duanxing was taken aback when he heard this. He quickly lowered his head. Lu Zhou waved his arm lightly. It did not take long before Bian charged over from beyond the holy altar. It roared like a tiger and bared its fangs. The monks from the Temple of Great Emptiness had been manning the perimeter, but Bian did not seem troubled by them. It ignored them completely and charged toward Lu Zhou. Bang! Bang! 2 Brahma Sea Realm monks with 8 connected meridians reeled from the impact. The crowd was shocked again. This mount! What a feisty beast! To think that an enlightened senior monk with this cultivation base would have such a violent mount like this. I didn't expect this. Lu Zhou leaped onto Bian. Little Yuaner carried Zhao Yu and easily leaped onto Bian's back as well. Bian roared again. It pushed back with its 4 hooves and dashed away from the holy altar through the air. The others would need some grand technique to catch up to a legendary mount once it left the boundaries of the holy altar. However, grand techniques would require a huge amount of energy. A cultivator would not be able to use them at will unless they had a profound cultivation base. The others looked on enviously as Bian flew away from the holy altar's plaza like the wind. At this moment, the pressure on the holy altar plaza was lifted. The cultivators from the Righteous Sect and Clarity Sect shook their heads and sighed. They were powerless to do anything. After a while, they spoke up again. "We can't forgive this band of bald donkeys. Lock them up." However, the Fiend Temple's 3rd seat said coldly, "Aren't you being too lenient by just locking them up? Then what would you have us do?" Duanxing said, "Remove the weed by pulling up its roots to prevent any mishaps in the future." The cultivators from the Clarity Sect and Righteous Sect looked at Duanxing in shock. Since they took pride in being on the noble path, they naturally would not do such a thing. However, the Fiend Temple did not have such qualms. The noble path's cultivators did not say anything as though by remaining silent they were giving their tacit approval. The fury of the Fiend Temple, inspired by the ordeal they went through that was caused by the Brahmin lullaby, would find its outlet in these monks. Lu Zhou steered Bai En and navigated through the clusters of buildings on the holy altar. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had stepped out from behind a random building. The figure belonged to none other than Jiang Aijian. A conflicted expression could be seen on his face as he looked at Bai An's retreating back. He muttered under his breath, "That's impossible. His cultivation base is clearly at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm. How can he be a great master of the Buddhist sect?" Jiang Aijian stroked his chin as he fell into another dilemma. Should I go after him? Will I be reduced to dush? However, he's a senior monk, so he probably won't kill me on a whim, right? The old mister seems like a nice person. I'm sure there won't be any problem. When Jiang Aijian looked up, Baiyan had already vanished from his sight. He did not even know which direction the beast was headed. He was stunned. He turned around in a circle. Who am I? Where the fuck am I? What was I going to do again? Lu Zhou did not head toward Golden Court Mountain. Instead, he flew toward Runan City. Although he had found Zhao Yu, there were still many questions that needed answering. Lu Zhou dismounted from Baiyan before dismissing Baiyan when they were near Runan City. After all, Baiyan would attract too much attention. Lu Zhou and little Yuaner brought Zhao Yu with them back to the inn. When they entered, the innkeeper was even more excited to see them compared to his own parents. He ran up to Lu Zhou before kneeling and kowtowing. "My lord, you've finally returned. If you arrive any later, I would have lost my head." Lu Zhou said suspiciously, "What do you mean? The officer has told me that you're from the palace. I've acted impertinently toward you, and that's a great crime." "No matter." Lu Zhou waved his hand. He motioned for little Yuaner to bring Zhao Yu into the room. He had no need to argue with an innkeeper. Lu Zhou took a few steps up the stairs before turning around. He asked coldly, "Did you find the culprit?" The innkeeper shook his head and said, "The officer would never reveal such information to me. I truly don't know." Lu Zhou nodded. He stroked his beard as he went up the stairs. After the incident at the holy altar, Lu Zhou could rule out Jiang Aijian. That sword freak, Xianxia, was fighting against a clarity sex elite, so he could not have been the culprit as well. That left him two other possibilities. It was either his second disciple, Sword Devil Yu Shangrong, or the Luo sex Luo Chongqing. Luo Chongqing was currently in the northern regions of Great Yen. It would take him some time to get here. The possibility of him being the culprit was not high. Lu Zhou stopped and looked at the corner where Zhuoping had been killed. "Yesterday, my second disciple, Sword Devil Yu Shangrong, was merely dozens of meters away from me." "Master," little Yuaner called out. "What's the matter?" "Senior sister has woken up." Lu Zhou nodded. He walked up the stairs with a stern expression. "That evil disciple. I've truly outdone myself this time." Lu Zhou walked into the room with a stern expression on his face. Zhao Yu was, indeed, awake, but she seemed weak as she lay on the bed. Moving seemed to be too great of an ordeal for her at this moment. Her cultivation base had been sealed, and she was subjected to the torment of the Brahmin lullaby. It was good enough that she managed to hold on to her life. She was able to stay alive due to her firm foundation. Lu Zhou walked up to the table and slowly sat down. He looked at Zhao Yu. Loyalty, 10%. Just as expected, Lu Zhou thought to himself. When Zhao Yu saw her master next to her, her face paled immediately. She quickly scrambled off the bed without minding her appearance or condition, causing her to nearly fall on the floor due to her weak limbs. Fortunately, little Yuaner caught her just in time. "Master, this disciple knows that she has done wrong." "I know that I have done wrong." Zhao Yu did not even bother coming up with an excuse as she began to kowtow. Zhao Yu continued for some time before Lu Zhou waved his arm and said indifferently, "That's enough." Zhao Yu looked at him with a hint of remorse. There was also a slight hint of fear mixed in. Before Zhao Yu could explain herself again, Lu Zhou asked bluntly, "Who abducted you?" Zhao Yu shook her head like a child who knew she had made a blunder. Not even a shred of dignity as the villain of the Golden Court Mountain could be seen in her at this moment. She said softly, "I only know the person is an elite from Clarity Sect. His cultivation base is profound. He's almost on the same level. No, he's slightly weaker compared to you, Master. There were 3 true elites in the Clarity sect. The first one was the sect master Mochi. Rumor had it that his cultivation base was at the 7-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm. The second elite was their grand elder, Pan-Litian. This man had vanished without a trace long ago. Nobody knew where he went. It was said that Pan-Litian's cultivation base surpassed that of his sect master. However, this rumor was never verified. The third one was the second elder, Yu Hongyi, the most powerful female cultivator in the Clarity sect. Zhao Yu. I've said that I won't deal with traitors of the sect lightly. Do you remember that? When Zhao Yu heard this, she trembled and shook her head. Master, you must listen to my explanation. I have no intention of betraying you. I wanted to return to my hometown to pay homage to my parents after completing my mission the other day, and I was intercepted by the Clarity sect's elite along the way. Pack. Lu Zhou raised a hand and slammed it down on the table. Zhao Yu's heart raced from the shock. You dare lie to me? Lu Zhou turned to look at Zhao Yu with a piercing gaze. Zhao Yu withered under Lu Zhou's gaze. She began to recount what happened systematically and in detail. I went to the derived Moon Palace. Junior sister Tianxin wanted to harm you, but I didn't plan to cooperate. Lu Zhou remained silent, waiting for more of Zhao Yu's confession. Zhao Yu continued, It's true that I returned to my hometown, but you wavered. Lu Zhou raised his voice. Zhao Yu did not dare to retort. She could only swallow her frustrations. Although she felt her master was different compared to before, she did not dare to push her luck. This disciple knows that she's done wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Yi Tianxin's slanderous words. If you didn't think about leaving, things would not have escalated to this stage, Lu Zhou said calmly. Zhao Yu seemed to have remembered something as she hurriedly said, Yi Tianxin has laid a formation near Blue Sun Mountain. I had falsely promised her that I'd activate it. You're good to me, Master, so I would never think about harming you. I would rather not go than bear the sin of killing my master. I'm telling the truth. If my words contain even the slightest lie, I'm willing to be punished in whatever way. Lu Zhou recalled the scene where Yi Tianxin led the cultivators into battle. With his 9-leaf avatar, it was true that he did not sense Zhao Yu's presence. Zhao Yu stayed on the floor. She did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the end, Lu Zhou decided to deal with Zhao Yu's punishment once they were back in Golden Court Mountain. When he recalled the events of the past 2 days, he asked, Who sealed your cultivation base? The only thing I know is that he's from the palace. I didn't see his face, Zhao Yu said. The palace. These incidents were somehow related to the palace. Since Lu Zhou had descended from the mountain to investigate the kidnapping in the Ci family, the impersonation of the Ci mansion's butler, Wang Fuguei, to the palace elite who sealed Zhao Yu's cultivation base, all signs pointed to the palace taking a keen interest in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Zhao Yu looked at Lu Zhou with an aggrieved expression on her face. I was kept in the holy altar by the Clarity sect after I was kidnapped. Lift your head. Lu Zhou's tone was still stern. Zhao Yu did not dare to disobey Lu Zhou. She mustered up her courage before she lifted her head. She thought her master was going to punish her, but she did not expect him to study her glabella. The peculiar golden lotus usually looked enchanting and eye-catching under the sun, but it appeared dull and washed out in the room. Witchcraft. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu and little Yuaner were taken aback. There were a plethora of cultivation methods under the skies of Great Yen. The Taoist societies were the largest, followed by the Buddhist societies. The Confucian school could not regain its former glory, and the remaining cultivation methods could hardly be regarded as refined and presentable. Witchcraft was one of those cultivation methods. Most witchcraft methods were extremely evil in nature. A cultivator would gain far less from practicing witchcraft compared to cultivating the Taoist methods. As time went by, witchcraft was rejected by the people from the noble path. It gradually waned, and the people who cultivated it dwindled as well. Who would have expected there was a witchcraft elite in the palace? Zhao Yu hastily kowtowed and said, Master, please free me from the restriction. Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Yu indifferently. It seemed like her loyalty was increasing. Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu hastily lowered her head in fear. She kept her eyes trained on the floor and did not dare to make a sound. Lu Zhou said, "I've already said I won't deal lightly with those who betray me." When Zhao Yu heard this, she did not resent Lu Zhou. On the contrary, she began to feel hopeful. She remembered the incident on the holy altar and hastily kowtowed. This disciple willingly accepts any punishment. That will come in due time. After Lu Zhou finished speaking, he slowly rose to his feet. Zhao Yu quickly said, "I'll respectfully see you off, master." Lu Zhou glanced at Zhao Yu as he said to little Yuan, "Yuan, write to your senior brother. Tell him to take Zhao Yu back and punish her." "Oh!" Little Yuan was trembling slightly from fear and trepidation. When Lu Zhou left the room, little Yuan helped Zhao Yu up. She said with a smile, "I knew that you're not like Yi Tianxin's senior sister." Zhao Yu shook her head and said with a sigh, "In any case, I've made a mistake this time. If Master didn't bring me away from the holy altar, I would have been." Little Yuan said, "It's all right. You don't know this, but Master displayed his majestic strength when we're on the holy altar. Those self-righteous noble path sects and the fiend temple were all defeated." "Little junior sister, you were there?" "Of course. There were many bald donkeys there as well. They kept buzzing like flies. I was irritated to no end." Little Yuan conveniently left out the part where she had fallen asleep. Zhao Yu sighed again. "You're the only one who cares for me, little junior sister." Only. Lu Zhou had barely left Zhao Yu's room when he saw the officers who investigated Shuoping's death. The few of them ran up the stairs toward him. "My lord, I finally found you. You were looking for me?" Lu Zhou was puzzled. He had nothing to do with Shuoping's case. What would these officers want with him? "We're tasked with escorting you to the general's residence in Runan City to make a statement," an officer said as he went down on one knee. "I'm busy." Lu Zhou spat out 2 words coldly before he returned to his own and slammed the door shut. The officer seemed to understand the situation at once. "How can I let the Lord run over to meet the general? Isn't this just like taking his rank lightly?" He quickly apologized. "My lord, I've spoken wrongly. It's not my intention to make you travel there." Lu Zhou ignored him. Clearly, the royal token had found its way to the general's residence in Runan City. The palace would be notified about this in half a day's time as well. Would the elite who harmed Zhao Yu be bold enough to show up? After the incident at the holy altar, Lu Zhou was exhausted. However, his mind was still working overtime. He called up the system console. Name Lu Zhou. Race human. Cultivation base. Sense condensing realm, chi refining and soul forming stage. Merit points 4,490. Avatar 3 condensing flowers. Remaining life 5,804 days. Item Deadly Strike card X2, Impeccable card X2, Critical Block card X7, Passive, Wizard, Buy-in, Weapon, Unnamed, Amorous Hoop, Owner, Yi Tianxin. Requires re-refining before use. Cultivation method, 3 scrolls of heaven writing. Lu Zhou was surprised to see his merit points had exceeded 4,000. He had been too preoccupied with the battles before this, so he had ignored the system notifications. For this reason, he did not notice which mission contributed to his current merit points. Lu Zhou went through the list of missions. His completed missions were listed on the mission board. Lu Zhou discovered that bringing Zhao Yu back had earned him 1,000 merit points. He earned another 1,000 merit points from killing the monk, Kong Xian. Disciplining Zhao Yu also gave him 200 merit points. The remaining points were earned from by and charging through the cultivators who blocked its path. Lu Zhou was surprised to discover that Bayan could help him earn merit points as well, saying that it was still not easy to accumulate merit points. He was still 500 merit points short of being able to purchase the avatar, the Mighty Four Quadrants. He had used 1 impeccable card and 1 deadly strike card to defeat the monk, Kong Xian. If he did not include the missions in his calculations, he had merely broken even. Fortunately, he did not use too many of his item cards. If he had used the item cards to kill some unworthy opponents, he would be eating a loss. The item cards were mighty, but he could not use them on a whim. He only had 2 deadly strike cards and 2 impeccable cards left. I should use them sparingly. Suddenly Lu Zhou recalled the heavenly writing had activated when he was attacked by the Brahmin lullaby. It had negated all of the Brahmin lullaby's effects. He was truly surprised by this. Is this the so-called extraordinary power mentioned in the scrolls? Upon thinking about this, Lu Zhou attempted to activate it. Alas, all he managed to do was circulate his own primal qi. This was a technique that was widely used by cultivators. It seemed like he had no means of finding out how to utilize that extraordinary power. That extraordinary power must have been exceptionally potent to be able to completely negate the Brahmin lullaby that was chanted by so many monks. After a while, Lu Zhou looked at the system's dashboard. Merit points or heaven writing? Which one should I choose? Should I go for another lucky draw? However, my luck has never been good. I don't think I should risk going with the lucky draw. Lu Zhou decided not to try for another item card. His current cultivation base was too low. His body's function should be able to withstand a more profound cultivation base. He had to increase his avatar's level as quickly as possible and improve his cultivation base. No matter how powerful the item cards were, they were still external tools. He did not like the feeling of treading on thin ice at all times. Lu Zhou opened the Heavenly Writings interface and began reading. Just as expected, Lu Zhou noticed the contents of the scroll had increased. There were fewer indecipherable symbols now. There seems to be a meaning to the words of the heavenly writing. I'll just memorize it for now and comprehend it later. It was similar to when he was young. He would memorize Tang poems without worrying about understanding it. He was certain he would understand it one day. After the incident at the holy altar, Lu Zhou decided to spend more time and energy to read the heavenly writing. Time continued to pass. Lu Zhou was pulled out of his concentration by the sound of hurried footsteps when it was almost dusk. Soon after, a voice rang from outside the door. "My lord, General Zhao has requested an audience with you." Lu Zhou closed the heavenly writings interface. He did not open the door. Instead, he said indifferently, "What's the matter?" This time, General Zhao was the one who replied. His voice was deep and resounding as he said, "Zhao Shua of Runan City wishes to have a conversation with the old mister. I wonder if he has the time." Before Lu Zhou could reply, Little Yuan appeared and shouted down the corridor, "No, he doesn't." General Zhao cupped his hands together in greeting and asked, "And you are?" Little Yuan's hands were on her waist as she said, "My grandfather is tired. Who do you think you are to demand to meet him at a moment's notice?" The innkeeper knew this young girl was a divine court realm expert. He did not dare to criticize her. He only said, "Miss, this is Runan City's General Zhao. I don't care which General Zhao he is. Even if General Li or General Wang is here, I won't agree to this," Little Yuan said domineeringly. Zhao Shua was stunned. This little girl has quite a temper. She doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Well, they do say that the young are fearless. At this moment, Lu Zhou finally replied, "Let him in." Initially, he did not plan to meet this person. However, when he considered the royal token and the palace's possible involvement in all the events that had happened, he decided to try and extract some information from this man. Oh! The door opened, and Little Yuan moved toward Lu Zhou and planted herself next to him in an obedient manner. Zhao Shua was taken aback when he saw Lu Zhou's appearance. However, he maintained the smile on his face as he bowed and said, "Greetings, old mister. I'm Zhao Shua of Runan City." Lu Zhou's expression remained indifferent as he ignored the general. Zhao Shua felt awkward seeing Lu Zhou's response. However, he powered through and said, "Old mister, I hope you'll forgive me for my rudeness earlier." "State your business," Lu Zhou said curtly. Zhao Shua had prepared a complete introduction, but it seemed like it was rendered completely useless by Lu Zhou's 3 words. I heard that the royal token is in your hands, old mister? Xianxia asked. Lu Zhou did not deign to reply to the question. This question was meaningless. Xianxia continued to say, many years ago, the token was in His Majesty's possession, and he could mobilize the capital's imperial guards. The token is the representation of His Majesty. Then, at some point, the token was lost. I'll say this again. State your business, Lu Zhou said. In other words, these were all meaningless chatter. Xianxia could not have felt more awkward. He cupped his fists together and said, in that case, I'll cut to the chase. He paused for a moment before he said, please surrender the token, old mister. After Xianxia finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Zhou furtively. He was worried Lu Zhou would be displeased. Lu Zhou asked, you want the token? I don't dare to demand it from you. I'm sure you're not an ordinary person to have the royal token in your possession for so many years. I'm just here under orders, Xianxia said. Whose orders? Lu Zhou asked curtly. Well? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before he said, I'm not too sure about that. However, that person is an elite from the palace with a profound cultivation base. He came with a decree, so I have no choice but to obey. Lu Zhou had a clear grasp of the situation now. He said coldly, if he wants the royal token, tell him to come here himself. Old mister, why must there be a need for that? I know you must have an extraordinary cultivation base, but to offend a high-ranking person from the palace is... Lu Zhou did not let Xianxia finish his sentence. He rose to his feet slowly as he placed one hand on his back while he stroked his beard. Upon seeing this, Xianxia assumed Lu Zhou agreed with his words. A pleased expression could be seen on his face at this moment. Lu Zhou waved his hand dismissively and said, send them away. Xianxia wanted to say something to persuade Lu Zhou. However, little Yuaner, who was standing at the side, waved her small fist and said menacingly, beat it! This young girl is really feisty. Why is she so different from her grandfather? This is no way for a young girl to behave. No, wait, the old mister is an eccentric person as well. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He could only retreat from the room. Xianxia had barely stepped out of the room when Lu Zhou suddenly asked him a question. Who sent Shuoping? Xianxia was shocked. He turned to look at the innkeeper who was waiting outside, but did not answer. At this moment, a man with a long sword standing downstairs said with a smile, naturally, it's someone from the palace. Old mister, we meet again. Although Lu Zhou could not see the person who had spoken, he recognized the person's voice. It was none other than the person who loved swords to the bones and valued swords as much as his life, Zhang Aijin. This was within Lu Zhou's expectations. Zhang Aijin appeared before everyone with his long sword. A smile was etched on his face. Lu Zhou wondered how Zhang Aijin escaped from the Brahmin lullaby's area of effect. He was also curious about how Zhang Aijin had found this place. Although Zhang Aijin was annoyingly persistent, he found him interesting. He was certain there was more than meets the eye with Zhang Aijin. Zhang Aijin glanced at General Xianxia and greeted him politely. General Zhao, greetings. Xianxia merely nodded in response. He was still choking with frustrations, therefore. He was in no mood to be friendly to strangers. Zhang Aijin's expression turned solemn as he approached Lu Zhou. Aijin pays respect to master. Little Yuana rolled her eyes and said, how shameless! Zhang Aijin said with a chuckle, you won't survive if you're not shameless. Suddenly, Xianxia made a move to grab Zhang Aijin. Before he could tighten his grip, Zhang Aijin had already evaded his hands. Zhang Aijin said, General Zhao, it's inappropriate for you to try and grab me like that. Xiaoxia's expression darkened as he asked, my friend, what did you call the old mister earlier? Master. What about it? Zhang Aijin replied flippantly. Master. Zhang Aijin gave Xiaoxia an appraising look. He clicked his tongue and said, judging by your outfit, you must be a person from an officer's house. You were talking to the master for such a long time, but you didn't know he's a senior Buddhist monk. He spoke calmly, and there were no traces of mockery in his words. Although he found this military officer stupid, there was no need to offend him. He decided to be honest with Zhao Shuo. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Jiang Aijin, it's just as well that you came. I have some questions for you. Jiang Aijin replied with a smile, Ask away, master. I'll tell you anything and everything I know. At this moment, an imperial bodyguard walked up to Zhao Shuo and whispered into his ear. Despite his effort to control his expressions, he failed when he heard the imperial bodyguard's words. His attitude toward Lu Zhou softened even more as he bowed at Lu Zhou and said, I was blind to the fact that you're a senior Buddhist monk. Please forgive my ignorance, master. Great. It seems like the misunderstanding about my identity is getting slightly out of hand. Lu Zhou did not want to be a senior Buddhist monk. However, since being a senior Buddhist monk did not negatively affect him in any way, he did not bother to explain himself. This master has defused the crisis at the holy altar on his own and dealt with Kong Xian from the Temple of Great Emptiness. For this, you have my utmost gratitude, master. After all, Runan City was under Zhao Shuo's jurisdiction. He would have to bear the consequences if something untoward happened here. Previously, he had heard about the incident at the holy altar. He thought it was just a ceremony to settle the conflict between the two sides, so he did not spare any thought on it. He could not help but shudder when he thought about it. Who knew there would be so many elites at the little grand ceremony? Lu Zhou did not deign to reply to Zhao Shuo. He looked at Jiang Aijin and said, You're a sly one. Jiang Aijin said with a chuckle, I'm only trying to survive. Please don't mock me for that, master. He did not dare to bring up the topic of the precious sword. Lu Zhou asked, Zhuoping was from the palace as well? Jiang Aijin winked at Zhao Shuo before replying, That's right. We have General Zhao here. With his rank, I'm sure he has met a few people from the palace. Am I right, General? Zhao Shuo was rendered speechless. You're the one giving the information, and yet, you want me to verify them for you? Finally, he said, To be more precise, Zhuoping was the subordinate of a high-ranking person in the palace. Lu Zhou nodded. All these were no longer important. He was certain someone in the palace was trying to oppose the evil Sky Pavilion. Lady Jade from the western region was the most suspicious of all. However, it was also possible that someone was using her to sow dissension between them. Lu Zhou decided to leave this matter for a later date. There were plenty of elites in the palace. He would not risk himself just because of a witchcraft restriction. For now, he was satisfied with the information he had gained. Before he acted, it would be more pragmatic for him to accumulate merit points and improve his cultivation base. After a while, he asked, Jiang Aijin, are you cultivating the escape technique? Jiang Aijin's expression froze. He smiled awkwardly as though his secret had been exposed. I'm impressed by your vast knowledge, master. At this moment, an urgent report came from downstairs. General Zhao, there's a report from the east. Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain has left the Golden Court Mountain and is making his way to Yu Province. Zhao Shuo frowned when he heard this. You good for nothing. Do you want everyone in the vicinity to know about this? Jiang Aijin nodded and said, I've expected as much. Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain, Mingshi Yin. He's cunning and mischievous. A petty man who changes his stance on a whim. Hypocrisy is second nature to him. When little Yuan heard this, she asked, He's evil. What about Evil Sky Pavilion's ninth disciple? What's he or she like? Jiang Aijin stroked his chin. He seemed to know a lot about the Evil Sky Pavilion. The ninth disciple is amazing. She's the last to join the pavilion, and yet, her cultivation base improved the fastest. She's a diabolical cultivation genius. Alas, Alas, what? Tell me. Little Yuan urged him. Jiang Aijin replied, The little villain lacks experience in the real world. It's a shame she's eccentric and has no sense of propriety, joining the Evil Sky Pavilion. She'll surely become the greatest villain who would bring calamity to the world. Little girl, why are you glaring at me like that? When Lu Zhou saw that little Yuan was on the verge losing her temper, he said indifferently, Let's call it a day. He was genuinely exhausted after a whole day of work. Little Yuan scoffed. She had no choice but to obey her master's wish. Zhao Shua cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, "Since the evil sky pavilion's villain has descended from the mountain, he'll surely be up to no good. I'll go and inform the cultivators from the noble path about this." Zhao Shua had just finished speaking when a soldier downstairs cried out, "General!" The villain. When the villain passed through Qing province, he had abducted many girls. Zhao Shua's lips twitched. "That scum. I'll be taking my leave." He was secretly relieved that it happened in the Qing province and not Runan City. However, what was he going to do when that villain arrived in Runan City? Lu Zhou's brows were tightly knitted together. He was puzzled. Ming Shirin had always conformed to the norms of society all this while. Was he truly behind this act of villainy? Ding! Killed a mounted brigand. Earned 10 merit points. Ding! Killed a mounted brigand. Earned 10 merit points. Mounted brigands? Not girls. Jiang Aijin smiled and said, "General Zhao, wait up. What business do you have with me?" Zhao Shua asked, puzzled. "The Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain is clearly coming to Yu province. It's highly possible that his destination is Runan City." Zhao Shua widened his eyes and said, "How do you know that?" "Only." Jiang Aijin pointed at his own head and said with a smile, "The Holy Daughter at the Holy Altar's grand ceremony is the Evil Sky Pavilion's fifth disciple. A member of the Evil Sky Pavilion has been taken away. Surely the old villain would send someone to get her. It's not difficult to figure this out. General Zhao, the fourth villain, has a profound cultivation base. When he left the mountain previously, he already had 1 foot in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. That was a long time ago. I'm sure he must possess the 100 tribulations insight by now. Who'd be able to stop him?" Jiang Aijin said with a smile as he held onto his sword. Zhao Shua's brows furrowed again. How troublesome. Why were troubles coming one after another? And each was more troublesome than the last. Jiang Aijin continued, "Since a Buddhist master is here, why don't you ask him politely for his help instead of taking a long trip to the palace just to request for reinforcement?" Zhao Shua's eyes brightened when he heard Jiang Aijin's words. "Dear brother, these are truly some wise words." He quickly turned to look at Lu Zhou before cupping his fists together. He said with reverence and sincerity, "Master, I beg you to help Runan City to capture this villain and bring peace to the citizens of Runan City." Little Yuaner was truly speechless when she heard this. Although little Yuaner would really love to laugh at this moment, she stifled her laughter as she stole glances at her master. Lu Zhou's expression was as calm as a still water lake. Nobody could figure out what he was thinking. He kept stroking his beard. Little Yuaner looked at her master, askance. She thought to herself, Master never used to stroke his beard so much. Why did he suddenly have this habit? When Zhao Shua saw Lu Zhou did not reply to him, he said, "Master, please help us." In the end, Lu Zhou only said indifferently, "I have my own plans. Yuaner, see them out." Little Yuaner nodded. She hopped toward Zhao Shua and gestured for them to leave. Zhao Shua felt helpless. He had no choice but to leave. Lu Zhou was speechless. As the master, did he have to raise the banner of justice to deal with his own disciple? Moreover, Ming Shirin was only killing mounted brigands, not abducting young girls. It was obvious that the general public had a biased opinion of the Evil Sky Pavilion. No matter what the Evil Sky Pavilion did, they would be seen as causing trouble. Jiang Aijin did not leave. "Master! Master!" Lu Zhou, who was still sitting, looked at Jiang Aijin and said, "Jiang Aijin." Jiang Aijin quickly jogged up to Lu Zhou and said with a grin, "I knew you won't keep me at arm's length, master." Lu Zhou's wizened face lost a little of its indifference as he said, "I spend my days holed up on the mountain, and I'm disconnected from the outside world. If you're willing to be my eyes and ears, I won't treat you unfairly." He wanted to make himself seem as friendly as possible. Let's not scare this fellow away. After all, it was natural for a timid person to be cowardly. Jiang Aijin said in a self-abasing manner, "Master, please don't joke. You're a Buddhist master. Surely you have no need for someone like me to become your eyes and ears. You're not willing? Lu Zhou asked. Lu Zhou's behavior stunned Zhang Aijian. It seemed like if he did not agree to this request, Lu Zhou would no longer have any interaction with him. He stroked his chin as he considered this. Finally, he said, Master, with your position and standing, you'll give me some sort of compensation, right? I can't be doing this for nothing. Lu Zhou remembered that there were many precious swords back in Evil Sky Pavilion's hidden chamber. He had never appraised their grade before, but he did not think they were low. At the very least, that saber is quite good. It's evenly matched with unnamed. It might very well be a heaven-grade weapon. Finally, he asked, Do you like sabers? Ha! Zhang Aijin was confused by the non-sequitur. Forget it. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and stood with his hands on his back. He said slowly, My sword has already recognized me as its owner, but if you become my eyes and ears, I can give you a good sword or two. Zhang Aijin grinned widely as soon as good swords were mentioned. It seemed like he had lost some of his quick wit as soon as swords were mentioned. He asked with bright eyes, How good is it? No weaker than the male and female double swords. Zhang Aijin slapped his thigh and cried out without any hesitation, Deal! Lu Zhou was rendered speechless by Zhang Aijin's behavior, but he maintained the calm expression on his face. Zhang Aijin was overjoyed at this moment. He had collected many good swords in his life. There were swords with strange designs and patterns from a variety of grades in his collection. However, heaven-grade weapons were always the most precious. After all, heaven-grade weapons could only be discovered, not sought. He had always possessed an innate talent for gathering information. This job would not be difficult for him. After a while, he looked around the room before asking, Master, where did you put the she-villain? Lu Zhou barked, Get lost. Getting lost now. Before Zhang Aijin left the inn, he left Lu Zhou with a way to contact him. When he left the inn, he felt refreshed. He stretched his limb and smiled. However, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. How long would I have to do this? It seems like we didn't discuss the time frame. Wouldn't it be bad if I have to do this for a lifetime? This is bad. Have I been duped? Will I be beaten up if I return to negotiate with him now? Inside the room, little Yuaner said contemptuously, What a shameless man! Lu Zhou said calmly, He's useful. Little Yuaner could tell that her master was tired. She half rose from her chair and said, I'll be taking my leave. After little Yuaner left, he did not go to bed immediately. He brought out the system dashboard and scrolled through them all. Under the avatar column, there were no changes. The only avatar he unlocked was the mighty 4 quadrants. In the cultivation base realm, there was only comprehending the heavenly writing. He could only slowly improve it, there was no shortcut for this. He checked again to see if he had unlocked any weapons or cultivation methods. He willed the interface to change and discovered the weapons and cultivation methods column was still red. Lu Zhou wondered if this was due to his cultivation base being too low to unlock the weapons and techniques. He sighed in understanding. After all, Ji Tiandao was still in his prime when he accepted his disciples. He would have to take care not to follow in Ji Tiandao's footsteps. Lu Zhou wondered if Ji Tiandao had died because his life had reached its end and his cultivation base had regressed. However, since Lu Zhou had the reversal cards, he did not think he would have Ji Tiandao's problems. He would not repeat Ji Tiandao's mistakes, saying that he was left with one problem. He thought with a frown on his face, What would happen if I keep using the reversal cards? Will I have to crawl back into my mother's womb? That's no different from committing suicide. However, Lu Zhou's mood took a turn for the better. If he used the reversal cards every year as he aged, did it not mean he would gain eternal life? He thought to himself, This logic is flawless. After that, Lu Zhou pulled up the Heavenly Writings interface and continued his quest to comprehend it. Time ticked by as he immersed himself in the text, and dawn came without him realizing it. Lu Zhou had fallen asleep halfway through reading. When he woke up, he felt as though he had returned to his student days. Just as he was about to get off the bed, he heard hurried footsteps outside his door. The pitch of Zhao Shua's voice seemed higher as he said urgently, Master, please help us. The Evil Sky Pavilion's villain has already arrived in Runan City. He's raining down disasters on the public. Lu Zhou said nonchalantly through the door. Let him be. He won't do anything evil. Since he had entrusted Mingshi with a mission, Mingshi would be extremely bold if he dared to commit evil acts at this juncture. Master, the villain is evil in nature, and he's notorious for his wicked acts. The villain had entered the city early this morning and hung two heads at the city gates. The citizens are too terrified to step out of their houses. The villain has a profound cultivation base. His speed and movements aren't something that ordinary people can compare to. I'm afraid you're the only person in Runan City who's capable of defeating the villain, Master. Lu Zhou shook his head and got off his bed. After doing some simple stretches, he felt much better. Finally, he opened the door. When Zhao Shua saw Lu Zhou emerging from the room, he was overcome with emotions that he had difficulty stringing sentences together. After a while, he finally said, Master, please do something. I'm begging you on behalf of Runan City's citizens. Lu Zhou remained silent as he stared at Zhao Shua. At this moment, little Yuaner and Zhao Yu appeared. Master! Zhao Yu was dressed in plain white robes, different from the one she wore on the holy altar. Let's go. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Zhao Shua called out tentatively, My master, come along. Lu Zhou placed his hands behind his back and descended the stairs. When Zhao Shua heard this, he was overjoyed. He hastily caught up to Lu Zhou. He was certain this was a sign of Lu Zhou's agreement to help. After Zhao Shua had returned to his residence yesterday, he had listened to his subordinate's detailed account of the incident on the holy altar. When he heard about how Lu Zhou was unaffected by the Temple of Great Emptiness Brahmin Lullaby, defeated the monk Kong Xian and subdued the she-villain, he was filled with respect toward Lu Zhou. He did not want to offend Lu Zhou at all. Hence, he sent a message to the palace and informed them that the royal token was in the possession of a senior Buddhist monk. He also told the palace that he was powerless to retrieve the token. As they left the inn, Zhao Shua turned to look at little Yuaner and Zhao Yu as he thought to himself, This girl with the golden lotus between her brows must be the Evil Sky Pavilion's she-villain. He nodded to himself as he continued his train of thoughts. The master's cultivation base is profound. With him on our side, there's no need to fear the Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain. Victory is in the bag. They left the inn and sped toward the east of Runan City in a horse-drawn carriage. Halfway through the journey, Jiang Aijin obstructed their path as he held a sword in one hand while the other hand held a half-eaten pear. He moved toward the carriage as he said with a smirk, Master, I'll be tagging along. Zhao Shua had a puzzled expression on his face as he asked, Dear brother, we're going to deal with the villain. Aren't you afraid? Of course I'm afraid. I feel as though I'm going to die from fear. However, since Master is here, there's nothing to worry about, Jiang Aijin replied. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, Do you have any news? Jiang Aijin only smiled. Although he was shameless and crafty, he was truly skilled in obtaining information. Lu Zhou did not care about Jiang Aijin's method of obtaining information as long as there were results. He made a gesture with his hand for Jiang Aijin to come on board before motioning for the horse carriage to continue on its journey. Jiang Aijin stared straight ahead and said in a hushed tone, Someone from the palace is here. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou remained silent as he stroked his beard. Jiang Aijin continued to say, Someone from the palace is the mastermind behind the incident on the holy altar. I'm sure they're dissatisfied with you since you foiled their plan. However, put aside your profound cultivation base. I don't think they'll attack a senior Buddhist monk no matter how displeased they are. Lu Zhou nodded. The horse carriage rattled as it picked up speed. Jiang Aijin looked at the road ahead and said, The Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain, Mingshi, cultivated the Bluewood Heart technique. It's a troublesome cultivation method. His opponents will have a hard time subduing him. When you encounter him later, please don't hold back, Master. You should take him down with a single strike and not give him any chance to run away. Lu Zhou said, You seem to know a lot about the Evil Sky Pavilion. A confident expression appeared on Jiang Aijian's face as he said, I won't hide this from you, master. When Ji Tiandao was attacked by the 10 great elites, he paused for a moment to point at himself before he continued, I was there. Jiang Aijian looked proud as he continued to say, that was the battle of the century. 10 great elites. Half of them had 6-leaf avatars, and the other half had 7-leaf avatars. And yet, they still couldn't defeat Ji Tiandao, who had an 8-leaf avatar. Lu Zhou was taken aback inwardly when he heard this, even though his expression remained calm. He naturally had access to this memory. However, he truly did not expect Jiang Aijian had personally witnessed that fight. Jiang Aijian continued to ramble on. The battle went on for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, they only fought to a draw. The old villain, Ji Tiandao, was hurt. Even now, I still can't figure it out. How did the 10 great elites fail when they besieged the Golden Court Mountain after a month? Lu Zhou did not continue with the topic. Instead, he asked, You're afraid of him? Jiang Aijian said with a sigh. Ever since I witnessed that great battle, I swore to stay away from that man. He's too terrifying. How can a human be so terrifying? Little Yuaner quickly covered her mouth with a hand as a burst of small laughter escaped from her mouth. It did not take long before she began to laugh uproariously. Jiang Aijian did not think this was strange. After all, he was used to this young girl's ridicule. He decided to let her be. Zhao Yu seemed at a loss. She did not know if she should be laughing right now. Halt! Zhao Shua's voice rang out suddenly. The horse carriage skidded to a stop. Jiang Aijian leaped off the horse carriage. He was shocked when he saw the chaotic scene before him and the heads that were hung on the city gates. He exclaimed, How cruel! Lu Zhou alighted from the carriage as well. He looked at the bloodied human heads. Zhao Shua said with a deep frown, The villain must be close by. I've already contacted several Divine Court Realm cultivators to search the area. We should be able to locate him soon. Lu Zhou said, The dead were mounted brigands. That's not important, Zhao Shua said righteously. I'll do anything to capture the villain. Lu Zhou turned to look at Zhao Shua. He shook his head. It's meaningless to talk to him. A mocking and maniacal laughter suddenly resounded in the air. You people think you'll be able to capture me? Dream on. The Evil Sky Pavilion's villain is here. I'm taking my leave. Jiang Aijian turned tail and was just about to run when Lu Zhou grabbed his arm. Don't be afraid. I'm not afraid. Jiang Aijian scratched his head. Several figures shot past the rooftops in the air. The maniacal laughter continued to resound in the air. Here comes the villain. Everyone looked in the direction of the laughter. A man with peculiar eyes and flowing black hair who was dressed in a white robe shot toward them at high speed as he taunted and hurled insults at the cultivators around him. Come on. Come after me. Zhao Shua's eyes widened in anger as he unsheathed his sword. Whoosh! Zhao Shua said before he left. Master, I'll leave the safety of Runan City's citizens in your hands. Lu Zhou looked at the incoming Mingshi calmly. His eyes took in the cultivators who were chasing after Mingshi as well. His expression did not change at all. Since Lu Zhou was here, Jiang Aijian was not overly worried. However, he felt a bit strange since he was used to observing from afar as he hid in a corner. This was his first time observing out in the open. Mingshi Yin's laughter drew closer. I'm getting bored. As soon as he finished speaking, he sped up, covering the distance of several hundred meters in just a blink of an eye. Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. Jiang Aijian's words shocked everyone. Based on Mingshi Yin's speed, it was clear he was a nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm cultivator. Jiang Aijian gulped. He felt diffident. As an early-stage nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm elite as well, he felt those from the Evil Sky Pavilion were much stronger in comparison. As everyone looked at Mingshi who was charging toward them, Zhao Shua cried out, Villain of the Evil Sky Pavilion, die! He slashed his sword in the air. His sword was shrouded with a destructive energy as it slashed toward Mingshi Yin's face. Mingshi Yin laughed as he swatted the sword away with one hand. Bang! The sword shattered in just an instant. Mingshi said smugly, "You won't be able to do anything to me with these techniques." Suddenly, he came to a halt as he muttered under his breath, That old man looks like Master." Xianxia stumbled back in shock. He thought he had incurred the villain's wrath and was now being targeted. This villain was someone who killed without batting an eyelid. He quickly retreated to Lu Zhou's side. Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly. He could not blame his other disciples if they did not recognize him, since the reversal card had altered his appearance quite a bit. However, there was no way Mingshi would not be able to recognize him. Mingshi frowned as he studied Lu Zhou. After a moment, his expression changed drastically. He quickly dispelled the energy around him and descended. Zhang Aijian hurriedly took a step back and unsheathed his sword. "This is bad. The villain is coming down." However, when he saw Lu Zhou, he was baffled by how calm Lu Zhou was. Only, as soon as Mingshi landed, he quickly ran over to the group. He cried out in excitement, "Master!" When he arrived before the group, he bowed before he lifted the hem of his robes with his right hand and fell to his knees with a thud. He said reverently, "This disciple pays respect to Master." Zhang Aijian and Xianxia were baffled. Lu Zhou stroked his beard before he waved a hand. "Stand up and talk." Mingshi smiled modestly. His arrogance from earlier had completely vanished. Before Lu Zhou could say anything, he asked carefully, "Master, didn't we agree to meet in like the clouds in? What brings you here?" Xiaoshua's eyes widened in understanding as he quickly retreated to the side. He stuttered, "You Wuyu." Little Yuaner said indignantly, "Watch your mouth. See if I don't pull your tongue out if you keep offending my master." Zhang Aijian was stunned. "This is great. Is it too late for me to run away now?" Xiaoshua's actions caught Mingshi attention as well. Being the quick-witted person he was, he rose to his feet and stood before Lu Zhou as he asked, "Master, should I kill him?" When Zhang Aijian heard this, he fearfully took a step back. Lu Zhou patted his shoulder heavily, and he fell to the ground with a frightened expression on his face. He waved his hands frantically as he said, "Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. This has nothing to do with me. Can everyone just let me go and treat me like a fart?" Little Yuaner felt as though her anger had been vented as she said, "Let's see how my master will deal you, you shameless person." Mingshi turned around and looked at Zhang Aijian in confusion. He asked, "Master, should I kill this man as well?" Just how badly did Mingshi want to kill another person? Everyone's attention was focused on Lu Zhou at this moment. Lu Zhou's expression was indifferent as usual. He glanced at Mingshi and slowly said, "You shouldn't be showing off like this." Mingshi bowed and said, "You're right, Master." Lu Zhou asked, "There's a rumor going around that you're abducting young girls. Is it true?" Mingshi fell to his knees again. He gestured with his hands as he said, "I've been wrongly accused. It was the mounted brigands who abducted the girls. I was passing by coincidentally, and I saved them. I was meting out justice for the heavens and acting chivalrously. Not only was I not committing evil acts, but I was doing good." He emphasized the words, meting out justice for the heavens and acting chivalrously. The people in the surroundings frowned when they heard Mingshi words. Zhang Aijian was speechless. The villains from the evil sky pavilion are as bad as they come. Do you think people will believe that you were doing good? Mingshi continued, "If you don't believe me, Master, you can send someone to investigate this. Things will be clear once they're investigated." Lu Zhou was not bothered about these things. He did not care if Mingshi was doing good or committing evil. He would be happy as long as his disciples did not stir up trouble and cause havoc wherever they went like before. After all, he would not be able to clean up their mess every single time. "General Zhao." Lu Zhou looked at Xiaoxua. Xiaoxua trembled before he lifted the sword in his hand. However, he realized too late that he had raised his scabbard in defense instead. This man was the most powerful villain in the world. Would a scabbard even protect him? "What do you say if we leave this matter as it is?" Lu Zhou's penetrating gaze sent another wave of fear into Zhao Shua's heart. At this moment, the few divine court realm cultivators who were chasing after Mingshi Yin finally arrived. With the difference of one realm, their speed was naturally very different. General Zhao, we came just in time. Where's the senior Buddhist monk? The senior Buddhist monk in their imagination was a bald old man dressed in a kasaya. They did not notice Lu Zhou, who was the only old man present on the scene. Zhao Shua coughed before saying softly, "Retreat! Retreat!" The divine court realm cultivators were taken aback. "We can't. We've chased after him this long just to stall him. We can't let him off that easily." Jiang Aijian wanted to cry. As he looked at the foolish divine court realm cultivators, he was reminded of his own foolishness as well. Mingshi Yin bowed and said, "Master, these people refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I ask that we teach them a lesson." The 5 divine court realm cultivators were dumbfounded. In truth, they were only stalling for time by giving chase. With their cultivation base, there was no way they would dare charge at Mingshi Yin. Even if Mingshi Yin's cultivation base was not at the nascent divinity tribulation realm, they still would not dare to do such a thing. When they saw the villain they had been chasing for half a day addressing this old man as master, they instantly knew who this old man was. Upon discovering this, they were even more frightened than Zhao Shua. Their faces shone with sweat. Lu Zhou shook his head. "Just give them a slap on the wrist." "Yes, master." When Mingshi Yin looked up, he saw Zhao Shua was the first person to run. Zhao Shua ran as fast as his legs would bring him. The other 5 had no choice but to frantically run for their lives as well. Mingshi Yin covered 300 miles with just a single step, leaving afterimages in his wake as he gave chase. Lu Zhou turned around and looked at Jiang Aijian before patting Jiang Aijian's shoulder, looking like a grandfather patting his grandson. He said, "Don't be nervous. Ma master." "Oh no, Ji, great senior Ji." Jiang Aijian stuttered after he gulped. He instinctively leaned backward as he said, Can I break our agreement? Am I that terrifying?" Lu Zhou remembered that Jiang Aijian had said that Ji Tiandao was the person whom he feared the most. "And no," Jiang Aijian said, contrary to his true feelings. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "I've always valued promises. Similarly, I hate those who do not abide by their words the most. But you didn't tell me who you are." Jiang Aijian weakly protested, his voice cracking. "Did you ask?" Lu Zhou retorted. He did not say he was a senior monk either. Jiang Aijian racked his brain. Indeed, it seemed like he had never asked about Lu Zhou's identity. He had been duped. "Oh, this is 8 lifetimes of accumulated rotten luck. I've boarded a pirate ship without noticing it. Even if he were to run away now, he would definitely be hunted down in the future." It was better to dismiss such thoughts. A moment later, Mingshi Yin returned. He cupped his hand at Lu Zhou and said, "Master." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Bring Zhao Yu back and lock her in the cave of reflection." "Yes, master." Mingshi Yin walked up to little Yuaner and glanced at Zhao Yu. When he saw the golden lotus on Zhao Yu's forehead, he appeared shocked. "Witchcraft." Little Yuaner said, "Senior brother, 5th senior sister's cultivation base has been sealed. If master didn't arrive in the nick of time, I'm afraid." She did not finish her sentence. Not for the first time today, Jiang Aijian felt like crying as he thought to himself, "As it turns out, all this trouble is just a master rescuing his disciple. To think I thought we were going to punish the she-villain. I really thought too much." Lu Zhou waved his hand casually. Wuxia materialized out of thin air. When he saw the legendary mount, Jiang Aijian's eyes widened. He was stunned. He was not interested in mounts, but he knew how difficult it was to possess 2 legendary mounts. As expected of the master of Evil Sky Pavilion, he really lives up to his name as the greatest villain who dominated the world. "Master, you'll let me return with Wuxia?" Mingshi Yin asked disbelievingly. "Go on." Lu Zhou waved his hand. Mingshi Yin was overjoyed. He nodded continuously. "Thank you, master." Zhao Yu bowed at Lu Zhou and said, This disciple knows that she has committed a grave mistake. She'll certainly repent back on Golden Court Mountain. After that, the two villains rode on Wuxia and flew into the air before they left. Little Yuan moved next to Lu Zhou and asked, "Master, where should we go to have fun next?" Lu Zhou knocked her head and reprimanded her. "I still have some business to attend to." "Oh." Lu Zhou turned to look at Zhang Aijian, who was smiling bitterly. He did not say anything and continued staring at Zhang Aijian. After a while, he only shook his head helplessly and said, "What a shame." Little Yuan asked in confusion, "Master, what's a shame? That person is smart and cautious." Lu Zhou said as he stared at Zhang Aijian. "Where would he be if not here?" Realization dawned on Zhang Aijian immediately. He rose to his feet and turned a full circle before flying into the air to look at the surroundings. However, he did not find anything. After he landed, he asked, "Old senior, you're saying the person from the palace has been following us?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "It's just a guess." "Well," Zhang Aijian chuckled awkwardly. "Zhang Aijian, why don't you drop the act?" Zhang Aijian was startled. He looked at Lu Zhou incredulously. His legs felt weak as his guilty conscience weighed heavily on his mind. After a while, he chuckled and said, "Senior Ji, what are you talking about? Are you joking?" Lu Zhou said slowly, enunciating each word clearly, "You're from the palace." He spoke in a tone that brooked no arguments, as though he was certain of it. Zhang Aijian's heart skipped a beat. He forced a smile on his face as he said, "How is that possible?" Lu Zhou did not bother to reply. Zhang Aijian was smart. There was no need to waste words when speaking to someone smart. Zhang Aijian had known about the plans of the monks from the Temple of Great Emptiness. He knew about the grand ceremony. He also knew Zhuoping was from the palace. Most importantly, when he had boarded the carriage, he had said someone from the palace was around. Who else would be so familiar with the incident on the holy altar? Who else would know about the schemes of the palace? Lu Zhou sent Mingshi off with Wuxia while he remained behind. The elite from the palace had remained as well. The elite did not dare to act recklessly since Lu Zhou's identity had been exposed. Someone had also been sending him information about the she-villain, Zhao Yu. Most importantly, when Zhang Aijian found out he was the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, he was completely flustered since his plans were disrupted, and he began to panic. All these signs pointed to Zhang Aijian being from the palace. "I've always been direct with my words. You're smart, so you should know what I mean," Lu Zhou said calmly. Zhang Aijian remained silent. His silence could be considered as his admission. Beating around the bush would only waste everyone's time. He sighed before he said, "You're very astute, Senior Ji." Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, remaining silent. Zhang Aijian continued to say, "You're only half right, old senior. Indeed, I'm from the palace, but that's in the past. I left the palace a long time ago. There are too many schemes in the palace, and a person like me isn't cut out for a place and life like that." He sighed again. His usual smiling face had been replaced with a solemn expression. The people from the palace fight and scheme against one another most of the time, deceiving each other. "Old senior, would you believe me if I told you this?" He did not think the old villain would believe his words. "I have my own thoughts about this," Lu Zhou answered ambiguously. Zhang Aijian shook his head helplessly and said, "To each his own, I suppose. I like the outside world where I'm free and unfettered. However, my friends prefer to stay in the palace. Whenever we meet up for a few drinks, they would share what they know about the palace with me." Zhang Aijian's words made sense. Otherwise, there was no way a rogue cultivator like him would be privy to the palace's plans. After a while, he said regretfully, "Alas, it's too late for some of my friends to leave the palace now. Some of them had even died." Lu Zhou said, "Their lives have nothing to do with me." Zhang Aijian nodded. It was true. The human relations in the palace were very complicated compared to the outside world. He took a deep breath before asking warily, "Old senior, since you know about my identity, Can we call off our previous agreement? Zhang Aijin loved his life very much. He was extremely guarded when he asked this question since he was not sure if the always calm Lu Zhou would attack him. Lu Zhou shook his head and said indifferently, "You can try." Zhang Aijin was speechless. "I don't think I'll ever be able to disembark from this pirate ship," he said. "Will I be safe if people find out about this?" Lu Zhou said, "I don't care about that." Inwardly, he thought to himself, "I don't think there's a need to worry about your safety since you value your life so much." Lu Zhou turned to Zhang Aijin and said, "As long as you're not working against Evil Sky Pavilion, I won't interfere with whatever you do." He was naturally lenient toward those who were talented. He added, "Since you were from the palace, I'm sure you understand the Evil Sky Pavilion and how we work." Zhang Aijin nodded. He sighed and said, "Fine. About the swords you promised me, old senior. I'll give them to you." Zhang Aijin hugged his sword and said, "It's a deal then." Lu Zhou nodded with satisfaction. He flicked his sleeve lightly before his mount. Baiyan rushed forward. Before he leaped onto Baiyan's back, he said, "I don't care about the palace's affairs, but they better not drag the Evil Sky Pavilion into their schemes and feud." Little Yuaner pulled a face at Zhang Aijin before she leaped on Baiyan as well. Zhang Aijin cupped his hands together and said no more. Baiyan rose into the air before rushing toward the Evil Sky Pavilion. As soon as Lu Zhou left, Zhang Aijin slumped to the ground. He was really surprised the old villain did not press him about the matters in the palace. This was good. After all, there were many things about the palace that he did not dare to give voice to. As Baiyan traveled across the sky, Lu Zhou checked the system dashboard. His merit points were now at 5,010. He had only gained 500 merits points when he gained an informant. Regardless, he thought it was a good deal. Someone like Zhang Aijin was only suited to collaborate with, he was not suited to be a subordinate. Little Yuaner asked in a small voice, "Master, are we not going to divine capital?" Lu Zhou chided her softly, "Little girl, all you think about is playing." Little Yuaner pouted and said, "Master, we shouldn't trust Zhang Aijin." "I know." Little Yuaner continued to say, "He had worked for the palace. Why would he become your informant?" "Enough." Lu Zhou rapped his knuckles on Little Yuaner's head. However, he was inwardly pleased that she was thinking about such matters. This was much better than before. Meanwhile, in the Tiger Ridge headquarters, the person sitting on the throne was not evil King Zhu Honggong, whose name inspired fear, but the Darknet cult's chief, Wuxia. "Seventh senior brother, your information network covers the land, and your information has always been reliable. However, don't you think there's something wrong about the information regarding the incident on the Holy Altar? Kong Xian from the Temple of Great Emptiness is only a four-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm at best. Is he really capable of taking Zhao Yu away with so many people from the noble and fiend path around? I find it impossible," Zhu Honggong said. Si Wuxia said indifferently, "Kong Xian didn't take Zhao Yu away. He was killed by a senior Buddhist monk." "Kong Xian is dead? Impossible!" Zhu Honggong exclaimed in shock. "My informants have always been trustworthy." The bald donkeys from the Temple of Great Emptiness activated the Brahmin lullaby, impeding my men from advancing, so they could only observe from afar. However, based on what they saw, there's no doubt that only a senior Buddhist monk is capable of casting the hand seal for the Great Vajra Wheel. How ironic that Kong Xian was killed by one of his own kind. Zhu Honggong scratched his head. As both of them continued their discussion, a cultivator rushed in and fell to one knee before he said, "Reporting to the cult master, Sword Freak Chun Wenjie has been killed by Senior Sword Devil." "All right." Si Wuxia did not seem surprised, but Zhu Honggong was stunned. "Cult master, I have another report." "Speak." Ren Buping, the master of Fiend Temple Master, has come out of seclusion. Si Wuxia shot up to his feet immediately. "A breakthrough? I don't know. Is the Fiend Temple making any move?" "Not for now. Inform me right away if they're making a move." "Understood." The Fiend Temple's influence had been expanding in recent years. Many elites had joined its ranks as well. Currently, it was like a tiger that had sprouted wings. Previously, Wuxia had heard that Renbuping, the master of Fiend Temple, had gone into seclusion to cultivate. Occasionally, there would be news about the huge improvements that Renbuping made, but he had never been able to verify the news. The growth in the Fiend Temple's influence had affected the Darknet and especially the Nether sect. For this reason, he had placed a spy near Renbuping to keep an eye on Renbuping's every move. Renbuping was not the only one who was cultivating in seclusion. The Temple of Great Emptiness Kong Yuan Luo Xingkong, the former sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, and the Confucian school's elite, Xianxia, who had failed to take down Golden Court Mountain, had all gone into seclusion to cultivate in hopes of achieving a breakthrough in their cultivation bases. However, none of them had shown any signs of a breakthrough thus far. Wuxia thought to himself, if Renbuping has a breakthrough in his cultivation base, what is he going to do? Is he going to expand the influence of the Fiend Temple, or will he seek revenge from the Evil Sky Pavilion? He turned to Zhu Honggong and asked, Old Eighth, what are you thinking about? Zhu Honggong mulled over all the possibilities before he said, I'm just thinking if the senior Buddhist monk who cast the hand seal for the Great Vajra Wheel is Master's ally. Master never liked to ally himself with others. However, times are different now. It's not entirely impossible for Master to do something like that. After all, there seems to be a new addition to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Zhu Honggong's eyes brightened. Master has accepted another disciple? I wouldn't say that person's a disciple. He's more like a staff. Apart from that, the Golden Court Mountains barrier has been restored even though the reason for that is unclear. As for the other matters, let's wait until he has exhausted his allocated lifespan. Another staff? Seventh senior brother. Why don't we return to the Evil Sky Pavilion? Zhu Honggong suggested. Wuxia did not deign to reply. He only looked at Zhu Honggong coldly, causing shivers to run up Zhu Honggong's spine. In a hidden chamber in Evil Sky Pavilion on Golden Court Mountain, Lu Zhou glanced at his current merit points. 5,010 merit points. He did not earn many points from the Holy Altars incident. He thought to himself, 5,000 points are just enough to purchase the avatar, the Mighty Four Quadrants. I can improve my cultivation base immediately. However, should I spend all my merit points just to purchase the avatar? Lu Zhou did not think it was worth it as he calculated the numbers inwardly. He considered the lucky draw for a second before dismissing it. He once spent 66 merit points on the lucky draw only to receive a reversal card. However, there was always a chance of him hitting the jackpot. It was unfortunate that he had a little more than 5,000 merit points. He did not have the extra points to try his luck on a lucky draw. I should wait until I have more merit points. It was safe on Golden Court Mountain so Lu Zhou could take his time to earn merit points. For now, he decided to improve his cultivation base. Item cards were only effective against single opponents, after all. He got lucky during the incident on the Holy Altar. Under normal circumstances, he could not guarantee he would always be able to have a one-on-one showdown. Lu Zhou controlled the system with his mind and purchased the Mighty Four Quadrants avatar. Ding! Obtained the avatar, the Mighty Four Quadrants. As the system notification popped up, Lu Zhou's original avatar, the three condensing flowers, disappeared before it was replaced by the Mighty Four Quadrants. He felt his primal chi surging like a flood within his body. With his new avatar, it broke through his Dantian's sea of chi. His primal chi grew quickly and easily broke through from the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm to the peak of the sense-condensing realm. It did not take long before his Dantian sea of chi was filled with primal chi. A man standing between the heavens and the earth was like a vessel. The vessel's endurance would determine how much primal chi the vessel would be able to take in. The sizes of the meridian channels and Dantian sea of chi were crucial aspects in determining the strength of a cultivator. Lu Zhou was no ordinary cultivator. He was the most powerful villain in the world. His Dantian and meridian channels had been sculpted and tempered since a long time ago. When the primal chi surged in, it was as though the floodgates of Yangtze River were opened. Lu Zhou could not stop it at all as his cultivation base rose quickly. Lu Zhou quickly sat down and crossed his legs, focusing his mind. He did not dare to take this lightly and quickly directed all his attention to improving his cultivation base. Apart from that, Lu Zhou understood something. Initially, when he obtained the system, his cultivation base was at the ninefold body tempering. Body tempering cultivated his muscles, bone, and skin. Ji Tiandao had already accomplished this before. Therefore, there was no need for him to cultivate them again. As for the 5 apertures of the mystic enlightening realm and the sense-condensing realm, they were like the cultivation of the will. In other words, the improvement in his cultivation base now was completely dependent on the avatar's level and the amount of primal chi he absorbed. With his 8 meridians connected, if he had the right avatar and primal chi, he could reach all 8 meridians in one go. Heavenly writing. With just a thought, Lu Zhou brought out the heavenly writing. He felt it would be easier for him to calm his spirit and concentrate, to keep distracting thoughts away, if he read the heavenly writing. As soon the heavenly writing appeared, his eyes landed on the complicated scripts. Mingshi locked Zhao Yu in the cave of reflection upon their return. He paced up and down, keeping guard ever since he had locked her up. When Zhao Yu entered the cave of reflection, she saw Yi Tianxin, whose hair, skin, and expressions were pale. She was extremely terrified. Mingshi explained, Junior Tianxin's cultivation base has been disabled by Master. Without her cultivation base, it's inevitable that her body would decline. It's no surprise that she ended up looking like this. When Zhao Yu heard this, she was inwardly shocked. What did she do to warrant such a heavy punishment? Suddenly, she felt extremely grateful that she still possessed her cultivation base. She was not as tenacious or bold as Yi Tianxin. She felt there was no difference between having no cultivation base and being dead. She thought to herself emotionally, luckily, I didn't commit a grave mistake like junior sister Tianxin did. Junior sister Zhao Yu, this time, you're very lucky to have been brought back unharmed by Master. Master has ordered me to keep both of you in here to reflect on your actions. Please don't blame senior brother for this, Mingshi said. Zhao Yu nodded and said, I'm grateful, senior brother. I don't blame you. Compared to her eccentric master, she much preferred her 4th senior brother. At the very least, she would not need to tread on eggshells all the time. Moreover, she did not have to worry about being beaten or punished for saying the wrong thing. At this moment, Yi Tianxin suddenly looked up. She looked at Zhao Yu with exhaustion in her eyes. A hint of surprise could be seen in her eyes as well. Witchcraft? Mingshi nodded and said, Indeed, it's witchcraft. Junior sister Tianxin, you've learned a lot during your time in the outside world. Yi Tianxin gave a hollow laugh and said, Witchcraft restrictions, cultivators would have a difficult time undoing it. It's no different from having your cultivation base disabled. I was dealt with this fate, and now Zhao Yu suffers the same fate. I wonder who will be next. Zhao Yu asked in confusion, Junior sister, what's the point of resenting Master at this point? She looked at Yi Tianxin, who was as pale as a piece of paper. Mingshi shook his head helplessly. Junior sister Tianxin, do you really want to stay in the cave of reflection for the rest of your life? If she did not change her way of thinking, she would have to stay in here forever. What's the difference? With the state I'm in, there's no difference from being dead. Stubborn. Mingshi shook his head. Dong. Suddenly, the resonance of primal chi energy reached their ears from afar. Mingshi frowned slightly and said, The two of you should reflect on your actions here. I'll visit you every day. Thank you, senior brother, Zhao Yu said with a nod. Ding. Disciplining Zhao Yu. Obtained 100 merit points. Loyalty. Plus 5%. Mingshi came outside. He cast a suspicious look in the direction where the noise had come from. It was the evil sky pavilion. Although the primal chi's resonance was subtle, he managed to sense as soon as it sounded. Someone's connecting meridians in the evil sky pavilion? How did a Brahmin sea cultivator get into Golden Court Mountain? He was puzzled. The Evil Sky Pavilion was not a place where scoundrels were allowed to run rampant. "You've got balls coming here. I'll teach you a lesson." With that, he covered 300 miles in a single stride, leaving afterimages in his wake. What will the others think if any Dick, Tom, or Harry can just barge into the Grand Evil Sky Pavilion? I'll have to bear the consequences if Master blames me for this. Mingshi knew he was extremely fortunate that he was not blamed when the Golden Court Mountains barrier broke previously, giving the cunning Zhou Jifeng a chance to sneak up on Master. However, if it were to happen again, he would feel annoyed at himself even if his master did not blame him. Mingshi had coincidentally passed by the back of the mountain. Zhou Jifeng was once the grand disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. He was a divine court realm cultivator and well known among cultivators. He had felt the strange pulse from the Evil Sky Pavilion as well. When he saw Mingshi shooting past, he could not help but call out, "Mr. Fourth, get lost. I'll beat you up if you dare return." Mingshi cursed. Zhou Jifeng was startled into jumping. His ears went numb from the vibrations of the sound wave from the primal chi, causing him to stumble several steps back. Then he stood as still as a wooden chicken. "I don't think I've offended you, did I? Are there no normal people in the Evil Sky Pavilion?" When Mingshi finally arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion, he saw little Yuaner. He walked up to her and asked, "Little junior sister, did you see any outsiders sneaking into the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Little Yuaner replied with a puzzled expression, "I didn't. What's wrong?" Mingshi sped through the pavilion, looking like a phantom as he left afterimages in his wake. Little Yuaner found the sight dazzling. She clapped her hands and said, "Senior brother, your Bluewood Heart technique is truly amazing." Whoosh! Mingshi appeared before little Yuaner again, his afterimages disappearing. He looked at little Yuaner solemnly as he asked, "You're certain you didn't see anyone?" "I'm certain." Little Yuaner tapped the tip of her left index finger with the tip of her right index finger together as she looked at Mingshi in confusion. "Where's Master?" "He's resting." Little Yuaner pointed in the direction of the hidden chamber. The hidden chamber was where Lu Zhou rested. However, he spent most of his time in the East Pavilion and rarely visited the hidden chamber. The hidden chamber? Mingshi looked in the direction of the hidden chamber with a perplexed expression on his face before walking over. Little Yuaner barred Mingshi way and said, "Senior brother, Master has said that he doesn't want to be interrupted." Mingshi raised a hand and gestured for little Yuaner to keep quiet. Then he said in a hushed tone, "I'm just going to take a look. What if there's an intruder here?" He proceeded to cautiously walk toward the hidden chamber. He was convinced the source of the aura earlier came from the hidden chamber. As Mingshi inched closer to the hidden chamber, he thought to himself, "Is it possible that someone's trying to steal something from Master's hidden chamber? Maybe Master isn't in the hidden chamber at all. Is there another reason for this?" Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was completely focused on the scroll and paid no mind to what was happening outside. The hidden chamber was as quiet as a library. The burst of aura was from when Lu Zhou primal chi surged through his 8 meridians. He was intrigued to find that the 8 meridians were not as powerful compared to before, even though it had been connected by Ji Tiandao when he was still alive. It felt as though a drain had been dug, but the primal chi he had obtained was only a bucket's worth. According to the normal cultivation sequence, the first meridians to be connected were the Ren and Du meridians, followed by the Chong, Dai, Yangwei, Yinwei, Yangqiao, and Yinxiao meridians. Lu Zhou's cultivation base would have to be at a certain level before he would be able to connect all 8 meridians. Every meridian required a more profound cultivation base than the previous one. Lu Zhou was the exact opposite. His avatar's level was too low, which restricted the amount of primal chi he absorbed. In the Brahman Sea realm, 2 connected meridians would enable him to cultivate the 5 energies universe. 4 connected meridians would enable him to cultivate the 6 recombinant trigram lines, while 8 connected meridians, the peak state, would grant him the avatar, the 7-star soul. The great realm had 3 avatars, and the difference in their strength was immense. His avatar was only the mighty 4 quadrants. Lu Zhou did not stop cultivating. He continued reading the heavenly writing. As usual, when he was focused on reading, He would immerse himself so deeply in the text that it was difficult to snap him out of it. Although the text was dry and boring, and he clearly could not understand it, he still enjoyed the feeling. Shortly after, Lu Zhou felt a faint cooling sensation again. It came from his Dantian sea of qi and spread through his 8 extraordinary meridians. His heart was as calm as a still lake, and his mind was clear and alert. At this moment, Lu Zhou heard Mingshi Yi's voice. Master. Mingshi Yin was, currently, standing at the door of the hidden chamber. He tried to peek inside through the gap in the door. However, the door of the hidden chamber was, naturally, different from ordinary doors. It was completely sealed, and he could not see a single thing. For this reason, he decided to call out to his master. Shortly after, he heard a grunt from the other side of the wall that reached his ears with a powerful sound wave from the primal qi. Bang! Mingshi Yin reeled from the impact, falling to the ground. His expression was one of fright as he stared at the sky. Even with his nascent divinity tribulation realm's cultivation base, he had fallen due to a sound wave. He did not even have time to react. Impossible. Little Yuaner looked at her senior brother in shock. He had flown back a few dozen meters before he crashed on the ground. Although Mingshi Yin could have broken his fall, he did not dare to do it. He took the brunt of the hit before he got up on his knees and said pleadingly, "This disciple is wrong. I suspected that someone had infiltrated the Golden Court Mountain. Please forgive me, Master." A silence hung over the evil sky pavilion. Lu Zhou was surprised by the strength of the sound wave. It was certainly not something that a cultivator who recently entered the Brahman Sea realm was capable of. The Brahman Sea realm and the nascent divinity tribulation realm were 2 realms apart. How could he have possibly repelled Mingshi Yin? Lu Zhou stood up slowly. He had a suspicion. Is he putting on an act? Mingshi Yin was kneeling on the ground as he kept glancing at the hidden chamber. He was truly amazed by his master's amazing strength, but he was curious why his master did not come out. At the same time, he sensed his surroundings. There were no enemies or any other signs of movement. How strange. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of moving machinery. Bzzzt. The stone door of the hidden chamber slowly slid to the side, and Lu Zhou walked out with his hands on his back. His expression hid his emotions. Mingshi Yin hastily praised Lu Zhou. "Your strength is truly unrivaled, Master. I'm no match for your sound technique at all." Meanwhile, little Yuaner ran over and supported Lu Zhou. "Master, you've come out." Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Mingshi Yin and said, "Old Fourth. Nice show," Lu Zhou said knowingly. Mingshi Yin was dumbfounded. "Nice show," Lu Zhou said coldly. "Since you like acting so much, go to the Cave of Reflection and stay there for 3 days." Mingshi Yin was truly bewildered. He tried to explain, "Master, I'm telling the truth. I didn't put on an..." Lu Zhou's expression was cold as he interjected, "Are you questioning your master? Did a master need an excuse to punish his disciples? Of course not. I dare not. I'll accept the punishment. I'll head to the Cave of Reflection now." Mingshi Yin obediently accepted his punishment. Lu Zhou thought he would obtain merit points from disciplining Mingshi Yi, but he did not hear a notification from the system. He thought to himself, "Dissatisfied? I'll deal a heavier punishment next time." Mingshi Yin kept shaking his head until he reached the Cave of Reflection. He could not help but sigh. "I thought Master is different from before. It seems like I'm thinking too much. Master is still as unpredictable as ever." He scratched his head, genuinely confused. "Nice show." Mingshi Yin quickly went into the Cave of Reflection. It was extremely cold and uncomfortable in there. As soon as he entered, he saw Xiao Yu shivering in the corner. Xiao Yu's cultivation base has been sealed. How can she resist the cold? Mingshi Yin pushed his dissatisfaction aside and said, "Junior sister, don't blame me for not helping you. Senior brother, you're doing more than enough by visiting me. I can't possibly ask for more," Xiao Yu said before turning to look at Yi Tianxin. "I'm just worried that junior sister Tianxin would not be able to hold on for much longer." Yi Tianxin's head was lowered. Due to her prolonged stay in the cave, she appeared listless. Most of the time, she appeared unconscious. Although her cultivation base had been disabled by her master, her physical constitution was good. The cold from the cave of reflection was not enough to take her life. Out of curiosity, Mingshi approached Yi Tianxin before helping her up. However, as soon as he touched her, he almost pushed her away out of shock. He discovered her skin was currently as white as jade, and her hair was much whiter than before as well. Without her cultivation base, it was inevitable that her body would deteriorate. However, it should not have deteriorated to this extent. He furrowed his brows as he thought to himself, "What's happening? In any case, this isn't normal." Zhao Yu asked, "Fourth senior brother, what's wrong with junior sister Tianxin?" "I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like this. She doesn't seem to be hurt, and this isn't a residual effect from losing her cultivation base. Look closely." Mingshi motioned toward Yi Tianxin's skin with his eyes. There were no wrinkles on her skin. It was smooth just like a piece of white jade. He was also at a loss as to why she was unconscious. "Junior sister Zhao Yu, please look after her. I'll try to beg for mercy from master." "Senior brother, junior sister Tianxin has committed such a grave mistake. What if master no longer cares about her?" Zhao Yu was slightly worried. She had a feeling there was something else afoot apart from her cultivation base that had been disabled. She could not help but feel that it was dangerous. Mingshi did not waste any time and shot out of the cave of reflection. When he saw some of the female cultivators from the derived moon palace hurrying about, he called out to one of them, "Prepare a stretcher." "Mr. Fourth, why do you need a stretcher? Just go get it. Why are you asking so many questions?" Mingshi did not have the time to explain himself to them. Mingshi words made the female cultivators nervous. The female cultivators from the derived moon palace had been taking care of Golden Court Mountain lately. Apart from repairing the damaged buildings, they stayed in the Evil Sky Pavilion's West Pavilion. Although they felt the villains of Evil Sky Pavilion were eccentric, it was fine as long as they were able to keep their lives intact. They naturally carried out Mingshi order. In no time at all, Mingshi arrived at the Great Hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion. When he saw his master and little Yuaner, he quickly made his way to them. Lu Zhou frowned. "So, Old Fourth isn't satisfied at all." Mingshi had no time to think about other matters. He quickly kneeled on the ground and said, "Master, junior sister Tianxin is dying." That was all he said. He did not plead for mercy, nor did he badmouth Yi Tianxin. He only waited silently for his master's reply. Mingshi did not understand his master's thoughts. Did his master intend to torture Yi Tianxin and make her life a living hell? Or was he only seizing this chance to punish her harshly? If it was the former, no good would come out of him pleading for mercy on her behalf. If it was the latter, there might still be some hope left. Since he was not certain of his master's intention, he did not dare to act recklessly. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Has she thought things through in recent times?" "Well..." Mingshi hesitated, caught in a dilemma. He visited Yi Tianxin frequently in the Cave of Reflection. Her stubbornness had exceeded his expectations. She had never once reflected on her actions. Little Yuaner only watched, not daring to speak up. Lu Zhou shook his head. He searched his memories for information about Yi Tianxin, but he found nothing. He did not make a decision instantly. Instead, he left the Evil Sky Pavilion with his hands behind his back. When Mingshi saw this, he was overjoyed. He hastily got up to his feet and followed Lu Zhou. On the mountain, Lu Zhou saw the female cultivators from the derived moon palace gathered together as they prepared a stretcher. They kneeled in unison as soon as he appeared. He ignored them and made his way to the Cave of Reflection. The others had no choice but to follow Lu Zhou. When the female cultivators from the derived moon palace saw Lu Zhou and the others going to the Cave of Reflection, they kneeled again and pleaded for mercy. Without waiting for Lu Zhou to reprimand them, Mingshi spoke in his deep voice, "Don't cause trouble. 3 or 4 of you stay back. The others can go back to their tasks." He had wanted to tell them to get lost, but he did not think it was appropriate for him to lose his temper when his master was present. Lu Zhou walked into the cave of reflection, and little Yuaner followed closely behind. "Greetings, master." Zhao Yu endured the cold and kneeled to greet her master. Lu Zhou waved his hand in reply before walking to the other corner of the cave. He saw Yi Tianxian leaning against an ice-cold wall, and her head was hung at an awkward angle. Her hair obscured her face. Just by looking at Yi Tianxian's shoulder, he knew what was happening. Skin as white as jade. He brushed her hair to the side and frowned when he saw her face. Little Yuaner covered her mouth in shock and took a step back. She had never seen anything like this before. She asked in confusion, "What happened to senior sister?" Lu Zhou merely frowned. He did not seem surprised. He was calm as though he had expected this day to come. In fact, Lu Zhou had been more shocked when he had met Yi Tianxian for the first time. However, due to the circumstances back then, he did not have time to ponder about the matter. When he had first met her, he had felt she was pure and unsullied. She had principles and was incorruptible even though she had grown up in mud. More importantly, the system dashboard displayed a completely different notification. Name, Yi Tianxian. Race by Cultivation base. Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. Disabled. Hatred, 40%. Her hatred level has decreased. Lu Zhou thought to himself. The main point was not her hatred, but her race. Lu Zhou had noticed this during their first meeting. He knew people from Bai Nation had white complexion and white hair. They were like white jade. However, that was all he knew about her since he had no memories of her. Therefore, he had no choice but to keep her confined in the cave of reflection. "Master." Mingshi cupped his hands again. Lu Zhou's expression was indifferent as he said, "There's no need to worry. She won't die. Keep her in the South Pavilion. I have questions for her." Mingshi nodded. He quickly called 2 female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace over to carry Yi Tianxian out. Zhao Yu was left alone in the cave. Lu Zhou glanced at Zhao Yu's forehead that still bore the mark of a golden lotus. He called out, "Zhao Yu." "Yes, master. This is the Evil Sky Pavilion. It's also the only place where you can stay alive. This witchcraft restriction doesn't just seal your cultivation base. It'll expose your whereabouts as well," Lu Zhou said. "Please, master, have mercy on me and help me undo this restriction," Zhao Yu said as she fell to her knees immediately. "Do you think that I can undo the restriction?" Lu Zhou asked. Zhao Yu gave it some thought before answering, "I don't know. When you've sorted out your thoughts, we'll talk more about witchcraft," Lu Zhou said before he left. He saw that Zhao Yu's loyalty was only about 30. That was far from enough. Moreover, this was Lu Zhou's first time dealing with witchcraft. It would be easier for him to kill someone. A deadly strike card would have done the trick. However, item cards could not be used to undo witchcraft spells. Since he was still uncertain about Zhao Yu, it was best to leave her in the Cave of Reflection for now. After leaving the Cave of Reflection, Lu Zhou made his way to the South Pavilion. This was where his 9 disciples once lived. Little Yuaner and Mingshi quickly caught up to Lu Zhou. Little Yuaner asked, "Master, how did senior sister Tianxian end up in that state?" Lu Zhou did not reply to little Yuaner's question. Instead, he waved his hand and went into the room alone. The others waited outside since they did not dare to follow him. The few female cultivators from derived Moon Palace kneeled at the door, worried sick. Duan Mushang, Pan Zhong, and Zhou Jifeng came over when they heard about the matter. Duan Mushang dragged his chains along as he made his way over, but they did not seem to impede his speed. It seemed as though his wounds were almost completely healed. He asked, "How's junior sister doing?" Mingshi shook his head and said, "Things aren't looking too good." Duan Mushang frowned and asked, "Old Fourth, what happened?" In other words, he was asking about what happened between Lu Zhou and Yi Tianxian. As soon as Duan Mushang finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Mingshi. Mingshi sighed and said, "All I know is 6th junior sister was brought back from the Fish Dragon Village, south of Great Yan's River. Ever since then, she's been staying on the mountain." He did not dare to divulge much information about his master. He shuddered just thinking about the consequences of speaking too much. Pan Zhong chimed in. South of Great Yan's River, that's the territory of Yun, Tian, and Luo sect. As soon as the three sects were mentioned, a stifling atmosphere seemed to descend on the place. However, little Yuaner clearly did not notice the strange atmosphere. She said in confusion, "Fourth senior brother? Senior sister? I don't understand." Mingshi said in a hushed tone, "All the lands under the heavens belong to His Majesty. Some years ago there were other tribes near the Measure Heaven River. They were constantly fighting with cultivators. Shortly after Master brought junior sister back, the fish dragon village vanished." Duanmu Shang frowned. "So, does this mean that Master?" Mingshi started and quickly interjected, "Shoo!" As soon as Mingshi hushed Duanmu Shang, a deep voice rang from the room. "Have you said enough?" Duanmu Shang and Mingshi Yin's hearts sank. "We're dead. Slap each other 30 times and reflect on your actions in the cave of reflection for 3 days." Lu Zhou said in a tone that was neither heavy nor light. Duanmu Shang and Mingshi felt like crying, but no tears came out. Mingshi kept shooting looks at Duanmu Shang. The others did not dare to speak up on their behalf. They did not even dare to breathe heavily. A boneheaded teammate could do more harm than a formidable opponent. Duanmu Shang and Mingshi could only bow toward the room with a gloomy expression on their faces. "We accept our punishment." Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong used to be proud and boastful. However, since they arrived on Golden Court Mountain, they had been forced to become humble and to keep a low profile. Being nosy here came with its own consequences. Inside the room, Yi Tianxin had regained her consciousness after leaving the cave of reflection. Since her cultivation base had been disabled, she could not heal her wounds. She did well for being able to hold on until now. She opened her eyes in a daze. The room was quite bright. As soon as she saw Lu Zhou, she instinctively shrunk back. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou was speechless. Among his 9 disciples, little Yuaner was the only one who did not fear him. Master!" Yi Tianxin called out. A hint of disbelief could be heard in her voice. It was as though she could not believe her master would send her to a room. Lu Zhou's expression was cold as he shook his head and said, "I don't have a disciple like you." Yi Tianxin had instinctively addressed Lu Zhou as master. She realized she had misspoken as soon as she heard Lu Zhou's words. She looked at him and stubbornly said, "I deserve to be in this condition." "Yes, you do," Lu Zhou replied. Yi Tianxin was speechless. She did not know how she should react. She did not dare to retort with a stronger language, afraid that she would drag her sisters in derived Moon Palace into this matter. The room was deathly silent for quite a while. When Yi Tianxin recalled what her 4th senior brother said in the cave, she hesitated for a moment before she asked, "Since you're capable of annihilating the entire fish dragon village, why didn't you kill me as well?" A hint of derision could be heard in her voice. Lu Zhou was bewildered when he heard this. After all, he had no recollection of annihilating the entire fish dragon village. He saw Yi Tianxin had gotten emotional as she spoke. Apart from that, her hatred had increased slightly from 40%. It was obvious her hatred stemmed from his apparent destruction of the village. He could not be certain if he was the culprit behind that. However, based on the memories he had access to, Ji Tiandao was not the type who would slaughter innocent people even though he was the most powerful villain in the world, outrageous with his actions and strict and harsh toward his disciples. Lu Zhou sighed. His lost memories were proving to be a problem. Why did I lose them? Is this an effect of transmigrating? He knew there was no point thinking about this matter too much. He could only slowly look for the answers. After a moment, he looked at Yi Tianxin and asked, "Did you see me destroying the village?" Yi Tianxin was slightly stunned. Her expression was not right. Finally, she bit out a reply, "It's the same as personally witnessing it." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "The ones who know me best under the heavens are the 9 of you. Have I ever acted in secret?" Yi Tianxin was speechless. Indeed, Lu Zhou was the greatest villain the world had ever known. He was number 1 on every blacklist. Did he need to hide or cover up his actions? "Yi Tianxin," Lu Zhou called out softly, causing Yi Tianxin to shudder inwardly. If you ever try to slander me—" He did not finish his sentence, leaving it up to Yi Tianxin's imagination. Lu Zhou's meaning was clear. He was no longer the old Ji Tiandao. Although he did what he wanted, he would not allow anyone to slander him. Ding! Disciplining Yi Tianxin. Obtained 100 merit points. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and walked out of the room. He did not bring up Yi Tianxin's identity as a bai, nor did he press her about it. Yi Tianxin was stunned. At this moment, she heard the pleas from her sisters from derived Moon Palace outside the room. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou was unmoved. He returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Little Yuaner was trembling with fear along the way. She did not even dare to speak. After they entered the Evil Sky Pavilion, she quickly brought her master a cup of tea in an attempt to appease him. She said, "Master, please don't be angry. If there's no other way, I'll kill that little traitor for you." Lu Zhou was not angry. On the contrary, he was calm. He even felt cheerful. At the very least, he had gained some basic information. "Yuaner, send word to Zhang Aijian." Little Yuaner nodded and said, "I'll grab a pen and papers. Tell him to investigate the incident of Measure Heaven River's Fish Dragon Village. Tell him to get back to me as soon as possible," Lu Zhou said before he returned to the hidden chamber. Initially, Lu Zhou had planned to continue reading the heavenly writing. However, when he recalled how his Brahman Sea opened up his 8 meridians, he felt conflicted. He did not expect his avatar would restrict his cultivation base. He had thought it was a good thing that he was able to directly purchase his avatar. After all, this meant he would not encounter any bottleneck when cultivating. Many cultivators spent their entire lives trying to break through a bottleneck but to no avail. Currently, Lu Zhou did not have enough merit points as well. 210 points. What can I do with these meager merit points? Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points. Gained Binding Cage X3. Binding Cage, 30% chance of shackling the target. Lu Zhou's eyes brightened. The system was suddenly being kind to him. He finally had a stroke of good luck. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points. Thanks for trying. Luck +1. As expected, he had a bad feeling about this. He chose the lucky draw 3 times consecutively, and he was only thanked for his efforts. In the end, he was left with 10 merit points and 3 additional luck points. Just as well. There's no need for me to keep drawing. Lu Zhou turned his attention to the binding cage. 30% chance. Isn't that too low? He could just imagine how embarrassing and humiliating it would be if the world's greatest villain missed when trying to capture his target. Lu Zhou opened the Heavenly Writings interface and prepared to study it again. He had connected his Brahman Sea's 8 meridians, but they were not true Brahman Sea's 8 meridians. All he had were drainages and not the water source. His avatar, the Mighty 4 Quadrants, had restricted his intake of primal chi. Moreover, he had no other way to quickly earn merit points. He had no other choice but to study the heavenly writing. After a while, little Yuaner's voice rang from the other side of the door. "Master, I've written to Zhang Aijian." Lu Zhou did not reply. He was confident in leaving the investigation to Zhang Aijian. Suddenly, he remembered he had to give Zhang Aijian a sword or 2 as a reward. Thinking about this, he shook his head. It was not easy to find a sword that was not inferior to the male and female double swords. Lu Zhou looked around his surroundings before his eyes fell on a saber that Unnamed had scratched previously. A hole? Lu Zhou suddenly noticed a hole on the saber. He was shocked by this discovery. Is this caused by Unnamed? He removed the saber from the rack and inspected it. The saber's quality was good. Although it was a mediocre weapon, it was forged from good metal. It would not break easily. Lu Zhou thought to himself in disbelief. Unnamed is so powerful? Well, seeing is believing. Lu Zhou raised his right arm and Unnamed materialized in his hand. He wielded it and slashed at the saber without any hesitation. Then, he inspected Unnamed and discovered it was undamaged. However, the same could not be said for the saber. He discovered a fine crack on the saber where Unnamed had landed. Lu Zhou was truly shocked. He did not think Unnamed was useless, but he did not think it was especially powerful as well. Who knew Unnamed would be able to damage the high-quality saber? He felt satisfied. This isn't junk. It's a treasure. He quickly waved his arm again, and Unnamed disappeared into thin air. Perhaps Unnamed had improved along with his cultivation base. No matter how weak his Brahman Sea's 8 meridians were, they were still much more powerful compared to the sense-condensing realm. Lu Zhou continued his search for another sword. Many weapons on the rack were covered with a layer of dust due to neglect. Lu Zhou waved his arms slightly, using primal qi to clear the dust. What's this? Lu Zhou discovered a spear with strange designs. It was roughly 13 feet long. Its tip and pole were forged from pure steel. A dragon wound around the pole. Lu Zhou gripped the spear, shocked by its weight. Its weight was about 100 caddies. Fortunately, this weight was nothing to a cultivator who had gone through body tempering. Ding! Recovered the weapon, the Overlord spear. Recommended owner, Duanmu Sheng. Lu Zhou muttered skeptically, Duanmu Sheng. The Overlord spear was huge and heavy. It looked majestic and imposing. Indeed, it was not suited for Lu Zhou's old bones. He much preferred Unnamed. Moreover, Unnamed could transform into various types of weapons. It was undoubtedly more useful. After a while, Lu Zhou discovered a sword lying on the floor in a corner. Treasures usually appeared insignificant. He picked the sword up and pulled it out of its scabbard as the sound of metal against metal rang in the air. "What a good sword!" Lu Zhou exclaimed. His words were still echoing in the room when, crack, the sword broke. Lu Zhou coughed in embarrassment, and his face was flushed red as he tossed the treasure aside. It was as brittle as glass. It shattered at the slightest touch. Why was a defective weapon stored in the hidden chamber? Lu Zhou suddenly lost all interest in the weapons inside the room. He did not have the time to inspect every single weapon. He decided to get some of his disciples to sort the weapons out in the future. Zhang Aijian's sword would have to wait. Shortly after, Lu Zhou returned to his spot and sat cross-legged before he began to cultivate. The next day, early in the morning, little Yuaner skipped and hopped as she made her way to the Evil Sky Pavilion. "Master, that shameless person has replied." Lu Zhou looked at little Yuaner emotionlessly and said, "Read it for me." Little Yuaner cleared her throat. She mimicked Zhang Aijian's way of speech as she said, "First, nothing can be found from the cultivation world about the destruction of Fish Dragon Village at the Crossing Heaven River for now. However, there's something in the palace's archives and the local archives. Investigations show that the culprit is Ji Tiandao. That's you. Second, there are signs that the records have been tampered with. The most suspicious person at the moment is an officer of the Black Knights, Fan Shouwen. The Black Knights are under the Emperor's direct command. They're a special squad of Imperial Guards. I'll add 2 additional pieces of information here. First, nobody believed Zhao Shuo when he told them about your true identity. Second, please don't forget about my sword, old senior. Ha ha ha. She even mimicked his laughter, sounding unnatural. Zhang Aijian was truly talented. He managed to get to the heart of the matter in such a short time. Lu Zhou muttered, "Black Knights, Fan Shouwen. Master, is this person powerful?" Lu Zhou did not respond to little Yuaner's question. He did not seem to have any memories of this person. Well, he must be a minor character. After a while, he said, "Bring Old Forth here." Oh, little Yuaner was slightly puzzled, but she still obediently carried out her order. A short while later, Mingshi ran over with an ingratiating smile on his face. Anything was better than having to stay in the cave of reflection. He did not want to spend a second longer in there. He respectfully saluted Lu Zhou. "Greetings, master." Lu Zhou said nonchalantly, "I have a mission for you." When Mingshi heard this, he was overjoyed. He quickly said, "All you need to do is ask, master." Lu Zhou asked, "Do you know the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Shouwen?" "Not really. He seems to come from a family of officials. He doesn't have much to do with the cultivation world. Inform him that I want to meet him." Lu Zhou's voice was light. Understood. Ming-Shi accepted the order reverently. He seemed to be reinvigorated. I like this. There's nothing better than a simple mission like this. He descended the mountain like an arrow that had been shot out. As soon as Ming-Shi left, little Yuaner saw a messenger bird above the evil sky pavilion. A letter. Little Yuaner waved. The messenger bird dropped the letter and disappeared with amazing speed. Little Yuaner cried out, "Master! It's another letter from Xianxia. Read it." Little Yuaner began to read. "I'm sorry, I ran out of paper. Anyway, Fan Shuan's actual name is Lung Luo. He's known as the Grim Yama. He was ranked on the top of the blacklist 300 years ago. Old senior, I think you know this person better than I do, so there's no need for me to elaborate." Little Yuaner clicked her tongue. She crumpled the paper scornfully, and it turned to dust in her fist. She scratched her head in confusion when she recalled the content of Zhang Aijian's second letter. She was not even 16 years old. There was no way she was familiar with someone from 300 years ago. However, if that person had lived so long before becoming the leader of the Black Knights, his cultivation base had to be quite profound. Lung Luo. Suddenly, memories of this person surfaced in Lu Zhou's mind. It's him. Master, who's this person? We can't trust Zhang Aijian's words. Lu Zhou shook his head. These matters did not conflict with Zhang Aijian's interests. There was no reason for Zhang Aijian to lie. Where's old Fourth now? With Fourth senior brother's speed, he should have gone beyond the barrier by now. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he shook his head slightly. Lung Luo was 200 years younger than Ji Tiandao. However, 300 years ago, Lung Luo was a great villain who committed every evil act imaginable. He was notorious for his cunning in the cultivation world. He burned, killed, robbed, and looted everywhere he went while humiliating others. However, this person usually operated alone and never worked with anyone else. He had committed many evil deeds on his own. He managed to escape with his life intact even though thousands of cultivators had gone against him. This earned him the top spot on the blacklist. Ji Tiandao had fought this person to a draw previously. Although Ji Tiandao was older than Lung Luo, at that time, he had not reached the peak of his power yet. After he had reached the pinnacle of power, Ji Tiandao began accepting disciples with a vengeance. The name of Golden Court Mountain's evil sky pavilion shocked and resounded in the world. Soon after, Ji Tiandao rose to the top of the blacklist. It was at that time that Lung Luo seemed to have vanished without a trace. In this world, only accomplished cultivators were able to live for more than 300 years. It was only natural that the younger generation had never heard of Lung Luo. 300 years ago, this person was at the nascent divinity tribulation realm with a 6-leaf golden lotus 100 tribulations insight avatar. Now that 300 years had passed, what was his cultivation base like? Even if he made no progress over the centuries, he was certainly stronger than Ming-Shi, who had just recently attained his 100 tribulations insight avatar. He was not someone Ming-Shi could defeat. Lu Zhou said solemnly, "Send word to Old Fourth. That man is extremely dangerous. Tell him to be careful." Extremely dangerous? When little Yuaner heard this, she blinked and asked, "Master, should we summon Fourth senior brother back?" Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Ming-Shi was a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert after all. After spending so many years being tormented by Ji Tiandao, he now had the character of a loach. When the Righteous Sect and Heavenly Sword Sect elites besieged Golden Court Mountain previously, even Lu Zhou's third disciple, Duan Mushang, was captured. However, Ming-Shi managed to stay free. Moreover, all he was supposed to do was pass on a message to Lung Luo. Even if there was a trap laid out, it would be difficult for people to capture a disciple like Ming-Shi. If Lu Zhou did not have item cards, he would not even be able to control Ming-Shi. Lu Zhou thought to himself, Lung Luo might have attained a 7-leaf or even an 8-leaf avatar by now. However, any higher than that, I'm afraid it's very unlikely. He was quite concerned about the skills and hidden tricks that Lung Luo, or as he was currently known, Fang Shouwen, had gained after 300 years. A day later, in the eastern capital that was also known as Upper Prime City, A troop of mounted soldiers in black armor and dark masks rode their huge stallions along the street. The commoners scattered to the side, making way for the troops. They did not dare to get in the way of the troops. Some of the cultivators would glance at them from a distance before going about their own businesses. Nobody dared to offend these black people on mounts. The soldiers stopped at Upper Prime City's gates. At the front of the troop, 3 mounted black knights were at the lead. They were clearly different from the others. These 3 men were rumored to be among 4 of the most powerful black knights. Collectively, they were known as the 4 Dark Knights. They each had their specialized talent and had a profound cultivation base. Nobody knew the extent of their strength. The first black knight asked, "How long is Old Third going to take?" Old Third's archery is peerless under the heavens. Any target that's unfortunate to fall into his radar will definitely die. It shouldn't be difficult for him to kill the traitor of the Upper Prime City. Our mission in the Upper Prime City can be considered as completed. The 4 of us should drink to our heart's content when we return to the divine capital. I hope the leader will be satisfied. At this moment, they heard the sound of whistling from a sailing arrow. Whoosh! With a loud thud, the arrow embedded itself on the city's gates. A human head was attached to the arrow. The 3 black knights did not seem surprised or frightened. They only nodded in satisfaction, as expected of Old Third. His archery is truly peerless under the heavens. The black knights looked toward the end of the street. A black knight was speeding toward them with a bow and a quiver of arrows on his back. This was the Black Knight, one of the 4 Dark Knights, who was most skilled in archery. The leader of the 4 Dark Knights spoke in a deep voice. "Report back to the divine capital." "Understood." The Black Knights paraded majestically out of the city gates. Hooves thundered on the road, kicking up clouds of dust as the Black Knights sped toward the divine capital. When the troop passed a forest, a peal of cunning and strange laughter resounded in their ears. "Nay!" The leader of the 4 Dark Knights immediately pulled on the reins of his steed before he raised a hand. The Black Knights were well trained. They quickly stopped in their tracks. They were well synchronized as well. When they heard the laughter, Old Third, the one who was skilled with a bow, immediately leaped into the air. He nocked an arrow and looked around his surroundings. If he could see the target, this arrow would send the person to meet his maker. However, even after the laughter faded away, nobody appeared. "Who dare block our way?" the leader of the Black Knights said in a deep voice. For some unknown reason, they were slightly unnerved by this peculiar laughter, even though they were used to operating in darkness and tainting their hands with the blood of others. The laughter rang in the air again. "Old Third, Roger, look for the target from the direction of his laughter." Twang! Old Third of the 4 Dark Knights sent his arrow flying through the air in the direction of the laughter, flying into the dense foliage before disappearing. The feathered arrow was shrouded with primal chi. There was no sound at all. "Did you get him?" This question was directed at the archer, Old Third. Only users of the bow would know if the arrow had hit its target. Old Third had a slight frown on his face. He fell silent for a moment before he finally replied, "No." An elite could tell by their instincts. This person must be a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite. The Black Knights behind the 4 Dark Knights shuffled around to shift formations. The laughter rang in the air again. This time it was accompanied by a mocking statement. "Nice shot." A Black Knight shouted, "Who's there?" The voice rang in the air. "I'm a disciple of Golden Court Mountain's Evil Sky Pavilion. Where's the leader of the Black Knights?" Fan Showen. The 4 Dark Knights exchanged glances. Although they were wearing masks, they could feel each other's astonishment. There was not a single soul under the heavens who did not know about the Evil Sky Pavilion. "So, it's a friend from the Evil Sky Pavilion." Upon hearing this, the person laughed before he said derisively, "Friend." The voice seemed to come from all directions. The trees in the surroundings began to move as well. "Where is Fan Showen?" This voice belonged to Mingshi, the Evil Sky Pavilion's 4th disciple. Mingshi was not only intelligent, but he was exceptionally cunning. This was a forest. This place was advantageous to his bluewood heart technique. Even a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator with a six-leaf avatar might not be able to capture him. In this place, he was king. Only, the leader is in the divine capital. What business do you have with him? Mingshi was displeased. He had made many inquiries before he finally found out the Black Knights were on a mission in the eastern capital. He had waited here the entire day, certain that the Black Knight would pass by. He thought to himself, I waited the entire day for the 4 Dark Knights and a bunch of small fries. Listen up. I'll give you 3 days. The Evil Sky Pavilion wants to meet Fan Shouin. If he doesn't show up, your fates will be the same as this tree. A towering tree suddenly snapped and fell, crashing toward the Black Knights. The Black Knights were elite troops. They quickly retreated and dispersed. The 4 Dark Knights wrapped themselves with energy. Bang! The huge tree fell with a loud crash before the Black Knights before it shattered. The Black Knight in the lead looked up before he gave the archer, Old Third, who was still hovering in the air, a meaningful look. Old Third landed on his steed. I shall convey your message. After that, the troop of Black Knights hurried along the small path toward the divine capital. Shortly after, peace and quiet returned to the forest. Mingshi walked out from behind a huge tree. He looked at the leaving Black Knights with interest. Since 4 of them are so strong, it's impossible for Fan Shouin to be weak. Oh, Master, who are you trying to provoke this time? The 4 Dark Knights' cultivation bases were almost at the nascent divinity tribulation realm, while the remaining Black Knights' cultivation bases were at the divine court realm. Without considering the great and second disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, these Black Knights could have fought on par with the Evil Sky Pavilion. There was no way that a person who commanded these people was a nobody in the cultivation world. Mingshi curiosity was piqued. He wondered aloud, Fan Shouin, who are you? He tapped the ground with a foot and flew up to the trees with the agility of a swallow. His bluewood heart technique was at its full potential in a forest. He moved with lightning speed before he seemed to vanish without a trace. When the Black Knights arrived in the divine capital, they did not go into the city immediately. Instead, they skirted around the capital and continued north. The Imperial Guards guarded the capital. The Black Knights were a covert group and only operated in the shadows. Their existence was not publicly acknowledged. Naturally, their base was not located in the capital. Only a handful of people knew of the location of their base. At the foot of a hill, the Black Knights' headquarters. The 4 Dark Knights entered a hall at the same time. My lord, we've completed our mission. The Upper Prime City's traitor has been eliminated by the Black Knights. 4 of them kneeled on the ground and cupped their hands together. A long brown and empty table stood before them. Next to the table, a tall and muscular man dressed in black armor stood with his back facing them. Very good. The voice was hoarse and deep. My lord, I have another report. Speak. We encountered a villain from the Evil Sky Pavilion on our way back. The Evil Sky Pavilion has a message for you. The 4 Dark Knights exchanged glances. Their leader paused for a moment before he said, The Evil Sky Pavilion wants to meet you. They've given us 3 days. He had softened Mingshi words out of fear of angering his leader. Fan Shouin was not angry. Instead, he turned around slowly and walked toward the table before gracefully taking a seat. He wore a mask as well. Even his face was completely covered. No one knew what he looked like. After a moment's silence, Fan Shouin chuckled before he said in his deep voice, This is a tribulation that I must face in my lifetime. My lord, the Evil Sky Pavilion is notorious in the cultivation world. It has produced 9 great villains over the centuries whose names shocked the lands. The Patriarch of the Fiend Path, Ji Tiandao, possesses an unfathomable cultivation base. My lord, I suggest that we avoid the Evil Sky Pavilion. Fan Shouin raised a hand slowly and said, I've received an order from the palace. The Evil Sky Pavilion has meddled in the palace's plans. The 4 Dark Knights were stunned by Fan Shouin's words, their mask hiding their shocked expressions. My lord, are we making an enemy out of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Fan Shouwen shook his head and spoke in his raspy voice. The evil sky pavilion is indeed terrifying. We have no idea about the cultivation bases of its 9 disciples. Rumor has it that Ji Tiandao possesses an 8-leaf golden lotus avatar. It's not surprising for him to be able to repel the 10 great elites. Fan Shouwen's 4 subordinates lowered their heads and listened quietly. After muttering to himself for some time, Fan Shouwen placed his hands behind his back and said, I have no intention of making the evil sky pavilion an enemy. It's only natural that we should avoid making an enemy out of such powerful people. The 4 Dark Knights felt relieved inwardly. They were worried their leader would be overconfident. Although the Black Knights were powerful, if they were to butt heads with Ji Tiandao, both sides would surely sustain great losses. After all, there was no need for them to be impatient. When Ji Tiandao's time was up, they would be able to easily destroy the evil sky pavilion. However, when Fan Shouwen spoke again, his words seemed to have taken a sharp turn. However, since the palace has issued an order, we must obey the order. Since the evil sky pavilion wants to see me, I'll go see them. The 4 Dark Knights were taken aback. They did not expect the palace would order the Black Knights to negotiate with the evil sky pavilion. Was this only a coincidence? They were Fan Shouwen's most trusted subordinates. Naturally, they knew about Fan Shouwen's identity as well. Fan Shouwen was younger than Ji Tiandao, but he was a unique talent in the cultivation world. When he was at the top of the blacklist, the evil sky pavilion had not even existed yet. Ji Tiandao and their leader had fought to a draw. However, Ji Tiandao experienced a huge leap in his cultivation base and went on to establish the evil sky pavilion. They did not know how profound Fan Shouwen's cultivation base was, but they were certain it was not higher than an 8-leaf avatar. Master! At Ji Tiandao's age, his time should be up in a decade, at most. He'll be gone by then. Why do we have to rush there now? I concur. I concur. I concur. The 4 of them raised their cupped hands at the same time. Fan Shouwen looked at all 4 of them. He was not angered. After all, these 4 people were his most trusted subordinates. He stayed silent for a moment before he finally said in a deep voice, I can wait, and the Black Knights can wait. Even the Emperor can wait. However, Great Yen cannot wait. The 4 Dark Knights were baffled. They did not understand their leader's words. When Fan Shouwen saw his subordinates were about to speak, he waved his hand and said, 3 days later, accompany me to the evil sky pavilion. This matter is settled. Ding! Mingshi has accomplished his mission. Gained 300 merit points. When Lu Zhou received this notification, he was not surprised. He was pleased. Apart from the rascals who left the evil sky pavilion, those who remained were quite smart. Their only shortcoming was that it was difficult for them to improve their cultivation bases after being suppressed by Ji Tiandao for so long. He had to quickly change this situation. Lu Zhou had a feeling that the world did not dare to act against the evil sky pavilion due to Ji Tiandao's cultivation base. However, as time passed, probing attacks such as the one before would only increase in frequency. The limit of one's life was determined after all. Lu Zhou was still deep in thoughts when he heard little Yuaner calling out to him. Master, I've waited the entire day but 4th senior brother still hasn't written back. Do you think he received my letter? Little Yuaner launched into a lengthy complaint the moment she appeared before Lu Zhou. It's fine. Mingshi had completed his mission. As long as he did not cause trouble elsewhere and return safely, there would not be a problem. However, little Yuaner said, Master, is senior brother dead? I've asked Blockhead about this. He said the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Shouwen, is very dangerous. Nobody knows who he truly is. Blockhead. Pan Zhong. He said that 4th senior brother will die. I gave him a piece of my mind after I heard his words. Little Yuaner said huffily. A piece of your mind? Lu Zhou recalled that time when Pan Zhong's face was swollen and bruised. Little Yuaner raised a thumb and said in a small voice, Well, I might have accidentally scratched him. Lu Zhou shook his head. When will she change her violent habit of hitting others on a whim? He knocked her head. You're becoming unrulier by the day. This disciple knows that she's wrong. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly rang from the back of the mountains. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. The Golden Court Mountain was protected by a barrier. Who's causing the disturbance? At this moment, Pan Zhong appeared in a rush. He quickly cupped his hands together before he said, "And Mr. Third has had a breakthrough. Duan Mushang had attained the nascent divinity tribulation realm?"